You give me a fever and make a believer out of me. I was just a dreamer, but dreams are now my reality. I'm feeling, I'm bleeding, I'm needing for all eternity. My soul is on fire, this burning desire's heavenly. Then you're moving closer, breath upon my shoulder. Boy, I wanna hold ya. Heart is beating double time, I can't wait to make you mine. I just wanna know ya. I tremble when you call my name, the feeling driving me insane. I just can't get you off my brain. You play me like a melody, the sweetest sound is symphony. It's slowly taking over me. I feel the bassline dripping down my spine. I feel it getting closer, don't want this to be over. And when the beat drops and my body rocks, I feel it getting closer. Whoa. I'm reading every sign, I'm losing track of time. I feel it getting closer, don't want this to be over. And when the beat drops and my body rocks, I feel it getting closer. Whoa. You reach me and teach me so easy, it's everything I need. Believing and needing this feeling is taking over me. I'm falling and calling this morning is something I won't heed. Cry louder and louder, I found you, now you're all I can see. Then you're moving closer, breath upon my shoulder. Boy, I wanna hold ya. Heart is beating double time, I can't wait to make you mine. I just wanna know ya. I tremble when you call my name, the feeling driving me insane. I just can't get you off my brain. You play me like a melody, the sweetest sound is symphony. It's slowly taking over me. I feel the bassline dripping down my spine. I feel it getting closer, don't want this to be over. And when the beat drops and my body rocks, I feel it getting closer. Whoa. I'm reading every sign, I'm losing track of time. I feel it getting
Today we answer the age-old question, if that top player was out of the way, who would win? We've taken the top 64 players and brought them up to the top 33, and now we've put them into a tournament to fight against each other for the North American Mammoth Arcadian. Sparky, how excited are you for today?
Mostly, I am just curious. I know I use that word regularly, but I am super curious today because these are all ranked nutters. It's all crazy. There's truly no way to accurately predict this. Like, if we were in a Moneyball situation and we were coming down to, like, trying to make a formula to build this top 3 or this top 8 or even, well, it is this top 32. So we did have a formula to build the top 32. But beyond that, I don't think a formula exists out there by any brain that exists on the planet today that could figure out what is going to go on today.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, there's just not as much information out there about this chunk of players. They don't generally get to see that spotlight where we can watch them and talk about, oh, they like to play these characters. Instead, we have to go into the weeds a little bit and go on to, like, their profiles and say, hey, who are these characters that they're playing in ranked? Have to look up their ranking ladder, things like that. So it definitely is a little bit of a mystery in that regard. What's also a bit of a mystery is the fact that there's some players that I think are known, players that we've seen do really, really well, but then they're down here in places that we don't really expect. Even just talking about some of them, like, I think one of them literally won a community tournament last night, you were saying? So it's kind of like just this wild card of players.
Yeah, and since you bring that up, I want to get that out in the front right away, and I want to address that. Tiffany won a tournament just yesterday at like 5:30 p.m., and also said that she wasn't going to do well today at all, to not even put her in the top 3. So I was a little bit angry when I heard her say that, and I almost wanted, just in spite, to put her in the top 3 anyway, because, like, of course she's gonna do well today. In case I don't put her in my top 3, which, spoiler, I didn't, if she does well today, I still get the dub on that one. I'm just saying.
Sure, totally. That's how that works. But at the very least, we appreciate you respecting her wishes. So, without further ado, let's talk about some of these players. And this is going to be a weird one, because you and I have picked people that what little number systems exist don't really have them very highly placed. So we're not really going to go full seed like normally we do, top, second, third seeds. Instead, we're going to talk about the people that we have our eyes on based on the statistics that we've been able to gather. So let's first talk about the number 1 seed at the very least, because there are a lot of eyes on them. It's Mitchell. What do people need to know?
A lot, but there's also not a lot to know on Mitchell. Probably everybody out there is like, what? Who? Who's Mitchell? I'm not sure. I don't even know how to spell Mitchell. It's actually 1 L for everybody watching at home. But Mitchell, like, has kind of done nothing until Summer Championships. That's really the only notable placement that I was able to find from Mitchell, coming out 17th place. And you're like, yeah, that's pretty good. And then you dig a little bit further and you see he 2-1 Stingray, who is PR6. That was what really, I think, put him initially on people's radar of, like, looking at the bracket and going, what is going on? Who's this Mitchell guy? And then 2-0 Zexus, who isn't as highly PR'd as Stingray, but still PR27, which is significantly ahead of Mitchell, who is PR35 in this. Then went 1-3 against Wrenched, still was able to take a game off of Wrenched, and then went 1-2 against iThrow. So that is, again, a game 3 there that he went against a very well-known player.
Yeah, I was talking with Taza about Mitchell last night, and I think one of the things that didn't really help out Mitchell is the fact that, like, the Mitchell storyline got a bit eclipsed by Anonymous Alexi. Like, at the time, early in the bracket, people were like, oh, dang, Mitchell's, like, really taking some names. He's doing some good work, and maybe this is, like, the rise of this kind of newcomer, and this is really exciting. Like you said, the fact that he was able to 2-1 Stingray, kind of a big thing. But then, of course, as the tournament progressed, then this storyline of Anonymous Alexi kind of started progressing, and we're like, okay, well, this is really cool, and everyone kind of locked onto that. So kind of rough for Mitchell, but still, you got to give him credit, getting that 17th place.
You look at his stats that are on the screen right now, and, like, you might, those at home might chuckle to themselves thinking about that. Like, okay, everything's a donut on that screen except for that one top 32 placement. And that's important because, 1, it ended up being a 17th place, which is big. 2, that was at an online major that was at Summer Championships just recently. 3, he came into top 64 on the winner's side of the bracket. There are not a lot of players that are in this tournament today that can say that they've done that in an online major recently. If you go back and look at that Summer Championships bracket, the top 64 on the winner's side are all instantly recognizable names. The only one that's not like that is Mitchell. He is the outlier there compared to a lot of other players in this tournament today.
Yeah, one final word that I want to put out for Mitchell before we got to rotate to the next person is that Mitchell started this year. There is no esports PR tournaments from Mitchell last year or anything like that. Instead, his 3 major accomplishments have been Winter Championship, Spring Championship, and Summer Championship all of this year. He's a relatively new player.
And that's cool. I love seeing that. I can't wait to see what he does today, and not even just today. I can't wait to see what he does the rest of the season and in future seasons going forward, because we still have a lot left in this season. There are going to be some really important tournaments and a lot of chances for the players that we're seeing today to prove themselves in those tournaments as well.
Okay, let's move on. Let's talk about someone further down the list, but someone that I think some people might be familiar with if you've been watching a lot of North American Brawlhalla. Let's talk about Impala. What do you want to say?
PR57, I think, criminally underrated. 2631 ELO currently. That is number 17 in US East. That is huge. Being a 2600 player in North America is fantastic. Level 100 Kaya, an 1800 hour player. So a lot of time put into this game. If we're looking at specific tournament placements, I'm looking at Winter Championships. Normally you look at a 33rd and you're like, okay, that's pretty good. That's getting close to top 32. But in this tournament, that means a whole lot more because you're playing against people who, like, a lot of their best placements are 33rd. He did beat Jay 2-0, who is 49 PR, a better PR than Impala is, and is in this tournament today. Did go 0-2 against Zakoi, but if you look at that PR 57 compared to Zakoi's 15, like, that's a huge difference. That's not surprising. I'm not looking at that set being like, yeah, Impala really can't hack it in this tournament today.
Yeah, I think the one thing that, excuse me,
Bless you.
has me concerned for Impala, cleared my throat a little bit, is the fact that he had a much better 2020 than he is having a 2021. If we go back to 2020, 9th place, 25th place, 13th place, 9th place, 17th, versus this year where it's 33rd, a pause, and then a 33rd. So this year has been a little bit rough for Impala in comparison.
But I will say that those two 33rds back-to-back, for me, that shows a level of consistency that we don't have for a lot of other players. Like, some of them will have, like, a 17th. I'm looking at Mitchell. Mitchell has a 17th, and then the rest is, like, 65th and 97th. So those back-to-back 33rds, I think, can hold a lot of weight here, depending on how well Impala continues to do. If we're looking at Summer Championship as well, real quick, 2-1 to Taskin, who is, again, better PR, coming in at PR 39, and is in this tournament today. 1-2 Pier, so went Game 3 against Pier, who is PR 10, fantastic. Went to Game 3 against Blazy as well, who is PR 20. And then 2-0'd Wind, who is, again, in this tournament today, and a better PR than Impala. So that, I think, is also really important is, yeah, maybe they didn't beat Boomy, but honestly, at the end of the day, I don't care if Impala beat Boomy whatsoever, because Boomy's not in this tournament today.
That's fair. I will say that Impala has stated that they have beat Simba and Boomy, Simba who is in this tournament. So, good person to keep their eyes on, and I think a good call out from you. All right, let's move on. The next person that we wanted to talk about today, let me find it, is Simba, somebody coming hot off the win in the Pro Series, of course, a talented 2v2 player, but in my opinion, the 1v1 PR is a bit lacking, which is one of the reasons why they ended up finding Simba in the draft as opposed to just straight up on a team. What else do you want to talk about with Simba?
There's not a lot of official tournament stuff to look at for Simba here. I'm going mostly off of old name recognition and just the knowledge of that skill that Simba has as a 1v1 player. I'm also looking at the character picks between a level 100 Hattori and a level 91 Val, both extremely strong characters right now, specifically looking at the Val in the current meta, even after a recent patch. But if you're looking at some of the older tournaments this year, not necessarily officials, but I'm looking specifically at Moose Wars, at Giga War 8 in July, he got 3rd. He 2-1 Kevsta, who is a better PR than him and in this tournament, and he 3-1 Ethan in one of their sets, who is PR 19. again, a better PR than him. Then in Giga War 9 in August, he went Game 3 against Luna, but again, significantly better PR on Luna. 2-0'd Tiffany, 3-0'd Wubbs, and then went to Game 5 against Pier. Again, PR 10. Fantastic work there. Then in Cyber Showdown V2, which is a very recent tournament here in September, did go 9th, but lost to Java and Hardy MJ, two extremely regular stream names that we know. Everybody knows Hardy MJ, everybody knows Java, and then he 2-0'd basically everybody else that he played against. So more of the type of players that he's going to play against today in this tournament, those are the people he's 2-0ing, and then it's like the people who are in next week's tournament, the regular Mammoth Invitational for PR 1 through 32, those are the people he can't quite beat right now.
Okay, so this sounds like kind of what I was saying at the very start of the pre-show, is that if you get rid of some of those roadblocks, some of those top 32 PR players, how well can Simba do? And you're seeing a lot of good stuff coming out from Simba. Okay, any final words before we go to the next person?
That's all I got.
Okay, I want to really quick say a thing about Dark Ghoul. I think we're running short on time, but I'm going to really quick say Dark Ghoul is one of those ones, I think a lot of people look at Dark Ghoul as almost a meme. Like he's very content creatory. Like a lot of people know him from his streams, things like that, from his socials. But they kind of don't realize how much of a ranked grinder he is. He hit 2,600 this year. He's dropped down a little bit, but he's definitely been on the grind. Still one of the top 50 PR US East players out there. And then if you look at the PR, he hasn't really competed a lot in PR tournaments, even like did nothing in 2020. Then this year he got a 33rd and a 17th. He didn't even play in the Summer Championship, which is one of the reasons why his PR might have decayed so low. But I definitely think he's flying under a lot of radars right now.
I literally said this to you right before tournament. I will raise my hand and say I am one of those people who is just kind of like, yeah, Dark Ghoul, okay. I was looking at some of the choices for today. I was like, yeah, Dark Ghoul, I don't really think so based on his bracket and a shot. But then I looked into him, and I'm looking at a peak elo of 2606 this season from Dark Ghoul. That's incredible. I cannot stress enough how being a North America 2600 player is extremely impressive. He has that level 100 Taros that everybody knows. Everyone's entertained by Dark Ghoul, and I was certainly one of those people, and definitely now, more that I look into him, I certainly respect him more as a player. Now, of course, I respected him as a person before, but now as like a top player, I certainly respect him more now since, like you said, it's been a while since we've seen him do kind of anything worthy of note. I'm hoping today he is going to show even more how much of a strong player he is. If we're looking at like Spring Champs, 17th, 2-0 against Kevsta, who's in the tournament today. 2-1 against Jade, who's in the tournament today. But he did go 0-2 against Sandstorm Costelix. Winter Championships 30-30. 2-1 Snowy. Very impressive. But you also know how Snowy can be sometimes. No disrespect to Snowy. And then went 0-2 against Jara, and then 1-2 against Zelchi. So the Winter Championships, not great except for that Snowy set. But then Spring Championships looking pretty good, especially against some of the players we're seeing today.
Yeah, I mean, Winter Championship was a long time ago, so it's kind of hard to overvalue that. Of course, there's that whole decay and whatnot. I don't know. I'm going to try to slip in one more person before I think we have to rotate into predictions. I'm going to talk about Wubbs real quick, which is another person who I think is getting a little bit slept on. Of course, just slightly higher PR'd than Dark Ghoul. Hasn't been having the best competitive year, and I think the thing that's hurting Wubbs a lot is the fact that he's one of those volatile players. If you look at this year alone, 49th in the Summer Championship, 97th in the Spring Championship, and then he got 13th at the Winter Championship. He got 9th at the World Championship for Brawlhalla, which is absurd because it's North America. He got 9th. I gotta repeat that because that's crazy. But at the same time, he's not been having the best time. He's kind of like Impala, but I think he's had a slightly higher pop in some of the more valuable events, which is why I think we got to mention him at the very least. What do you want to say?
Like 4 important stats I'm going to run through really quick, so relax, production. Everything's going to be okay. 4K in-game hours, and I'm not talking about Steam hours. I'm talking about Brawlhalla hours that are like literally in-game hours, like you're pressing buttons and playing the video game. You're not just launching the game on Steam and then walking away to go to school or something. That's insane. You want to know how many hours Boomy has? 2K. So 4K in-game hours is insane. Parsec, he did come in 13th. That was an invitational event, did go 0-2 that event. But Moose Wars in July, the Giga War, 13th place, fantastic. And then the Giga War 9 in August came in 5th place. So solid placements in some of the community tournaments from Wubbs.
Okay. On that note, I think it's time we go into predictions. Excuse me. You want to go first? How do you?
I'm gonna have to scroll because I literally always forget.
That's fine. I got mine ready. I scrolled, so I'll go first. Okay. So in third, I'm gonna my predictions. I'm admit they're kind of an awkward one in the sense that, like, according to the seeds, according to the data that has been put out, all of my predictions are very low seeds. So it's gonna be rough for me. But in third, I gotta give it to Dark Ghoul. Of course, I have that Taros bias. Of course, I love the content that Dark Ghoul puts out, but I gotta say, the fact that he's a rank grinder, the fact that there isn't a lot of competitive data out there, it gives me some hope that other competitive players aren't going to know what to expect from Dark Ghoul. In second, I'm going to give it to Remy. Remy, another one of those people who has really slept this year, hasn't really competed, but he got 7th at the World Championship, and then he played in the Winter Championship, got 49th, and then hasn't competed since. So it's been a while since we've seen a Remy 1's run, but a lot of people have faith in the Remy. I do too. And number 1, I'm going to give it to Wubbs. He's been having slightly more consistency than Remy, but also had an amazing Brawlhalla World Championship run. So that is my predictions. Sparky, go for it.
I think this is probably the most different you and I have ever been in predictions, and I think that goes to show you, like, how random this tournament will be before it actually starts and gets going. Nobody really knows what's going to happen. In third place, I have the big man himself. He's got 1 L in his name, and it's not going to be in this tournament, except for losing to first place and second place. But it's Mitchell! He's going to come out big today, just like he did in Summer Championships. In second place, I'm looking at Impala, the quickness coming out from Impala. Going to be a great game. All the games today for Impala are going to be fantastic. And then in first place, you're crazy putting Wubbs. No way! It's Simba. Anybody who's not putting Simba first is crazy.
Well, it is going to be an insane tournament at the very least because it's the Arcadian, and who knows what's going to happen. Literally no idea. I mean, even yesterday, you and I were pretty off base with most of our predictions. So,
okay, hold on.
You and I both got one right. We got one right.
Whoa.
One right.
You can't just be
don't
be looping me in with you saying, yeah.
We predicted our top 3, and of the top 3, we each got one person in that top 3.
Close.
You didn't predict Magimind at all. You didn't say anything about Durian.
I was talking about Magimind back
you
in
didn't say
2020.
That doesn't count. We're talking about yesterday's predictions.
Don't loop me in with you.
All right, if you want to keep option selecting your predictions, since you already threw Tiffany in there, how about adding a little bit more behind that and tell me who you would have cut out for Tiffany?
I would have cut out Mitchell.
Rough. All right.
You asked the question.
Hey, you're the one you're putting Mitchell on blast, all right? Put an asterisk next to that tweet. On that note, I think it's time we take a short little break. And when we come back, we will be bringing you the top 32 of the Mammoth Arcadian. But you don't have to wait too long because you can also go over to twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla and catch some of the other matches that aren't going to make it here on twitch.tv/Brawlhalla. So plenty more Brawlhalla action all over the place. Make sure you have that open in another tab in multi-Twitch, whatever you want to do. But we're going to take a short little break. Stick around.
The Order of the Exalted Lion was a group of great pride and honor, but it was also a group of great power. This great power is what caused the fall of the OEL at the hands, well, claws, of Octavius Mordex, thus throwing the world into chaos. Cast into the fires of Helheim, Diana lost herself in the encroaching chaos and was reborn with a fiery vengeance. Monsters are not born, they are created. Octavius Mordex is a self-made man. The silver and red, the last thing many monsters see. What evil has been summoned behind this new form? Azot. It's Azot. On a razor's edge, the Order called upon this infamous hunter. What side of the coin will he end on? And there was a queen who preyed upon the damned. All manner of arcane artifacts came bursting out of the gates of chaos. They weren't very subtle about their headquarters location. Maybe that's why it fell so easily. The pride of the lion roars across the land, even in defeat. The Exalted Lions return in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Season 4.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the North American Mammoth Arcadian. I'm Tazza. Casting with me is TWK, and normally it would just be us two, but Sparky is so eager to see his predictions fail to Duke that he's joining us too, Sparky. I'm glad to have you.
I barged my way in here. I said I will not leave this desk until you press play, and I held a finger gun towards Toast, and he thought that was real, so I'm here.
Oh, man, all right. You know what? You had some pretty disparate predictions from Duke, and I got to tell you.
I got to look up what disparate means. You can't just throw that at me,
gosh.
dude. This isn't the SATs.
Come on, man.
Different.
It's later
just
in the
say different,
afternoon.
bro.
You're more awake than you were yesterday. Come on.
Just say different.
Oh, jeez. All right.
Go
well,
on, go
as
on, go
different as they were, I'm looking at some of these early results because some of these brackets did start. Some of these matches have been playing through, and you're doing pretty well. You're doing pretty well, dude.
I don't know why you're saying that like you are so surprised. I kind of crushed predictions yesterday. Did very well, despite what some others may tell you.
Yeah, well, so to be a little more specific on what TWK was saying, looking at some of the results earlier on, it looks like Dark Ghoul's already down to Impala 3-1.
We love
So that's
this.
very interesting. But we're going to be able to see a very exciting matchup for me. It's actually so cool how this played out because Remy, a legacy player for sure, but C32 going into the Arcadian. And Mitchell, which Duke and yourself, Sparky, were talking about in the pre-show, was a little bit overshadowed by Anonymous Alex, is seed 1. And so two really great players are going to be going off head-to-head at the very beginning here that happen to be on opposite sides of yours and Duke's predictions. So it's going to be an exciting match to open it up the entire Arcadian with.
I was looking at the bracket for this, and I literally have no clue what is going to happen here. I was talking to some players yesterday, and they were like, yeah, Remy is either going to go like first or 25th. There is no in between. So I'm looking at this, and I don't know. I don't know, man. Remy, at the end of the day, you literally have no clue.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
and
there's a
it's
lot of that history there, because, I mean, just looking at the
Yeah.
stats here, he's got 6 gold medals, 3 silver, 1 bronze. Mitchell, no medals yet, but this season he's been having a much better time than Remy has.
Certainly.
Yeah.
We'll see if that continues today. They are getting into the stage banning here. Character pick wise, Mitchell coming out with the Shovel Knight. That is, of course, a Nash crossover coming in at level 69. Nice. And then the other side, Remy coming in with the classic pick, the level 100 Koji. You've seen it so many times on stream. This is a regular Remy pick. Might see a Hattori swap, might not. It's super normal. I love seeing this Koji right out of the gate.
And he's going to be very at home here on Demon Island. But the thing is that I want to draw your attention to how short these walls are. And with the force that Shovel Knight has, he might be able to spike down Remy, and Mitchell could take some early stocks this set.
Now, I could be remembering a different Nash TWK and Taza, but I'm not sure if Mitchell was the one who was like so nasty on the Nash signatures. I think in the Summer Championship was just finding really good knockouts with him and not getting punished often.
Yeah, that's right.
Ooh, well, we're going to have to see how that plays out here. I'm excited to see Remy on Koji once again. The point about the walls on Demon Island is a pretty good point to make because I think, wow, okay, Mitchell has not been able to land this entire game so far. Finally manages to get back down unarmed and do some extra damage. Well, let's see what Remy's going to be able to do for okay. All right, there's a side sig. Didn't quite knock him out. Remy uses the dash to get
Beautiful
back.
punish, too. He
just
knew he
gone.
would get that full 3-piece string because Remy did the gravity cancel to get back onto stage, meaning his dodge was on cooldown
yeah.
for 3 seconds.
And that's what's so scary about someone who can use, oh my gosh, going for it again, tried to go for the double D-Light. Remy still had a dodge though. That is going to be a nice cleanup right there. But you saw the beginning of that game, Remy was playing very clean. TWK, you mentioned that Mitchell was having a hard time landing, but then all of a sudden he did land. And when someone can use signatures really well against their opponent and can hit them in orange or red and is playing someone like Nash who has a lot of strength, then that's very scary. Remy can play as clean as he wants, but at the end of the day, the second Mitchell hits a sig in red, like Remy's dead. Even if he's able to find these edge guards and clean him up, look at this! Mitchell is adding up so much damage! He is a second stock Samuel here!
Yeah, he is just dancing around Remy right now. That was just a ton of unanswered damage. The side air now putting him up almost a full stock lead. Remy's got to pull some big plays to bring this back in early game 1.
Yeah, and I was wondering, after the second double D-Light missed, because what Mitchell did, he didn't go for it that time. But when he went for the second double D-Light and he lost his stock, he was trying to disrespect Remy, saying, you're not going to dodge out of this. And I like that Remy was able to punish him right away with the bow down air and get the stock afterwards. But ever since then, Mitchell's actually just tightened up his play even more against Remy, and Remy is now at a damage deficit and a whole stock behind in game number 1 here as Mitchell hits him away with the nair and stops stairs him, probably to his doom. Is this going to be the recovery that ends it? No. Remy makes it back. Can he? Oh, no, that's
Oh
it. That's
my,
a 2-stock.
dude! Are you kidding me? Mitchell was unreal on that second stock. Remy's punish game was like slim to none, and that's going to be on both sides of the equation. Like, that's Remy not being able to punish well, and that's Mitchell just playing well, getting in his moves when he's in a safe-er spot. There's no 100% safe spot for anything, but in safe-er spots. So, like, he's throwing out a lot of spear sidelights. Think about in your head how long a spear sidelight is and how easy players can sometimes punish it. Then think about how often Mitchell used it and how many times he wasn't punished.
Yeah, a lot of that was due to just how much on his heels he put Remy. He was catching him out of so many different dodge reads. He knew exactly where he wanted to go, even going so far as to, hey, I hit you with the side light, I'm going to jump and gravity cancel the down light because I know you're going to try and dodge up and out.
Oh,
went for it again.
Work it out again. Yeah. Great. And he does the side light, and then he'll do the chase dodge pivot. He does a slide charge on the neutral stick to be able to get Remy as he's dodging in place or dodging away. Stomp side air, gets the stock. Man, Mitchell's destroying Remy here in games 1 and 2. And unless Mitchell goes for something really greedy again, like the double D-light without waiting for the dodge to be gone, I'm not really certain how quickly Remy's going to be able to take the stock.
Even so, like, think about the things that Mitchell is going for. Like, yeah, he got a little bit of punish there, but now he's, again, getting hits back. So he'll go for these signature options, and it'll take, like, 1 hit. That's changing a little bit as this game is sort of going on. But one thing I'm really excited about watching Mitchell right now, Remy is going to even that up. But if Mitchell moves on past this, I expect him to get very deep in the tournament. You know that from my predictions. But we're slated to see a lot of Mitchell matches, and I'm so happy for that. I love watching Mitchell right now. I missed good Nash play. We don't see it from a lot of players now, and Mitchell is just looking fantastic.
Well, in particularly in North America as well, right? Nash seems to be something that's just represented in a lot of the other regions, but not in NA. So to see Mitchell really being able to take this character and push him to the limits is awesome. And Remy is fighting back now against Mitchell's. I mean, he's poised to get that stop. So you look for him. He's even gravity canceling those stops. He's literally only stopping across the ground. He's like, I know your stock's supposed to be gone here, and Remy's actually punishing him for fishing for it.
Yeah, that's something that I want to touch on is just how much more this stock alone. Remy has been catching him off of the spear side lights, off of the stomps. It's all these big combo stars that Mitchell used to be getting a ton of the damage for. Remy has now turned that around into a stock lead.
You're exactly right, TWK. I mentioned that punish game slim to none. Never mind. Remy has woken up and is finding so many punishes here. Even has the lead. Gets a raw neutral sig there. Throws out another one. Doesn't get punished for it. Still maintains weapon control. Has the bow. Mitchell's unarmed, so he hits a nair, and that's just going to send a little bit up, but not anywhere near off screen and even further away from the blast.
Oh my gosh.
Remy,
Mitchell's spacing is so unreal.
But there's also the note to make that that's the second time I think we've seen in this set where Remy gravity cancels his signature at the edge, where it's like, of course Mitchell's gonna come in and punish you. You don't have your dodge, you just gravity canceled it. Yes, he did space really well around the side stick, but Remy had no option. Whereas if he just landed, maybe he could have gotten out. But great job from Mitchell to be able to take that stock, and the weapon throws to stop Remy from being able to get down with the ground pounds are nice too. Oh, no dodge. Let's see. Can Remy avoid a lot of the attacks that Mitchell's been going for? Now that Remy seems to be playing around Mitchell's sidelights on spear and stomps on hammer, it's looking like it's harder for Mitchell to rack up a lot more damage, and he might have to rely on a sneaky signature here to be able to take the game.
Now we're seeing almost every sidelight that doesn't hit does get punished by Remy. Complete 180 this game. That one almost got punished as well. He almost continued that string going up. Remy seems to have most of the control in this game. Like one more bow nair could do it. If he hits a D-light recovery, maybe even just a raw recovery. Changing that up this time, going for the jump gravity cancel D-light instead of just the sidelight D-light. Hoping to catch Remy maybe high since he has all that strength. Maybe cheek out. Oh, we got the neutral signature, and that was just barely enough to get it. Mitchell is going to take that game.
I would be kicking myself right now if I was Remy. That is not the first time that he had done that read, right? Sidelight and a side charge pivot intake. He's been doing it plenty of times throughout the set, and he was missing a lot of them. Towards the end, we were seeing it. Remy was jumping around the spear sidelights, landing with the bow neutral air, and he was punishing him every single time. At the very end, he was able to get that one read that was able to secure the win and get him a 2-0, but really feeling good about the potential Remy has to take games and potentially even reverse 3-0 this because of how well he's been playing around Mitchell and how slowly it feels like Mitchell has been at changing the reads that he goes after these string starters.
Yeah, it seems like he's got those couple main pieces in his toolbox, right? Where it's the side light, he'll either dash forward to the turnaround neutral signature, or he'll jump into the gravity cancel down light. Now, this is where it gets really scary when he starts hitting the signatures, the gravity cancel stomps, any of those big combo starters. That's where Mitchell really excels.
Oh, man. And now he's been really mixing up the signatures after these landing side airs as well off of the hammer. Went for the scoop, went a little too deep, but Remy can't get any hard punishes off of it. That neutral light almost I'm not so sure how damaged the hammer is here, but I know that Mitchell for sure is very damaged, so that's a jump that's gone. Can Remy get the edge guard? No, he goes all the way back to the sword. Gets the neutral on the landing after missing the downlight. Pretty creative option. Let's see if we can get this stock here, because he doesn't.
Oh, beautiful
nice dodge.
spot dodge from Remy. That is not an easy thing to do. Getting the idea of I need to dodge right now is strong. His reaction time was good, but also knowing exactly when to place it. So he had iframes all the way through that signature. Very good work from Remy. Mitchell not afraid to kind of play on the wall. He was recovering a little bit low, so he didn't get picked up. Eventually, Remy does find the pickup. Remy isn't too far behind here. He is going to have weapon advantage. There is a spawn on the field. Remy has been focusing a pretty good amount on maintaining weapon control and keeping Mitchell disarmed.
Yeah, something that Remy's been doing that's nice is when the weapon spawns, instead of picking it up, if he has the sword, he'll use the neutral stick, Koji's neutral stick in particular, to catch Mitchell either jumping above him or dodging above him so that he can stop him from picking up the weapon and getting some extra damage. That time it didn't work. Mitchell picks up the spear, and it's now fighting back with neutral airs, but a neutral air on the way back down, and Remy now avoiding the weapon throws that Mitchell's been going for coverage, but never mind. He just picks it right back up, throws it again, interrupts the recovery, sidelights, sends him off the top of the stage. Remy now potentially has one last stock in winner's side of the bracket, and that double D-Light Cider is not a great start for him at all, Sparky.
Man,
Mitchell's...
and
ahead,
I'm just getting
TWK?
so nervous because you've been seeing Remy trade back and forth with Mitchell. They're going hit for hit, but the problem is that Nash has so much more strength than Koji does that each of those trades is in favor of Mitchell.
Weapon toss goes out. This is likely going to be the stock gravity cancel side light. It's not going to immediately send down. It's not that sort of like gratifying big hit that's going to throw you right into the blast zone. It's going to be that simple, safe move to just throw it on the edge. But Mitchell is really starting to run away with it, especially towards the end of that. Remy is fighting his way back now, does have Mitchell disarmed. I'm loving Mitchell's variations out of the spear sidelight, though. He has so many. Talk about tools in the toolkit. This is a very big kit. It's a chest. It's not even one that you just carry around with your hand. He ends that one 3-0. Remy just got Mitchelled. That's what I was banking for when I put Mitchell in my top 3 over a player like Remy.
Yeah, I mean, this is what people were expecting from Mitchell going in. This is why he is #1 seed. He's been having a phenomenal 2021 season, and it shows. He was quick with the adaptations. I mean, just his opening gambits alone put him so far ahead in Game 1, and then he was pretty quick to adapt going like halfway through Game 2.
You see the stats on the screen. Go ahead, Taza.
Oh, no, I mean, we were talking about the stats. You can go ahead and talk about them. I didn't see them. Go, Sparky.
They just came up. So you're seeing that 64 light attacks coming out from Mitchell with 48% accuracy. He did throw out 11 signatures, only 18% accuracy, but a lot of them didn't get punished. Maybe like half of them got punished from Remy. So you're seeing a lot more light attacks coming out from Remy, and he only hit 38% of those. So that's a little bit rough coming out from him. You're going to see those damage dealt numbers being a little bit lower from Remy, not just because he was hitting less attacks, but also because he doesn't have a hammer in his hand. So that damage he's doing per attack is like always going to be lower than what Mitchell has coming out of the gate. Extremely clean Nash play. I'm loving it. I can't wait to see more from Mitchell.
Yeah, I mean, the number that I was looking at there mostly was the damage per engagement. Mitchell oftentimes turned them into those 3-piece spear strings. A lot of times he would even continue it further, a lot of those catching neutral airs out of dodges, even just a weapon toss here and there just to add that little bit extra. And that put him up at like 37 average damage per engagement, which is huge.
Yeah, it'll be really exciting to see how Mitchell plays with the rest of the tournament, because I feel like in terms of the earlier parts of the winner's bracket, that matchup for me was like the decider. We were talking about that earlier, right? With Remy being such a wild card, if he beats Mitchell, he might take the entire tournament. But if Mitchell wins that, then that means that Mitchell might make the run all the way into the winners finals and beyond. And we're just gonna have to wait and see as the rest of the bracket shapes up, because the next matchup that we've got coming up is going to be Simba versus Sandwick. And this is exciting because Simba, I know, is also one of those picks that's akin to Remy, where they've been around for a while and they do really well in twos and they have a very storied history, but are we so certain that they're able to do it when it comes to the singles environment? I'm excited to see what happens. What do you think, TWK?
I'm looking for some flashes of brilliance from Simba. That's always been a hallmark of any tournament that he enters in. If he's on, he looks nigh unstoppable. Now, the trouble here is, though, that you've got a player like Sandwick, who, again, has been around in the community for a very long time, but he always strikes me as a bit more of a lab monster. You know, he's always in there, just in the Discords, just kind of theory crafting around what might actually seem to be good, and just kind of a lot of offhand situations that most players don't really think about. So if those do happen to pop up in a match, Sandwick can capitalize on them incredibly well.
I think you're right calling him like a lab monster or definitely a rank monster as well. I'm looking at some of the stats from Sandwick for this season. First of all, he's in the Get Well Santi clan. Santi was recently in a car accident, so we wish you the best for your recovery, Santi. Everybody here is rooting for you, brother. And then Sandwick coming in with 2,600 hours, and that's in-game hours. That's Brawlhalla hours that he's actually spending in the games themselves that are awarding experience to the player. So again, this isn't just I'm going to log on Brawlhalla and then I'm going to go to work or go to school so that it looks like I'm playing the game all the time. Homie is grinding. He's level 100. You see the Bodvar is level 88, extremely high level on that one. That is his highest leveled legend. You also do see the Sentinel on screen for the stats. That is his second highest leveled legend at level 69. So definitely a lot of hammer play coming out from Sandwick.
Well, we got to see how much the hammer was worth in that last matchup with the Nash. Now, Sandwick, it looks like locking in on a Bodvar, so it's going to be sword and hammer. A lot of stability available there, but also I'm looking for those big hammer combos, the stomps into side airs for maximum damage.
All right, and we're opening up into game number 1 with Sandwick immediately picking up a hammer, stomping and down airing him into the sky, naring him as well, and Simba fighting back with the sword. Oh, going off stage immediately and tries to down air side arm to the left, but they managed to equalize damage a little bit, but with Simba throwing that weapon away, that could be bad for him as that stomp air comes through, and oh no, there's no dodge. There's no dodge. Ah, doesn't get the
Whoa!
What are you doing, Sandwick?
Oh my! Oh no! What just happened? What a weird first stock. First of all, Sandwick originally picked up a weapon and started doing damage, and then all of a sudden that edgeguard situation on the left side started, and Sandwick just straight up didn't throw out an attack even though they were close to one another, and then whatever just happened on the right side. I don't know if that's misplay. I don't know if it's tournament nerves. I don't know if it's him pressing buttons that are different. I don't know if it's connection issues, but definitely a very shaky start for Sandwick. Kind of looking like a shaky game actually for both of these players so far, TWK, even though Simba is in the lead.
Yeah, I have to imagine what was going on there was Sandwick was looking to dip below Simba and go for that hammer recovery, pluck him off the wall, send him down below, take the stock. But there might have been just a little bit of a misinput, hitting the heavy attack a little too soon, and it ended up getting the ground pound.
Oh man, Simba's been doing some. I feel like 80% of Simba's damage this game has been unarmed. He has been going crazy with it. If he gets the sword, he does a sidelight. He'll do like a dash forward weapon. Oh, okay, that was that.
Actually, same frame inputs.
What is Simba is playing so strange right now. I don't know what is going through his mind. The translation of brain to hand. I legitimately don't know what's going on. Like he's playing like he's feeling something, but like I don't know if it's a good way or a bad way.
I mean, he's feeling something, man.
That one was
on
certainly
point.
swaggy. You're seeing him shuffle across the stage, but Tazza, this is a weird game.
Yeah, it's played out pretty strangely. Simba is definitely taking advantage of the stock lead that he was given, and he doesn't need Sandwick to continue ground pounding to his demise to continue taking the lead as that side sig worked out. The gravity cancel sidelight right underneath the platform. Tries to go up for a side air, doesn't fast fall, it gets neutralized away. Sandwick is taking a damage lead, but he's still down a stock, and that was actually a really great weapon throw. Picks it back up, gets to do that recovery, almost takes Simba off the top, and Simba's fighting back. And TWK, it's looking like it's going to be a pretty good game for Simba here because Sandwick, just after losing that stock, really hasn't done anything to make me think that he's going to have an explosive comeback.
Oh my gosh, especially when he gets sent off the side right there. He got scared away. Simba had the coverage with that gravity cancel side heavy, and just no way to make it back. So Simba definitely turned it on there through the second stock, took complete control of the stage and just the damage gap.
Ice Pingu even came into the in-game chat and said, Sandwick, are you lagging? And Sandwick straight up said, No. And I think you said, sure looks like it.
Oh, why?
Spray away. Oh, no.
It's true, though. Like, that's what it
That's
looks
toxic.
like, TWK.
That's toxic. Oh, my gosh.
Well-
All right. No legend changes. They're going to be running this right back. It's still, oh, my gosh. But the map change, we're on Small Brawlhaven, boys.
Yeah. There's going to be some weirdness happening here. Okay, they've got that frame perfect side airs, downlights just hitting each other at the exact same time, getting the perfect knockback from the clashes. Simba throwing away the sword after 2 clean hits as per usual. And okay, D-line the side air doesn't quite hit. And he, right. No, he doesn't want it. He doesn't want it, Sparky. He doesn't want the weapon.
You know,
I mean,
I'm kinda
you said
okay with
last
that.
game. You said last game that Simba was fighting unarmed constantly to great effect. So
Yeah.
obviously.
So, like, you're seeing what Simba is doing right now, especially with the unarmed kit. Like, one, it's working. Like, his spacing and his movement are all looking really good. As the tournament goes on, I don't think he's going to be able to get away with as many things as he is getting away with right now. So if he can rein that back in, like, I'm looking at this game, and Simba's winning today.
Simba downlighting in the wrong direction. This has been a classic thing. Simba throws the weapon straight down, and then he doesn't pick it up again. Okay, that's good. Got the neutral stick onto Sandwick, sends him off the top of the stage. Looking pretty good, and now holding onto the bow. And he's just trying to make his opponent uncomfortable, right? He's being unsettling the way that he's playing. Now, that time he picks up the bow. I wasn't expecting that, right? I thought he was just going to throw it away. Downline and neutral light hits, and Sandwick gets to do that recovery back and evens up the game.
Yeah, that's what we want to see, those quick turnaround knockouts before the damage gap can really build in either player's favor. So they're keeping this neck and neck, and it's sabers at dawn.
So now, even though Simba's kind of getting a little swaggy on it here, Sandwick is keeping this even. I don't want to do Sandwick too dirty here, even though it seems like Simba is going for a lot of really reckless things, and that's kind of the only reason Sandwick is keeping it as close as it is, but, like, he's doing that well. So I want to give him praise for that. Also, like, he's a 2,400 ELO player as he takes that stock.
That was
so
nasty.
don't sleep on Sandwick.
The setup with the weapon toss as well to be able to stomp Sam into it, and it knocks it back down. And Sandwick was in position for the neutral sig right afterwards, which I don't think it was like perfectly comboed, but it was crazy enough that Simba didn't know what the heck to do. And now Sandwick is trying to get that early knockout with that down signature, trying to spike Simba off the left side of the stage. As Simba doesn't have a free stock to play with this game.
Yeah, Simba was able to get away with things in the first game. That's not really happening here. Sandwick is doing a much better job of dealing with that. Great adaptation from him.
Man, so they've been attacking at the same time. There they just dodged at the same time. Nobody can blink in this matchup. We're now down to final stocks.
Oh no. It's tense. It's tense because I absolutely have no idea what to expect. Okay, weapon toss to the neutral light from Simba. Works out pretty well there. Sidelight dashes forward. Dodges in place. Gets the recovery. Sandwick, however, interrupts the momentum that Simba had. Gets the scoop. Picks up the sword. Almost hits him into the falling hammer. And Simba dive kicks his way in to get a little bit more damage. But sword sidelight's so good at punishing spot dodges that Simba's now at a point where Stomp Cider, I think, will end it. Oh, it almost did.
Oh, but that
that
weapon toss will definitely seal the deal. Sandwick on the board. The set is now tied 1-1. This is a best of 5, so you need 3 games to win and move on.
Simba uses his in-air dodge so much, and it scares me every single time he does it.
Yeah. And much to his advantage, a lot of the times they weren't getting that punished, and he was able to get like recoveries. But other times we saw the sword sidelight catching it, and then knowing that that dodge was down for 3 seconds, Sandwick could just run away with it. So here we go to game number 3, 1-1. Sandwick didn't have such a great time with the right side of Mammoth Fortress last time, but if he cleans that up going into game 3, I think he's got a really solid chance of 3-1ing Simba at this rate, unless Simba really changes how he's playing.
So now the main difference here is going to be the knockouts. They're not going to come quite as early. A lot of those signatures that Sandwick hit, you know, that massive bear read that he had, it might not knock out here at the ranges that it did. So he's going to have to put on a little bit more damage, and I think Simba usually ends up having a little bit more control of the neutral game and just higher average damage per engagement.
Oh, charging that one up. Didn't quite have enough range on it. He is over on the wall. There is a weapon spawn on the stage. We'll see if either player makes movement towards it. Of course, Simba is more than willing to disarm himself with a weapon toss and then pick that weapon up. now has the sword in his hand. Sandwick immediately goes over and grabs the hammer. D-Light recovery, not enough to take out first stock. I believe if he hits it on the right side of the stage, a stomp side air could be the KO option from Sandwick onto Simba.
Ooh. Oh, stomp down air. Not confident that stomp air was going to knock out. Went for the top of the stage instead. That didn't work out, but it gave him an opportunity to find another one, and that will take him off the top. Sandwick making sure that the weapon spawns as delayed as possible. And wow, that neutral sig, it's seen better days. It's seen better days for sure. Simba's not able to take him off the top just yet, and that means he's going to work a lot harder for the stock. And Sandwick with the double headlight.
Ooh.
Already got as much extra credit as he needs to have a solid lead by the time that he ends up losing this stock.
You know, I do kind of like how he retreated all the way off stage, putting as much distance between himself and Sandwick as he could, because he had just gravity canceled. His dodge was not coming back anytime soon. So just kind of avoiding any situation was a very safe call.
Trying to play with the spacing here from Simba, staying far away and then all of a sudden going in. Finding some good damage here. There, he's going to get punished. Again, using his dodge in the air. That time it was for a gravity cancel rather than just movement, but immediately punished by Sandwick. Simba is just all over the place. He's about to give me an anxiety attack with all of the just jittery movements he's doing. He like always has to be doing something. And I think that's largely to his detriment as this set is going on.
Yeah, it's odd to say like I feel like Simba's rushing, like that's what it feels like when he's moving around on the stage. Like he's just trying to act as quickly as he can to do something, and it's not unnerving Sandwick. Sandwick has in fact dealt with it quite well, been holding his ground and hitting Simba away every time Simba tries to go for some really huge read. Like the gravity cancel downlight on Sword was predicting a jump, but Sandwick's in place, got a punish with the end light. That time he's getting a nair as Simba is just trying to throw the weapon down and get in. And that might mean that Simba might resort to just kicking him and punching him unarmed again, and it's just not working. Sandwick is about to take a stock lead once again.
Oh man, that dash jump down air, scooping him up off the top. Sandwick has used that now twice for these knockouts in this game alone. Once to beat out the bow down light, and once there to get him right over the corner.
I don't know if Simba is in a Jason Statham in Crank type situation where, like, if his APM, his actions per minute, go below a certain number, then he explodes or something. But he's still keeping him up, except he's behind. He is going to even this one up right here. But I think you're exactly right. It does feel like he's rushing. And right now, I feel like J.K. Simmons in Whiplash, and he's the drummer guy, except he's not dragging and rushing. He's just rushing, and I'm about to throw a cymbal at his head.
That's a dangerous situation, and I'm just looking at Koji's hat, and I'm just like, yeah, that is kind of symbol-shaped. It might happen.
Sorry, I'm recovering from Sparky here. Okay, so Simba picks up the bow, and just throws it right away. Again, of course, he's just rushing so much this game that he can't even hold a weapon in his hands. He just flies straight out. He picks up the sword once again, stomp sider. Can he make it back to the stage in time, or is Sandwick going to take the 2-1 lead here in the set as that side stick comes down? Oh, man, Simba. Oh, he does a dash jump, and he pivots. He pivots the gravity cancel down light. That's nice. He's gotten a lot of success off of that string, where just the weapon throw pickup, and that down. Okay, that down
see that, dude? You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do the.
Is it making you nervous, Sparky? Are you sweating a little?
It is, and I am.
Oh man, but Simba's bringing it back. Down light, neutral. He gets the weapon out of his hands. All right, if he picks this up, down sig, neutral sig, I think either one would take Sandwick out.
Oh my gosh.
But that's the one I didn't mention. The side sig sends Sandwick straight up the right side of the stage. And he takes the lead in the set 2-1, despite what felt like was at a huge deficit the entire game.
Man, it looked like the main turning point here was how much respect Sandwick gave Simba off stage. A lot of times where he knocked him away, he had setups where he could have actually pressured and maybe taken the stock a little bit early. Sandwick was happy to just sit on the corner, let him come back. He's like, all right, I'm going to defend this corner. I'm going to try and get him as he comes up. And that just gave Simba the open door to really just take that game.
I think giving Simba as much respect as Sandwick is definitely helping him out here throughout, except towards the end of last game. Oh my goodness. Putting out a lot of damage very early on in this game. Completely controlling it. Nice interruption there of the recovery. It is going to be sword v sword. Now you see Sandwick backing up a little bit, that's actually going to clash out there. But I think towards the end of last game, that is where tournament nerves could come in for Sandwick, because Simba has been in those high-pressure situations. Maybe not recently late in brackets, but still, he has so much experience, and I think that is going to be a big thing for the end game of each individual Brawlhalla game. I think that definitely favors Simba. He's going to dare into the wall. Sandwick going to prioritize the weapon, even grabs the second one. That's going to keep Simba weapon starved.
I have seen more fully charged standing weapon throws in this set than I think I've seen in Brawlhalla in like years. As you're talking, Simba just stood on the corner and he charged up as hard as he could to throw that weapon at neutral, and it didn't work out for him. He lost that stock, but man, oh, that spot dodge, just barely avoiding getting hit by the neutral light from Sandwick. Simba's down a stock again. Bo picked up down here, comes through. Can he get the second one? He does not. Sandwick recovers high, touches the stage, but the weapon throw doesn't stop him from getting Sared, and Simba with the gravity canceled down, Sig. Is he going to take the stock here off of Sandwick?
Oh, no. Sandwick threads the needle and ended up getting back onto stage.
Kind of a weak edge guard coming out from Simba. That was going to be everything burned from Sandwick to get back. Simba could have waited it a little bit more, and I think he would have been okay, but who knows? Jason Statham might have exploded after that.
I mean, we just saw Simba stand still for the longest time in his entire life right there. He stood at the corner of Mammoth Fortress waiting for Sandwick to do something, and then started playing again. Let's see if he's able to get a lot of these downlights. Falling side air, downlight, neutral air. Okay, Simba getting a lot of hits on the bow here against Sandwick, but that gravity cancel downlight side air will put Simba on the edge and give Sandwick that edge guard that he likes, as you were mentioning earlier, TWK. Stay on the corner, edge guard him, get all that extra damage, and keep the lead going.
Yeah, you know what? And also, I'm watching Simba more, and it's just that crank analogy is so on point, and I'm just thinking he plays ones like he's fighting a 2v1.
Straight up.
I mean, he's such a doubles player, but you know,
That's
this
true.
movement, it's such a hit and run where there's only one target.
I do want to make a quick correction, though. In Crank, Jason Statham is actually poisoned. There is not like a bomb on him in any way, so I did want to make that correction.
All right, well, I guess we're like Attack on Titan is the flesh mecha, Crank is the flesh speed.
Yes.
Except it's not a bus that you need to keep going, it's yourself.
All right, TWK Sparky, does Simba bring this back? Does he take it 3-1? We've seen him in this position before, but Sandwick is doing a lot of great damage here, but you were talking about the tournament nerves thing, where even though a lot of it is in 2v2s, Simba's got this experience where he's playing at the point where there's one stock, last stock situation in Sandwick's case for winner's side. Is that prowess, is that experience from Pro Series and other sources of tournaments that Simba's been going to come in and top here, because Sandwick's getting the hits in.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, big
This is the time. Oh man.
Possibility of a Game 5 situation coming in. Sandwick trying to do his best. You're seeing the stomps come out. The stomp had him in orange. The side air put him in red. So not quite going to be the KO option yet. I think even a D-Light recovery on sword will not KO yet. But he's back to the hammer. Swaps out. You know, he's ready for that KO consistency.
Oh, man.
Simba's staying on the left side. Doing the movement on the soft platform. Weapon toss goes in. He's going to have to do a lot of damage. Only has Sandwick in the yellow.
He didn't have to do that dash. He didn't have to do that dash back on the platform.
He didn't have to do like 80% of the movements that he's doing in this game.
It's so anxiety. There we go. Okay.
Game 5 situation, ladies and gentlemen. Sandwick, he's loving this.
It was getting pretty close there at the end, though. Simba was getting a ton of unanswered damage. Sandwick just believes in that game plan of, I'm going to guard this corner as soon as he tries to come back up on stage. And that's where Simba's able to get some of those needling hits in.
Now, we did see for just a second the lock-in of Hattori from Simba. So he's going to swap onto possibly an even quicker character. But now we have the stats. Tell me about these stats, Tazza.
Tell you about these stats. Well, I can tell you right now that Sandwick has not been hitting a lot of the signatures that he's been putting out, but it doesn't really matter because I feel like 90% of his game plan is with hammers. You were talking about before, right? Sentinel and Bodvar both having very hammer-focused playstyles with both of those legends. We've only been seeing the Bodvar, but it's like stomp side air 50% of the time, and the other time is falling theirs. Just trying to get as much heavy-hitting damage onto Simba as possible. And you're right. It has been switched over to the Hattori here, but much to my surprise, it's not in the movement speed stance, right? We're not going up to 9 movement speed. We're actually dipping out of it, going down to 7, so that you can have a little bit more defense to survive against the hammer hits from Sandwick as possible.
Yeah, I'm
And-
not too surprised to see that switch over to the defense. Also, small Brawlhaven is banned out. He's looking to bring this one the full distance and needs to survive those stomp side airs.
Yeah, we're seeing 2 maps left for choice that we have not gone to yet, Apocalypse and Crystal Temple, and we're going to Apocalypse. I can't get the egg soup tweet where he had the Among Us man in the bottom out of my head, dude.
Why?
Brawlhalla is literally cursed. It's like, how much does it cost?
It's right
to, like,
there, I see it!
Can we retool? Can we change that? Like, I'll fund it. I'll pay for it. I don't care. Whatever it costs in artist time and cost to patch, like, I'll cover it.
I'm really glad that I don't see it, and I'm not going to try to see it. I didn't see the tweet, and I'm not going to ever look at it, I think.
Oh, you'll see it. Just look in the bottom of the screen.
No, I'm not looking at the bottom of the
It's
screen.
sort of like at like
Good.
4 or 5 o'clock.
No.
Once the screen
You know
backs
what?
up.
No, Sparky,
No.
you and I, we're already tainted. We need to keep Taza pure.
Do you
Look,
see it?
as long
It's
as I
on the
can't
right
see it, nobody
at the
else
bottom
can
of
see
the
it. No,
lava
I'm
river.
not looking, Sparky. I'm watching this match, okay? It's Simba versus Sandwick. You can't get me to acknowledge this. It's an even game so far. This is game 5, okay? We have more important things to talk about than Among Us.
Well, I would disagree on that, but
What? Where's Duke when I need him? I need to
yeah,
get Duke.
you're happy that I'm here, and then all of a sudden I'm sure your opinion has changed over time, if not very quickly. But this game is so
Drastically.
even so far. Look at it. We're a minute in, and both players are only orange. So this is certainly slower.
my gosh.
Gonna get it here.
That was
Not
so
quite the
much
start,
damage.
though.
The side light opener immediately into another one, expecting him to go down, and converts into a full 3-piece afterwards. That's huge.
I
Oh
thought Simba
no!
was going to get the edge guard there, but he pulled out a Sandwick ground pound and didn't hit him. And so now Sandwick gets the edge guard instead. And he's got a lead. We had a short one. That recovery almost takes him off the top. Deal that recovery from
Oh
Sword.
my
Oh,
god!
man.
Oh my god! There's the lab monster in Sandwick.
What? Off of one stuff recovery as well. Now Simba's like trying to get his bearings on the edge there. He takes 4 or 5 jumps, goes, okay, all right. Inhale, exhale, deal that recovery, even game. But that was a good 5 hits on the hammer that Simba was probably not looking to take. And now we've got ourselves a 2-stock for 2 situation.
Simba, again, just happy to fight on arms. Sandwick happy to guard the corner. It's been just kind of the story of this set. And the fact that we're pushed all the way here to Game 5, I don't know. Are they going to keep ramming their heads against the wall against each other? Or is there going to be that quick surprise changeup, like Sandwick going for a dash jump ground pound somewhere?
I swear, Simba gets hit, and then he just presses the W key. Or he'll, like, dodge back in so many times. And he's
What
just
is the
getting
W
punished
key
by
doing this?
Sandwick.
What's the
Okay,
W
well,
key?
you know what I mean.
Sparky
Like,
didn't
look-
split his up and jump key.
You know what I mean.
What is the? You say he's aiming his weapon up? Hold on, explain.
No, he's
He's
saying he's
running
jumping.
forward. No, he's running forward.
On
into
W?
it.
on W.
What are
not
your
in-
keybinds,
Not in
man?
Brawlhalla, in like every other video game on the planet. You have played a video game that's not Brawlhalla.
What do you? Okay, Simba's down to his last stock.
The desk has
Sam.
turned against me.
The thing is, TWK was defending you until you explained it that way. I didn't even think you were thinking of that. I thought you were talking about jumping. Okay, it's fine. Nobody puts jump on W forward. What is okay.
Sparky, this is your intervention. We all love you. We're here for you.
I'm not feeling the love.
All right, Sandwick hasn't done too much damage to Simba just yet. And Simba got hit by a weapon throw, but that's just about it. Stomps and downers aren't even happening just yet. And the lab monster for Sandwick can't pop off. Simba just has to get in with maybe a side light. Okay, deal that recovery from that angle is not going to do it. But the next one, if he catches with the gravity cancel, definitely will. And then we'll have a really close Game 5 last stock situation on our hands. Let's just see if we can do it. Simba's been doing so good maneuvering around every attack so far at TWK.
Yeah, this is where Simba's going to be looking for those side light reads. Oh, even just the falling side air, almost enough to do it from clear across the stage. The sword neutral light, that's going to finally clean it up. And there's not a huge damage gap here. Simba, off of one spear read, could take the lead.
Oh, no.
Simba
I
has
saw it.
full weapon
Oh,
control.
Taza.
Taza has been
I saw
cursed by the Among Us man on
I hate you,
Apocalypse.
Sparky. I hate you. It's
The side light.
really-
Oh, he picked that one up!
Yo!
I can't believe he picked up that D-light in like the final frames of it.
Oh, he throws the weapon away. Oh, he doesn't go to pick it up. He was so focused on doing cool things on the platform They did pick up the weapon, and that Sandwick is denying him even further. Has the sword, however, so I don't think Simba's too concerned. He's just sitting on that platform. He knows it's not going to go down. It's a little bit more reliable than Mammoth Fortress, and that weapon throw in the downline sider will give Simba such a small lead. Weapon throw pick up once again, but he can't get the sidelight afterwards, and he's not doing any of those cool Mitchell things that he was doing on Nash. Oh, man, that weapon's gone again.
Yeah, this is going to be just such the slow march forward. They both have their game plans, and it's just who is going to manage to win out these neutral exchanges. Right now, nothing's getting turned into too much.
Oh, my gosh, dude. Is Simba going to lose this game? I'm going to be so disappointed.
Oh, man. Sandwick is one queen side. Okay, oh, that's it.
You're kidding, dude.
What?
Simba, you gotta calm down, brother. You gotta calm down, because Sandwick was there every time to punish you. Stop pressing the W key.
Oh my god, Sparky, you can't just rail that in. It doesn't work. It's a platform fighter. You can't. The W.
Yeah, but we're all gamers here, brother. We've all played other games. We're gamers.
Forward is relative to your position on the map. There's just left and right. You can't use the word forward in this. You hit it with a forward air.
Chat, 1. Everyone press 1 in chat if you understood what I meant by W key. It's crazy. It is a wall of 1s right now. I don't even know what a 2 looks like.
You didn't even wait. You didn't even wait for the delay. You
what
didn't
is
wait for the
stream
delay?
We're getting bamboozled here.
I don't even have Twitch chat open. What am I going to do? Look at Twitch chat? No way. I'll never do that.
Congratulations, Sandwick. That was a great performance. And it was off of Game 1 where he did some crazy ground pound. And Ice Pingu flamed him in chat. Shame on you, Ice Pingu, for Sparky bringing that up. But you know what? He powered through it, and he won the game anyways. Really well played, and Simba, a little too frantic. A little too frantic for Sparky's taste, at least, and for mine. It was pretty anxiety-inducing. But you know what? We'll probably see more of Simba later on throughout the day. And let me tell you something, Sparky. Duke's predictions are not looking good.
Oh, we love it.
They're looking
we love it. Tell me the details. I want to hear the details. Other than Remy. Of course, we saw Remy.
Well, go ahead and take a look at the bracket, TWK. We were talking about it a little bit earlier on. I mean, Sandwick with that 3-2 over Simba's looking great.
Yep.
But what was
I'm looking at
Impala.
Impala
Dark
3-1ing Dark Ghoul.
That's
because Sparky had Impala picked. Duke had Dark Ghoul picked. They were fighting each other first round. We were going to find out real quick whether Duke or Sparky was favored. Sparky, you got this one, my man. And that's actually the match we see coming up next is Jay versus Impala.
Ooh, I'm looking forward to that one. We haven't seen Impala play yet today. So an interesting thing here is, man, Tiffany's making a run, and that is making me a little bit angry that Tiffany literally said, do not put me in your top 3. So that's a little bit frustrating. But Jay versus Impala I think is going to be interesting. I heard a couple people mention that Jay would do well today. Also, don't be confused that Jay is Jade, because there are 2 Jays. One of them is followed by a D after that, as in like Jade, the little like green gem or whatever. So this one is J, no D, just Jay, like a blue jay. Of course, also in the Get Well Santee clan, everybody wishing the best. Impala as well in the Get Well Santee clan himself. We're going to have an interesting matchup here. We are seeing the Kaya coming out from Impala and the Fen coming out from Jay.
Ooh, this is just... I think they're going to end up doing just about equal damage to each other, just because Finn has high strength, low defense, and Kaya the exact opposite, lower strength and high defense.
Yeah, well, it's also... I give a little bit of an edge to Jala anytime I see Small Brawlhaven, just because side sig both weapons. It's not only such high force, but it travels with your opponent as you're hitting them, so you can bring them to the edge of the stage, even if you're already there. But Jay picking up the axe, 2 quick siders in a row, but Impala's already got the bulk of the damage, and they're one solid. I mean, that neutral sig almost took Jay off the top. That was pretty great. But Jay's fighting back. Weapon throw after the neutral light, sidelight in air. Okay, that sider could have potentially ended that stock even this early on. I gotta remember though, Kaya's actually a tankier legend. I have to remind myself every time that I see Kaya that they actually have a lot of defense.
I'm just still in awe that Jay has been beating out or perfectly maneuvering around every single signature that Impala has put out. He got over the neutral signature. He even got over and around the side signature. Any of these big attacks that Impala's looking to clean up the stock with, Jay is just beating them out.
So character level wise, looking at these, nice.
no. Commentator's
Gets that
curse, I'm so
signature
sorry.
to KO off the top. Gonna have choice of weapons, but Impala is coming in with a level 100 Kaya, and Jay is coming in with just a level 18. Oh, yo, is he gonna get the edge guard here? That's nice.
Oh my
yo,
gosh.
I think he got it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's why we put Impala top 3. Yes, sir. But character level wise,
wow.
a level 18 Jala, not very high. But there is a Rayman from Jay that is level 53. So still, I don't know if this is maybe just like a really new player or if it is like a PS4 player who spent a lot of time on PS4, and then this is like the PC account once they got a PC.
Just a tangent. That edge guard from Impala on Bo is so incredibly hard to execute on because you have to basically rip away every single one of their jump options each time, and they were able to do it with a ground pound down air. Ground pound, great play from them to be able to do that to secure a 3-stock to 1 lead. Just absolutely crazy so far. And the neutral ended into the slide charge down. Sig really putting the hurt on a Jay here is going to almost definitely become a 2-stock here in game number 1.
Yeah, it's like once you pop, you don't stop. Impala got that first knockout and then really stepped on the gas. Has not let up since. I mean, that bow edgeguard took all of about like 5 seconds after he respawned. And now Impala almost took Jay off the side. And looking like it's all going to just take one more signature to do it.
Jay is playing extremely well right now, has a lot of momentum on the sword, is punishing a lot of what Impala, until that came out, was punishing a lot of what Impala had. And I was seeing the sword in Jay's hand, and I was like, okay, I don't know if that's the right weapon for Jay right now, because you aren't going to see those big chunking axe hits that Jay might have been initially finding. But man, the sword was looking fantastic coming out from Jay. I really liked it towards the end of that game. Unfortunately, Jay was just too far behind. Look at this edge guard. The amount of like precision and things for you that have to go right and things for your opponent that have to go wrong for you to get an edge guard in yellow. It's extremely difficult.
68
dude,
average
holy
damage
cow.
per engagement? What? Excuse me?
That's very, very high. And considering that, I mean, I guess you've got the lowish defense of Finn to credit there, but Jay is considered to play a different legend, and now they're on Asuri, having the sword, which Sparky, you said they were playing with very well. Has the axe gone now with the guitars on instead, and Impala is going to be continuing with the Kaya here in game number 2, as Jay's having a much stronger start in this game than they did in game number 1.
Yeah, this is also the more stable map. I know I always get so nervous anytime that there's like small Brawlhaven in the mix. So I agree with the legend change. I agree with the map change. I just hope this works out for Jay.
Now he is playing, again, a kind of lower leveled legend, level 25 on the Asuri. His highest guitar legend is going to be Ember at level 27, so not really too much higher than the legend he's currently playing right now, but who cares about how good his guitars are, because his sword is really stepping it up this game.
Yeah, doing a ton of work, built all the damage, got Impala into the red, and that's nothing to sneeze at, because Kaya is like a 7 defense legend. So that's a lot to cut through. Each of your hits is going to be doing a little less damage than usual.
Oh, very surprised they didn't go for the recovery after that nair. They really baited out something from Jay, but Jay just went high, went back low. They went for the pivot neutral stick, looking a little bit like Nash right there. But that's a different spear legend. Okay, why?
Oh, wow.
You know what? Slide charge pivot all of your signatures. Why not? I do the same thing. I can't blame him for it. It feels like you're more technical when you do it, Sparky.
Yeah, you feel like the better player there. You're doing the harder move. It looks cooler. Sometimes it doesn't work, but
using that W key. Using the W key.
Except it's
Obviously.
actually
Yeah,
not
just
using the
hold
W
W.
key because you're going the other direction. Except nobody says S key. It's always referred to as the W key.
You hold the W key.
Oh my
so that
gosh!
you can do the neutral signature while pivoting and not accidentally get a side signature. Prioritize. Anyways.
I just can't believe Jay actually hit that signature. He was out of options. That was the last possible thing that he could do. Not only did he use it to get back to the stage, but almost turned around an edge guard onto Impala. That's going to stick in Impala's mind, especially since he's sitting down a stock right now.
Look how Jay is playing extremely slow, not going to get caught in the options that Impala is throwing out. And after seeing game 1, I was feeling good. That is not the case about my pick of Impala after seeing what Jay is doing right now.
Oh, weapon throw of the die. I think that was just it. Wow. Okay. That would have been an incredible stock if Jay was fresh on their second stock. But still great that Impala was able to take it at all. Because Jay has just been running away for game number 2 ever since they switched over to the Asuri, and Impala has been having a lot of trouble getting anything going. I highly doubt they'll have anything close to that last damage per engagement statistic that they had in the game 1 at this point.
Oh, man.
Ooh,
Oh,
whoa,
yeah,
whoa.
that's where it gets so dangerous. When you're fighting up in the air, Top Gun status, and it's just, you're that close to the knockout line. Any little stray hit could do it.
Now, keep in mind, even though I put Impala in my top 3, Jay winning here is certainly not an upset. Jay coming in PR 49 compared to Impala's PR 57. So there is a gap between these two players, at least in PR.
Oh, man. Okay, Jay recovering back up. Low on jumps, has to dodge straight up just to avoid a potential downlight from Impala, and they succeed. Oh, and they're just sidelighting through, getting every little bit of extra credit that they can. Neutral comes through. Weapon throws from Impala aren't succeeding. I'm surprised I didn't see a downer or a ground pound there, but Jay just continues tacking on the damage. And TWK Impala is looking like they're on the verge of getting two-stock themselves after what happened to game number 1.
Yeah, they're going to have to find some huge signature. They went for it right there with the side signature, but man, they just ended up getting punished and disarmed. Now, over onto the bow, this is where we've seen Impala do most of their work.
Yeah, Impala almost looks like clueless on what to do against Jay when the spear is in their hand. Like, you're seeing the footsies back and forth, and Impala might be able to be like, okay, well, I have the range advantage. My side air is going to go further. My neutral light is going to be a lot of distance between us, but has no way of getting in, no way of getting through Jay's movement. Jay's also playing spacing really well when he has sword in his hands. His guitars are amazing as well. That signature didn't initially get punished, but now that Impala has the bow, that's where we're seeing things change. You nailed it, TWK.
And I mean, Impala's hit like 5 or 6 clean sidelights on the bow so far. The very last one ended up leading into a downlight neutral light, and now Impala with that neutral light is one end-sig away from stealing this game 2 away from Jay, who has been almost in an entire stock lead the entire time. Oh, that was almost it.
He's got to deal with Jay's sword, though. I am worried about it. Nice delay recovery, not going to be enough yet. Going to be able to swap that weapon. Now, I don't know if that's just Impala not wanting to get disarmed because the bow might have more damage on it. Now Impala, oh no, that's a punish, it's it! That's not it! I lied!
7 defense. Oh no, they can't get hit by another one of those. They know downlight, this is it. I don't even think they need a downlight. I think the recovery would just be enough here at this point. And Impala's just like, I want that weapon. Oh, they kicked through. They missed the recovery, picks him up and takes him off the top, and Jay secures the win for game number 2, bringing it to a 1-1. As we're going straight into stage striking right afterwards. Both players don't even want to take a break after that one. What a great game from Jay, and a great adaptation, switching over from the Finn to the Asuri.
Yeah, I understand Impala wanting to get right back into this, just because, you know, he's got the longer history as far as tournament matches go and PR and everything, but Jay doesn't want to lose this momentum. So he's looking to carry this over. You know, he's got to be feeling good off of the win. He had control for most of that game, even if it got a little bit dicey at the end there. So you just want to keep your spirits high all the way through the set.
Now we are moving on to a new map. It's going to be the Crystal Temple. You just saw the stats that came up, and I do want to point out, even though they aren't on your screen real quick, the difference between Game 1 and Game 2. In Game 1, the average damage per engagement was Jay with 41, Impala with 68. Game 2 was Jay with 29, and Impala with 27. So a major drop between the two, and I think that's evident based on how the game slowed down. So each quote-unquote engagement didn't extend for as long because it was like 1 or 2 hits, and then they would back up and reset.
Yeah, a lot more time to breathe between those neutral interactions.
Ooh, sidelights are not working out for Impala. That one misses out. Jay gets the punish. Goes for the downlight. Okay, nice snare. No recovery in hand. Man, Jay does a lot of these recoveries where they use literally everything that they possibly can, and they fall back to the stage with sweat beats, but they're not getting punished for it. Impala has been missing on a lot of those straight dodge ups that Jay likes to do. But okay.
Wow.
What a read. My goodness.
I'm going to have to see the replay on that. Was the dodge burn?
I'm not sure.
I didn't think it was. It could have been. I will be happy to look at that on a replay to see if it actually was. That was. If it's not, that's a very bold move for Impala to go for, rather than going for like the side air to set up the edge guard situation or the recovery to then maybe punish the landing of Jay, if not kill outright off the top.
Man, they've been dancing
nice
around each other for so long. Not many hits coming out from it, but just the tension building.
Ooh, the bottom side of that nair ended up hitting Impala, interrupting that ground pound with the recovery. An interesting thing, we're seeing Impala focusing a lot on bow here on this second stock of Jay, even though there was a weapon spawn. Completely different than the beginning of the game, where there was a weapon spawn and Impala wanted to stay on the spear.
Oh, man, big catch. Viper coming out. That down signature just blasting Impala away.
Oh, but Impala doesn't care. Recovering a nair right away off that new stock, and then Jade just cuts them up several nairs of their own, bringing them into yellow, trying to get that the damage differential a lot less than that downlight downer. Oh, the platform. I guess messing a little bit with how they wanted to follow up of that, but never mind. They don't care. Jay is just phenomenal on the sword. Sparky, you called it from game number 1. Even though Jay was down so hard on the stocks, they were looking really great on the sword. I think they recognized that as well. And this particular matchup switched over to the best character they think they had for it, and they have just been running away with it so far in these games. Looking really great on Crystal Temple.
And I'm loving this sword, even though it's on like a low-leveled character. Same thing for the last character as well. I love to see that, and then like you see the swap to almost a lower-level character than what we saw previously, and like, oh, there's a question mark about the Katars. We know the sword is good. Jay's Katars are great.
Cider from Impala comes through. Really try to go for that interesting position. Can't quite get it, and D-Light recovery doesn't take him off the top, but Jay chasing him all the way into the sky with that chase dodge. One recovery away from having Impala down to 1 stock, and that's going to do it.
Yeah, Jay doing a much better job this game of getting up over those neutral signatures, punishing them every time. That gave him the damage that he needed to score those knockouts. And yeah, his sword is phenomenal. He's getting those. Oh, wait. These Katars, is that actually it? Oh my gosh, broken ankles. All the options starved away. Impala went for that Hail Mary strike. Just couldn't get it to get the chase dodge back to stage. And Jay's running away with that game.
Okay, I think the dodge came out right before that started, right at the beginning of that replay, while Jay was still in the air. So that did give the gravity cancel neutral sig. I don't know if that's like jumpable or not, just because it's not something we see like consistently, but there you see the end of that game, chasing around that edge. Look at the average damage per engagement. I was expecting it to be lower for both characters, but Impala's went up and Jay's skyrocketed all the way up to 57. That means in each engagement, there was a color change on Impala's health.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. And now Jay's, oh no, Jay chasing Impala off the bottom of the stage. They're continuing forward as that side air comes through, and they're not quite able to hit it. But man, let's see, what is Impala going to be able to do here? Is that Jay trying to go for those sidelights, and Impala has brought the damage back a little bit more. That beginning was really worrisome for Impala because I thought Jay was going to get one of those 0 to death stocks, the Katars, right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, that's the scary thing, especially because, you know, Jay did hit that gravity cancel neutral signature in a previous game, so Impala knows that that option is there. He knows that Jay has the Katars and can just take it away, and right now you can't afford that with Jay sitting on set point.
His Katars are so good. He's extending his use of them in this game, and it's fantastic. We're seeing him use them really well on stage. We're seeing him use them really well off stage. He's just playing incredibly with these Katars. Almost got taken off the top. Impala definitely fighting his way back into this. We're about a minute 20 into this game. We haven't seen a stock taken yet. Welcome to Demon Island, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, when both players are trying to take him off the top, it takes a while for D-Light recovery to do it, but it eventually will. As we saw there, Jay was able to get D-Light recovery on the sword, take Impala off the top of the stage, has a stock lead, albeit barely, and Impala trying to go for that side light, slide charge, pivot, neutral sig, can't quite get him, and Jay, knowing that trick's there, is just getting pogoed instead. That had enough knockback. That, Jay must have been very damaged. Wow. Even game?
So now I'm noticing why several of the people that I talked to said Jay was going to do really well today. Also that Jade, with a D, was going to do really well today. And it was funny, like, of the bunch of people that I talked to, like, I tried to crowdsource my picks because my picks are usually terrible. And it was like everybody said something totally different. And while that's exciting, that's very tough because I actually had to make picks on my own. I don't want to do that anymore. I want people to tell me what to do because it's easier.
You know, there's a universe, potentially this one, right, where Jay and Jade meet in winners semifinals.
That is true, and I really hope I don't call that match.
I mean, TWK and I are scheduled to cast that one if it happens. Let's see what happens here, though, as Impala takes the lead for the first time in a while here in game number 4. Could potentially bring it to a game 5 if they keep playing this way. Jay's fighting back as hard as he can, but Impala's still up a whole stock.
Yeah,
It's
this
a
is
big
just,
lead.
It's been an absolute seesaw between these two as far as the set is concerned. We started off with Impala just massively breaking out, huge damage per engagement. Game 2, it kind of hit that midpoint, the equilibrium, and then last game, heavy favor for Jay, and now it seems like the pendulum's swinging back in Impala's favor.
Now, we mentioned like the timing in the first part of the game, how it was like a minute 15 and no one had been killed yet. I think slowing down the game favors Impala, and speeding up the game favors Jay. So you have like your standard like 10+5 chess player of Impala, and then Jay is your bullet chess player.
Who's the chess boxing player?
I don't know, maybe Simba. The way that man's was crazy.
You got stick and move.
Oh, man. So now Jay, avoiding a lot more damage from Impala there, but not that time. Neutral catches him off guard. Impala trying to get the nairs on the way back down. Jay dodges out of the way, gets back to the ground. Neutral lights Impala, trying to bring Impala deeper into orange. But Impala looks like they've got a huge lead this game, and they're not willing to give it up. Nair comes through, almost disarms the sword from Jay, I feel like at this point, and that side light, that's it.
That was a
Chase that right off
chase
of it.
from the
Yeah.
left side of the stage all the way to the right side of the stage, and we're in a game 5.
Man, I want to see that replay. Look at him just run him down with that signature.
That was a beautiful takeaway, that second stock. Literally on the farthest left side
All
of the
the way.
stage for
All
that
the
to
way.
hit. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness, he straight up booked it across the stage after that.
Yeah, Kaya has one of those fun signatures where charging it basically lets you skate further across the stage, right? So you get that extra bit of momentum on top of the momentum that you just got from successfully hitting your opponent, and you got yourself a stock off the top. And now Impala is brought to game 5 against Jay. It is 2-2, and Miami Dome is going to be the playing field here. I'm not sure, TWK, does Kaya neutral sig on bow hit a person standing on that platform? Does it just barely? I guess we'll find out.
Oh,
Yeah.
right on that platform?
Yeah.
Man, it's like...
It looks like it's a little high. It looks like it's a little too high, but I see Kaya so rarely
high,
in
but,
singles.
My bet's
I'm
on
not
you
sure.
want to believe that like one of those wingtips is going to get there.
Oh, just like at the very edge if they happen to be standing in the wrong spot? Well, we'll see.
No way, not in
We'll
a
see
million
what
years,
happens.
not even close.
It's too high. It's too high.
Fine.
Honestly, silly that you even asked that question in the first place.
Well, Sparky, I asked it so that
The
I could figure
attitude.
out whether it was better for Kaya or Asuri in this case, and I'm going to have to give it to Asuri. In particular, because of the sword, we haven't seen Jay use this move once. But if we did, it would be here on Miami Dome, using the side stick off the platform to travel to get the edge guard from one side of the stage to the other. It's one of my favorite things to see.
It was actually a
Asuri
very good
players
question,
do.
though. You were being a very selfless commentator by opening up the floor to me and TWK to then finish out the thought. So I do love that. Look at that neutral sig coming out. He wasn't on the soft platform, but he was kind of close to it,
Oh
and
my
that
gosh.
sig is actually going to be the killer.
Man, Impala has managed to use every single signature on the bow kit. I think the only signature that he hasn't hit during this set is the spear side signature.
Has he hit the down? I know he did the pivot
Yeah,
down
he
that
did.
completely missed.
He did a side light into slide charge down sig
Okay.
at the very, very beginning of the set, and has never hit it since.
And that
But
was
yeah.
me being a selfless commentator, because I for sure 100% remembered that.
I
You know, uh,
understand. You know what? I understand.
We're all on the
Sorry.
same
Thank
team,
you.
boys. We butt heads sometimes. We're all on the same team. I like that. Good team.
Are you
Impala's doing really great
secretly
here.
on like Team Impala right now? Is that who you're rooting for? I know he was in your picks, but
I'm
this
on
is
every
game 5.
team. I'm on honestly every team, so that then I'm on the winning team as well. I
Ooh.
just pivot hard to that side once they win.
Wow, such a
Ah.
team player.
Yes, sir.
I mean, Impala is almost ready to make this game 5 look like game 1 at this rate, but Jay wasn't able to get the recovery with the neutral light. Instead, that doesn't secure the stock, and Impala could turn this around with the down air and take a 2-stock lead in game number 5. That would be absolutely enormous. But Jay, neutral lighting away, trying to equalize these stocks, use the gravity cancel neutral stick to get some momentum back to the stage while covering their head. And we're back and just flip-flop with these edge guards over and over again. The wall saving Impala from a lot of knockback from that side air. Sparky, who's going to take the stock here? Is it going to be Impala or Jay?
I honestly don't know, but I'm going to go ahead and say Jay, I think. I would put all of my money on Jay Here,
Wow.
it was probably going to be a D-Light recovery
so
was what I
smart.
would have called from like the middle of the stage. And
What an
that
early prediction.
is what ended up happening. But one thing that I'm wondering about TWK is we are on Miami Dome. We were on Demon Island previously, and we did see Jay completely chase Impala like under the stage. Is that going to be something that happens now if Jay has Katars? Because, I mean, it literally cannot happen. So Impala will have to run back into that. What do you think about that possibility, TWK?
I mean, that's where Jay is going to have to really bring this one back. He needs some crazy edge guard. This is the map where you get to do that because it has that pillar underneath. You can't cross under, so you are locked to that side. You must recover from where you got knocked off. And Jay has the weapon set and the signature set to capitalize on that. And right now, the damage gap, he needs some of those early knockouts.
I don't know. I'm kind of feeling like Impala doesn't know what the heck to do. Okay, good. I said that, Sparky, take note, right? You say the opposite of what you want to happen on the screen.
I don't believe in
commentator.
commentator's curse.
Right?
Just like I don't believe
because last
in the
time
Sparky
you
curse.
said Jay is doing exceptionally well, and then they lost game 1 after you said it, like almost immediately. But
How
what
do you not believe in commentator's curse looking at your predictions every single week?
I don't believe in curses, but what I apparently do believe in is Tazza mansplaining a commentator's curse to me after we've been doing this for like 5 years.
Anyways, Impala was struggling to find any openings on Jay during that second stock, and just so happened to get one downlight and to get the recovery. But Jay is continuing to take this momentum of winning more neutral engagements than Impala. And now that the stocks are evened up, yes, they're in deep yellow. I mean, I guess orange. Is that
I think
early
it's
orange?
still
Is it
yellow. We'll
orange?
see on the next
Is it
hit
yellow?
for sure. I think it's like fake
it's-
yellow where it looks orange but it's actually yellow. That's what I always call it in my range.
Whatever. It's an even game now. And now I'm not really certain who's going to win, but if I had to put my money on anybody, it would be Jay, because Jay has just been clawing their way back into this game since the very beginning at such a huge deficit, and Impala seems to be getting more and more nervous. Oh, no. Edge guard scenario. Impala doesn't even want to risk it. They go right back to center, hit the neutrals again. That's no recovery on Jay right now. They used everything, but they didn't get punished. Oh, TWK is looking really tight. What's going to happen here is Jay is now getting hit with that neutral light, and Impala is just trying to hit him with every signature they've got. Oh, no dodge.
Oh my gosh, down light into recovery, not yet enough. Jay is unarmed. Impala's got the stage control, the weapon control, and the damage lead. This is his match to lose.
Oh, that was so close to hitting. That would have been scary, but it's these Katars.
Oh!
Still not red, though, for Impala. Jay certainly is red. Still orange for Impala. I can't believe that.
Oh
I mean, he's going to go
Out.
for Nair
Oh, don't
at this
get-
point.
I was
gotta go for
so
both neutral at this
worried
point.
Jay was going to catch Impala. Oh, please,
it.
yes! It KOs off the top. The recovery in Game 5. Oh, my goodness, Jay. What an incredible player. You saw how much it came down really towards the end, but if you look at the damage that each one did, Impala had to do 623. Jay only had to do 522.
Yeah, and those numbers don't exactly reflect what you would expect if you were just looking at the legend stats in general with defense. But yeah, Impala just really had to put on as much damage as possible to even take down one of Jay's stocks throughout that game number 5. But at the very end, they were able to do it. Recovery took him off the top, and that means Impala is going to be moving forward in the winner's side of the North American Mammoth Arcadian. And we have, at least for now, avoided that really confusing head-to-head that could have been Jay versus Jade. That because it's 3 letters on the display when commentating. That would have been really rough.
One can always hope.
Anyways, great job from Impala. Lots of exciting Game 5s. And that means that we get to have the next Mitchell showcase that you were looking forward to, Sparky.
And we are not going to see Jay versus Jade at least yet, but we are going to see Jade versus Mitchell. So we're going to move from Jay to Jade and from Mitchell to Mitchell here, except I'm seeing Vocal in the room. So
Well,
maybe
that's because we still have more of Winners Round 2 to play through.
Oh,
We've got
I
Wubbs
see.
versus Vocal. There's
Okay.
also,
I see.
oh man, somewhere on one of the other streams or something, Glue versus Sandwick is 2-2 right now.
Ooh.
wow.
Jeez.
That is Sandwick coming off of that Game 5 win against Simba. Actually incredible. And this is going to be a tough one. It's 26 minutes overall into the set. So, man, I'm a little bit curious, but I'm going to keep my eyes peeled on the bracket to see the instant update of that. But we're getting into this next one, Wubbs versus Vocal. Duke put Wubbs in his top 3. I was thinking about that initially, but then I kind of strayed away from it.
I think Duke put Wubbs to win it all, right?
Yes, he did, indeed.
Okay.
Yeah, Taza, how do you feel about this matchup? Knowing what you know about Wubbs, how much Duke was favoring him here, and Vocal, I see locking in the Bodvar. Break this down for us.
Well, so Vocal is a player that I've actually been used to seeing at some lands in the past as well. Oh, that looks like something's not right here. So I could continue talking about this. What's most interesting to me about Vocal going up against Wubbs, because Wubbs, I'm in a similar camp as Duke, as Wubbs definitely being at least a top 3 placement during this tournament. But Vocal wasn't who I expected to win between Vocal and Hazen. And having him have that 3-1 over Hazen's Thor earlier on in the bracket makes me think that Vocal's got something very particular prepared for Wubbs as well. So I'm excited to see how this performance plays out. I don't really know how the scoreline's going to go, but if I had to make a guess, I'd say Wubbs wins at 3-1.
I don't think you're super crazy for that. I think Duke's crazy for putting him top 3 and winner. But I would not be surprised if Wubbs comes out of this reasonably confident. He is having some connection issues. That's why we saw that game go the way it did. He actually backed out of the lobby, did say he has lag 1 second, which is why you're looking at our faces right now and not the actual video game itself. But let's throw some stats out there while we have just a few moments. We talked about it briefly in the pre-show earlier today, but you see 9 top 32 placements coming out from Wubbs. So those numbers alone are definitely going to favor Wubbs in terms of experience, in terms of basically everything. That's huge from Wubbs. At one point, or maybe I don't even know if it's spread out over his entire career or sort of concentrated in one point, but he is a top 32 player at times. In some of the community tournaments recently, Giga War 9, he got 5th. At Summer Champs, though, and this is what worried me, was he came in 49th. And he lost 1-2 to Daddy Heizo, who is PR 73, which that doesn't give me a lot of confidence in Wubbs.
I see, using the recency bias over the legacy
yes,
factor.
Certainly.
I know that if I were thinking about why Duke made the decision that he did, he'd be looking at Wubbs' performance in the Pro Series that was earlier on this year and be using that to attribute to Wubbs' ability to really perform well in this event. And we're just going to have to find out, as Wubbs is now, while he's won his Winners Round 1 set, let's see if he can win Winners Round 2 and get into quarterfinals, as he's up against Vocal, who just took down Hazen, and is now fighting against him on Crystal Temple, sword versus bow. And Wubbs has been going for a lot of those slide charge pivot side sigs, and not one is connected just yet, but they've definitely been putting the fear into Vocal so far.
There is still a weapon spawn on the field that neither player has made the move towards, but TWK, tell me why you just said, oh man. Because I would have said that
Wubbs
as well.
Engaging from the opposite platform. They were both hanging around on those top soft platforms, but they were on separate ones. And Wubbs, using a dash downlight from the bow, was able to completely clear that gap and tag Vocal. So just knowing that that's an option you have makes those platforms not as safe as you might believe.
Vocal's he's just sitting there on the side. He wants to try and punish Wubbs landing, and he's not able to. Vocal giving a lot of respect to Wubbs here.
Yeah, and that's a little surprising to me. I don't feel like Axe is the weapon you think of when you're like, I don't want to challenge that off stage.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, right.
He tried to be Zen.
then.
He tried to just go for the spot dodge, perfectly timed. But man, there's a fair bit of wind up on that Azoth signature, and
Yeah.
spot dodge
If you're-
him to get bodied.
Now, Vocal's done that several times of standing still. He did that on the left soft platform. He stood still, and then he did a dash forward weapon toss. He did a GC. Oh, there's a raw side sig. This time it's from Vocal to get the KO. But then he did the gravity cancel downlight to cover the weapon toss space in case Wubbs dodged through the weapon toss. I think his timing and positioning wasn't quite perfect on it. But again, it's that like stand still into sudden movement. We've seen Vocal do a couple times, except with the side signature from Wubbs, that didn't work out for him.
I feel like that was the funniest punish I've seen in my life. That was Vocal was just standing there. And Wubbs was like, "Are you really gonna do this?"
Oh my
Side
gosh.
sig hits, that disarms him, and now Vocal has got to go for that new weapon. And Wubbs punishes with a nair. Went straight for the recovery. I thought he was gonna grab and cancel the neutral sig. He's been very signature happy this entire game, and
Look
for
at
good
this.
reason.
This is
He's
the thing.
picking-
This is the thing
Yeah.
about Azoth. a lot of your usual dodge habits against most of the cast, you have to change them up because Azoth, not only does he have like slightly longer charge up times on his signatures, so that way they happen a bit delayed, they're active for a very long time. Those clouds on that side signature, even the down signature, they will last throughout most of your dodge. So you really just got to clear the area.
That's so tough because it hits you on both sides. Not even just the beginning, but also the end as well. So you have to place it so well. And it's on a character that a lot of people aren't necessarily using. So you can't just like flip that switch and be like, yeah,
oh my gosh.
He's still doing it.
Keep going, Wubbs.
This has got to be a bit of the matchup inexperience playing out, and Wubbs is all too happy to take a giant bite out of Vocal.
5th time's the charm. Let's go, Wubbs. You have another bow. It's side sig time. That's the wrong sig. It's the wrong sig,
But it was
Wubbs.
the right sig.
Well, I know, but side sig would have been much funnier. He did a great job in that game number 1. And Vocal switching over to something that has a little bit more oomph behind their attacks. Off the Bogvar onto the Taros, as we were seeing right there. That was absolutely matchup inexperience. And I think you're completely right, TWK. There's a lot of dodge habits that I feel like you can transfer to a lot of Legend matchups and be rewarded. But with Azoth in particular, yes, the longer charge times, but more lingering hitboxes means that you have to know what Azoth's doing specifically. Wow, 18 signatures.
18 signatures put out and about a 40% accuracy. That's Hall of Fame stats. If you're batting like 400, oh my gosh.
Vocal could take a screenshot of this and he could put it on his Twitter and say, look, at least I'm not a spammer, right? 100% accuracy. One signature throw.
That is true. Very impressive coming out from Vocal. And we might see some more signatures used this game as the swap is onto Taros. A lot of Taros players do love to use some of those signatures in the kit. Definitely that Axe D-Sig. I wonder if we're going to see that one right away to punish a landing. It's just going to be a neutral light to the right side, but Wubbs was landing to the left, so it didn't make contact.
All right, now this is actually... okay.
He stepped further back. You see that? He went to the center stage that time because he still wanted to wait out the wall slip, but he was like, I'm not going to get hit. And then down comes through. You know what? Vocal making some really great adjustments here. He is far enough away that there's no way that Wubbs was going to be able to attack him from that point in the stage, and he just keeps hitting Wubbs back out. And he's like, you know what? This wall slip will get shorter and shorter eventually.
Yo, 3 in a row?
Okay, Wubbs. All right, Wubbs. Let's go.
Wubbs is the epitome of, if it keeps working, I'm not going to stop doing it. Whether it's the side signature or the recovery, he just has unlimited ammo, no reloads.
Vocal just looking completely lost on how to deal with Wubbs here. The damage isn't bad,
That
though.
was so slick.
He dodged that on both sides of it, too. When the hammer swing was on the right, Wubbs was on the left, and he went through. When it was on the left, Wubbs was on the right.
All right, Wubbs doing really well against Vocal here in game number 2. Adapted to Vocal's center stage play pretty well, and now he's been hitting I think 5 bow recoveries. 4 of them were back to back to back to back. Downlight misses, but he dodges straight out of the way of that side light, and Vocal can't get anything started on the axe. If the side airs aren't hidden, Vocal's got to rely on those signatures to be able to KO, and I already know that his signature accuracy is lower this game than it was in the last game.
Yeah, so here's the thing I wanted to touch on. Vocal, this is actually the pick that I expected coming in, the Taros. Okay. Just because, shout-outs to everybody who's been reporting their legend picks on Smash.gg, but that is what he used primarily against that game in Hazen where he won 3-1. It was mostly Taros with just 1 Sentinel pick at the end. So I was a little taken off guard when I didn't see the Taros to kick off this set.
Nice way
kick
to
him off
clean
the
that
bottom.
one up with the ground pound. He knew that Wubbs was going to have to blow everything. Wubbs was saving his dodge for the absolute last moment in case Vocal threw out a weapon toss that was going to hit him or tried to go a little bit early with the edge guard, but Vocal didn't. He knew Wubbs was going to have to burn that dodge, place that exactly right. Wubbs touches or gets close to the wall at least. The dodge is done, and then the ground pound came out. Great work from Vocal to clean that one up.
Whoa.
I don't know how that didn't hit.
Wubbs trying to use that Crystal Temple tech on Mammoth Fortress, and it's even scarier on Mammoth Fortress because when that platform's moving, that makes that slide charge look like it even has more momentum. Didn't hit, and Vocal goes back to center. Okay, all right, we've got ourselves a standoff here. Vocal really doesn't want to challenge Wubbs to the edge there. Wubbs is like, all right, fine, I'll bring the attacks to you. Vocal gets the recovery back out of the stage, and wow. You know what? That's the one thing Vocal wasn't spacing around was the gravity cancel downlight from the ledge.
Oh, that side air
man.
ends up hitting as well. Weapon toss goes just over Wubbs' head. There's the D-Sig, but immediately out comes the side light. Another D-Sig. He's looking to throw out those D-Sigs so Wubbs thinks he can punish. Yo, he picked that one up, though.
Wow, that Nair reached a little farther than I think anybody on the screen was expecting. And he gets the stock for it. Volko goes down despite I think Volko got a little bit back into the lead at the end there.
yo.
But okay, Wubbs.
The weapon toss into slide kick, re-pick up for the gravity cancel. He's got his own custom combos here.
It looks like Volko's getting a little antsy to approach Wubbs here and try to get the stock. And he's getting punished for it. Azoth, really great at being able to use that fade back of the down sig, put out the blast, cover the area where the approach is, and then fall to safety at the edge of the stage, which means that Volko, well, you know, optimally, Wubbs doesn't have to care at all about that. He's got 4 minutes left of the clock. You know what? Take it. It's been a while since I've seen something like this in Brawlhalla, but hey, if that's what Volko wants to do,
I mean, honestly, like, all right, so this is a constant across, like, all fighting games, whether it's traditional 2D fighters, 3D fighters, platform fighters, whatever. Whoever has the life lead has the right to turtle. Right now, it is on Vocal to approach.
Oh, man. He got hit with that weapon throw. I can't believe it. Okay.
Oh, now he can stall.
Volko gets it.
Timeout in Mammoth Arcadian? Imagine?
I mean,
I don't know if Wubbs is going to let that happen. Those dash down lights, if he picks up a bow, or even any of the dash signatures, have been doing a ton of work.
Okay. Let's see if Wubbs is able to get in the downlight. Spot dodge from Vocal, not quite as long.
It's funny that Vocal is almost more active when they're tied than when he's behind. Okay, never mind. We're back to it.
Well, it's pretty deceptive. It looks that way because Wubbs is actively trying to approach Vocal in the center stage, and Vocal just gets.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! And that was the perfect hitbox of it. That center that just sends straight up.
You know, these emotes at the end screen were pretty appropriate there. I feel like, considering it was Azoth and Tears. Anyways, the great play coming out from Wubbs there towards the end. Vocal really trying to get under Wubbs' skin. But you know what? Wubbs was able to pull out some of those shenanigans towards the end. We saw that Nair towards the top, and then knowing how badly Vocal wanted center stage, he just decided to put a giant green blast of necromantic energy in the center there, and that did the job. Well played from Wubbs, and now Vocal switching again to the Sentinel for game number 3, trying to bring out this pick to stop himself from going down 3-0 against Wubbs.
And their stats were so even. They threw out, I believe, the exact same number of light attacks. If production can be a homie and maybe put that one in the chat, because they were like, all of them were so very even. The amount of light attacks they threw out, the amount of signature attacks they threw out as well. It was extremely even for both of those players. Yeah, they each threw out 77 light attacks. Vocal threw out 8 SIGs. Wubbs threw out 9 SIGs. And even the damage, 533 from Vocal, 532 from Wubbs.
Really playing a turn-based strategy game there. Almost, right? That last signature is what did it. But anyways, Vocal is fighting back with the guitars now, much to my surprise, over the hammer. And Wubbs punches him away, picks up the bow, 1 neutral light, 2 neutral lights, 3. Oh, Wubbs is that player that when one move hits, he continues using it until it stops hitting. And I love that. I do the same. I would do the same thing. 100%.
You know, it's just efficient, right?
That's Azoth behavior, for sure.
It's Azoth
All
behavior.
Azoths behave that way.
Oh, he's still on the platform, Vocal. Weaving back and forth, can't get anything started. Wubbs tries to catch the jump read with the Nair and doesn't quite get it. Vocal taking the lead after the neutral light hits, the neutral light takes him off the top.
Yeah, that was a huge read. You know, usually you expect the neutral light into the recovery or going for the neutral. Wow, Vocal actually getting behind those grasping hands of the signature. Not that time, though, but still magic. Why was there any question? Of course Wubbs was going to do it again.
Wubbs was behind, and he sat there, and he went, hold on. Which signature have I not used this set? Oh, yeah, this one. Okay, let me pad those stats a little bit. Down 6, 7 times. Finally, okay, there we go. Got him off the top. Even game now. Let's see if Wubbs gravity cancel downlights from the edge. I feel like he will, but he didn't. Vocal actually is pressuring a lot more than what I was expecting. Feels like a new player at this point, considering how much he was actually just going back to the center of Mammoth Fortress the last few games and just waiting. Really challenging Wubbs on the side of the stage, and it's not really working out for him.
Ooh, okay.
Huge read.
Uh-oh.
Ouch.
That's an
Oh,
orange.
no.
That's
death.
disastrous.
He's gone. That was a bow ground pound with stuff recovery effects equals your stock is gone even at white. I feel like it's just okay. Vocal one.
And that's the really scary thing. Like, we saw the edge guard earlier with Bo earlier in the tournament where he caught it in yellow, and that's not certain death, but orange, now that's certain death.
Oh, man. I feel like Vocal put out the emote expecting Wubbs to be on the ledge a little bit longer, and Wubbs just immediately downlighted him from the edge. Oh, no, and it hits him, and it sends him spiking up the stage. Sidesing again, Wubbs. You know it will work. Oh.
You know he's got it
Starfall
locked
was
up.
next.
He's waiting for it.
Yeah, we need a signature finish. Anything else, and I'm going to be a little bit disappointed.
We saw this last game. He's got the stock lead.
I was hoping we would all agree to not speak the entire time while they were standing still, and everybody in chat would say F, right? Like, because that was just dead silence. Oh, down air hit, spikes him into the stage, but Wubbs is he's got this one in the bag. I feel like it's just got to be a matter of what move he wants to hit him with. And the neutral light, that would be disappointing, Wubbs. I wouldn't. That okay? Never mind. Vocal can bring it back. He's got guitars on this legend kit. I mean, anything's possible to WK.
I mean, he's been hitting a lot of those dodge reads out of the neutral light for the neutral signature. That's a ton of damage. And, I mean, honestly, he's going to need quite a bit of those. And I don't know how crazy off stage Wubbs is going to get.
Wubbs is going to finish it with a neutral light on Bo. I feel it.
Do you think that's what it's going to be?
Yeah. Well, it's either
Down
neutral light or
sig.
nair.
Down sig. It's got to be down sig.
I think it's going to be a side sig to punish a landing.
Oh, interesting.
We
Well,
have
the
three different
platform's up.
choices. Oh, it's a neutral
nothing.
air. It's just standard bow play. That's not what we're used to from an Azoth player.
Yeah, betraying the Azoth name there towards the end, but you know what? You do what you have to do to win.
That's the mix-up.
And Wubbs takes a 3-0 over Vocal, shattering my prediction of a 3-1. I think there was a moment where Vocal could have potentially taken a game off of Wubbs, but Wubbs certainly had like an edge in mental fortitude, I feel like, as the game progressed. And that's going to be another 3-0, the second one of the day on stream after Mitchell's match.
It is going to be a tough loss for Vocal. He's going to have to go down into the loser's bracket. Let's see where he's going. He's going to go up against Jetbean, who, let's see, was that the one who played against Tiffany earlier? Yes, that was the player who got 3-0'd by Tiffany earlier. So it's two players who got 3-0'd are now facing off in the loser's bracket against one another.
Man, all right, so that does set it up for all of those winner round 2 matches that we were just watching. And now winners quarterfinals are going to be starting. I know you're very interested in the next match. There's Mitchell versus Jade. There's Tiffany versus Impala. Oh, man, your heart's going to break on that one either way. Cinco going to be going up against Wubbs, and then Glue versus Maid. There's a ton of action left. There's still a ton of people duking it out in the lower bracket as well. So I'm just going to go pop some popcorn, kick it back for a little bit. How about you guys?
I think it's definitely going to be a good show. Tazza, take us home to that break.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're going to be on a short break after this. Thanks, Sparky. And I'm looking forward to the Winners Chorus match coming up. TWK and I will be back later on the day, but we're going to have a fresh set of casters for the matches that are coming up next. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
Legends and stats.
Brawlhalla's roster includes over 50 playable legends. Each legend comes with a unique spread of stats. Strength, which affects your damage and knockback power. Dexterity, which slightly affects how quickly you recover after missing or landing an attack. Defense, which affects how much damage and knockback power you take. Speed, which affects your ground and air movement speed, as well as acceleration. Once you've leveled up your favorite legend enough, you will unlock stances. Stances modify your stats slightly by removing a point from one stat and giving it to another.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American Mammoth Arcadian. It's been so awesome so far. I'm so excited for this casting block, dude.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be a good one. This is one of those kind of decider sets, right? Or like blocks, this time space, where we start to see who's going to get into that top 8. We're going to start to see who's like really showing up. Because, of course, yeah, we had a good chunk of people who were 64 through 33rd who were competing, but this is where they start getting a lot closer and a lot more intense.
It's already been so unexpected so far, right? The first match we're going to be watching has Mitchell in it, which I'm super excited about ever since he 3-0'd Remy in round 1, which was like, who's Mitchell? We're about to find out, man, because Mitchell 3-0'd Remy, and then he 3-1 Meow XD, and now his next match coming up that we're going to get to cast first is up against Jade. That's Jade with a D, and you
gotta clarify because Jay was lower in the bracket, you know, if y'all missed it. But yeah, Mitchell versus Jade will be an interesting one for sure. Of course, most people have Mitchell as the favorite coming in as the top seed for the tournament, PR 35. You know, lots of favoritism towards Mitchell right now.
But there's still like Tiffany versus Impala. That's gonna be an amazing set. Cinco versus Wubbs. What? That's a major tournament match right there. That's top 12. And then Ghoul versus Maid. We have got some really awesome matches ahead of us here. And you're right, Duke. Some big things will be decided now because the winners of these matches make it into the semifinals, which is like that's a big guarantee, right? That's a top 6 guarantee right there. So
yeah, absolutely. A set win here is a guaranteed top 5 finish. And we've got Mitchell and Jade already locked in, starting to ban out maps. And I got to say, I love the character picks. They're sort of underrepresented. They're definitely played characters, but they're not like top played like every single tournament has them. You've got Ateros and you've got the Shovel Knight.
Yeah, honestly, I love Mitchell's loadout here with the Shovel Knight and that spear. There's something special about that. There's something special about that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The Mammoth Arcadian for North America continues. Mitchell versus Jade now in winners quarterfinals. What's it going to be?
So far, Jade starting off, got the hammer first, didn't get a whole lot of damage, but it's going to start adding up quickly. Of course, that Teros, that high-strength legend, but he doesn't get the follow-up side air.
That was kind of a crazy gravity cancel stomp to even go for, man.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. We're seeing a lot more of those start to come out. Like yesterday in particular, there was I think that one Nash who was doing it a whole lot. Coco.
Yeah. I mean, you just can't discount these guys, you know? It's, power rank 64 to 33, but in the end, they're some of the best players in this game, you know? And Jade's already starting strong. But Mitchell's in trouble. He can't even make it back. That's a really early stock from Jade. Holy cow.
And that was some clean hits. Like, he was just getting chunks. You didn't see that big momentum of, like, chase dodging afterwards. It's just like he's getting those big Taro swings.
Yeah, and he's being really predictive about his play style here. You know, he is just dashing in with downlights and stuff. He's doing home run swings with no comfort. It keeps working, too. He keeps landing all of this stuff. He has no reason to believe that would work. There's no time to react to it. There's no guarantee of any of this. He is so predictive and inside Mitchell's head right now. What?
He's just getting these one hits that are so explosive.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, chase really deep, and yeah, that weapon toss is going to guarantee it, so Mitchell does even up the stocks for a moment. But man,
so
a down
damaged.
sig and he's gone.
He's so damaged. Yeah, Mitchell equalizes the stocks, but not much else right now. He's got a lot to go. Neutral sig to start. That's good damage. Okay, wait, Mitchell on a tear. Jade tries to come in for the punishment. Oh, that's even what?
Taro's classic, the offstage gravity cancel end sig. Ooh, he's going to stick with the hammer. Interesting. I thought his axe was looking a lot better, but okay, yeah, he's going to go back to the axe.
Dude, the dash in downlights. I've never seen it so much, and it's working so well. But Mitchell's surely going to, oh my goodness, no. Mitchell will, surely he'll adapt to this crazy play style from Jade. Oh my goodness. I've never seen so many downlights land.
Yo,
what?
The GCN line into the damn.
What? What the? What?
He was doing one hits for a full 3-minute set, and then at the end.
That was so impressive. What was that, dude? He went down and gravity canceled that neutral light, which sent him off the corner. Here comes right here in the replay. This is so that is so nasty. And he fast falls down. I've never seen anybody do that. That is extremely impressive on any level. Holy cow. Jade?
I love that in particular because that is a stage-specific thing. You don't do that on like a Mammoth Fortress where the wall is longer, where there
there's
isn't
like
that
2
45.
maps where that works.
Yeah, that is
Here's
a
another one.
stage-specific thing.
Here's another one of them that it could work on. All right, here we go. Mitchell shaking up a little bit after that. That was impressive. That was and unusual. I mean, Jade's coming out here with brand new tech.
Oh, but Jade's got to start getting these hits onto Mitchell. Mitchell started off pretty good. Yeah, he's getting some good damage built up onto Jade.
Wait a second. Oh, he's
fast fell for the
wilding
second
out a little
one.
too much on his down airs. Okay, okay. He was feeling pretty spicy after that last gift, and now he's like, I can do anything. But 2 downers in a row without even jumping in between, he just falls to his death. Oh, perfect.
The patience.
What a, oh man, just a hard read there. Is he gonna spot dodge? It only works if he spot dodges out of there. He even paused for it. That's beautiful. Can he get the finish here?
God.
Oh man,
It's web
Mitchell,
beads and everything.
2 full stocks ahead. Is this even the same guy?
What a turnaround.
Holy cow, Mitchell has completely figured this out. He's back in it. Okay, Jade going hard with his down lights again.
He's going to have to reverse 3-stock this. All right. Ooh, went for a big swing with that, but of course it's got the movement. Hard to punish.
Those are the kinds of risks he's going to have to take right now with how far behind Jade is. Nice spot dodge.
Got word from production. Jade had a 100% SIG accuracy in game number 1.
Oh, well, not this one. Not on this one.
Saw him miss that last one. So
We just saw it whip.
kind of oof.
That is impressive, though. I mean, that 100% SIG accuracy, I'm guessing that was, it was a couple down SIGs. He had that wake-up neutral signature off the corner, though. That was nasty.
But he's struggling for sure here in game number 2. Not finding any momentum. Still needs to get the stock off of Mitchell.
Woo! They're dancing around each other. Okay, yeah. Jade was looking for a guaranteed stomp there. Mitchell wasn't. He wasn't making the first move. Jade wasn't making the first move. They were dancing around each other within death's reach the whole time. Jade finally gets a stock on Mitchell, but Mitchell is so close to closing this out. Jade might just have to try again next time. 1-1 now in the set as Mitchell ties it up in a spectacular fashion, too. I mean, he might have been I thought he would be feeling demotivated after that first one. It was a pretty nasty finish and everything. But Mitchell, man, he came back so strong. And, well, now we don't know who can win.
It is interesting. Jade left this map on the board because we're going right back to Crystal Temple, which I don't think the matchup really was Crystal Temple specific.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Usually when you lose on a map, you're like, all right, well, I don't need to go back
well,
to that one.
he wants those slants, man. We see what he can do with the slants underneath the stage. Which is, I've never seen someone so intentionally use the slant. I mean, we've seen some X pivot down airs on Hammer that get stuff done with the slant. That's been pretty cool, but that was new, man. The gravity canceled neutral light. And then he even followed it up with a down air that finished him. Oh, Mitchell might be in trouble here. Makes it past the side air edge guard. He's going for the home run. The home run swings, man. You can never. It's never safe right above Jade. It's never safe.
Yeah, those anti-airs are so good at keeping out that airspace. But Mitchell with that grounded approach.
All right, dude, Jade. I mean, this is Jade. This is what Jade does. Yeah, the dash in, and it's either a neutral light or a down light, but he'll dash in, and based on the position of Mitchell, he gets it. Oh,
they went for the end sig.
Okay, again? Okay, I don't.
It's an early stock. There's one very specific early stock thing you can do off the end sig, but it's like it's one of the high risk things, and he's just trying to get that lead.
It's the Taro's tech. It's some advanced Taro's tech. I don't even know about it. That's how advanced it is. I don't even know.
I'll let you know when it happens. But for now, can't happen as the D-Sig lands Jade. I love that. I think that was a gravity cancel side light into fast fall D-Sig.
Oh my! This is the same amount of ownage, but in the other direction. These guys are what a match! What a matchup with these two. Oh, pretty crazy sidelight from Jade. But I can't believe it. Even without his dodge, he just continues to powerhouse here. No! Mitchell. Oh no! Is Mitchell gonna get 3-stocked? I mean, it looks
okay.
this looks like a tough one to win, but oh my God, 3 stocks from Jade! Oh, after he just got slammed so hard in the last game, this is what he's doing. Unbelievable.
Just turnarounds on turnarounds. Game 1, handedly Jade favored. Game 2, handedly Mitchell favored. Game 3, handedly Jade favored. And Mitchell's going to ban out Crystal Temple. That's what I'm talking about. Like, when you lose on a map, you're like, I don't like that map anymore.
I mean, but he
with
won
map
so
over.
hard on it a little while ago, too. Oh, Mitchell, 0% SIG accuracy. Oh, no.
I think the bigger thing is that 165 damage.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
The damage
Jade's putting
per
out
engagement.
517. Yeah.
74 is a pretty large damage per engagement, especially when you consider, I don't know how those dash down lights get calculated, but that's only 1 hit per engagement no matter what, right? Like, he just gets knocked away. Oh, here he's going for it.
Those down lights aren't doing 76 damage. It's that it's getting unanswered. He's doing that many down lights.
It's unanswered, yeah. He's coming back and not getting hit.
All right, Jade's playing a little more aggressive this time. You see him kind of chase dodging forward, wants to maintain a little bit more pressure on this one. But Mitchell, snap.
He goes for it with these axe engagements, all right? This is some, oh man, nice. Oh my goodness. Jade's popping off. He could take this whole tournament. He's looking so good. I mean, from the looks of it, he might be about to take out number 1 seed right now.
That was the
Mitchell
tech,
can't
but he
even
went
grab
for
a
a
weapon.
down light. You can go, okay, so you can do N-Sig into side light nair, and then you go for the dodge read. And that's big damage early, but
this
Jade
is insane.
doesn't even need it. Mitchell's just, he's
just
crying
going
for a
it.
weapon right now.
He doesn't like jump and wait for someone to whiff and then attack. He dashes in and makes something happen every time. It's so impressive. Whoa, talk about making something happen. Mitchell's about to pop off. He knows he needs to. He equalized the stocks here, but he's already in kill range right now, even though the stocks are tied up. Mitchell has a lot to catch up on, and it's going to be difficult with the way Jade's been playing. Oh, man, that was a nice neutral signature. He predicted with the pivot. He knew exactly where Jade was going to go. Jade looking for his neutral lights and down lights. I've never seen someone so successful with the neutral lights and down lights.
Doing it the safe way, just those single hits. Doesn't need to go for those 2 hits into the dodge read. All right.
No way. I mean, it's incredible how well it's working. Okay, Mitchell.
Ooh, good dodge through.
Yeah, Mitchell.
Dash dodge.
Oh my goodness, Mitchell. You just can't fast fall back down. You know what he's ready for right here. Mitchell's going deep.
He's really low.
He's got to get it. He's got to do this. Oh, man. Jade makes it back up. Oh, he really tried to chase him there, but he just gets punished even harder for that whiff sig. Whoa, he almost died to that recovery. Mitchell is on his final breath here. He's got a lot to go. It would be, oh no, again. How many times in this set did Mitchell fast fall into pain from Jade? Holy cow. That's the set right there, right? Jade just took it 3-1 so fast. That was a fast set. I mean, not that, Jade beat Mitchell so fast, just that these two players really went at it. Neither of them waited for anything.
Yeah, there definitely weren't a lot of resets to neutral at the very least, but
it was
Jade
scrappy the whole way
putting
through.
out 503 damage to Mitchell's 303. That was a good match and definitely an upset. Like we said at the start of that one, Mitchell's the favorite, top seed of the tournament. Jade coming in here, PR like 65, something like that. That's really nice for Jade, and that means he's got a guaranteed top 5 finish sitting in the top side of top 8.
Whew, man. Wow, Jade, that was something else. We're definitely going to be keeping track of Jade going through this tournament, man. Holy cow. Okay, good one. Whew, man, that's okay. Good one.
That was nice.
Next up, we've got Tiffany versus Impala. This is a match that I've been very much looking forward to. We've watched Tiffany a lot. We've casted her matches on this stream plenty of times. Tiffany's an amazing player. In fact, surprising that she's even in the Arcadian, but a lot of people are getting really good at the game. So it's just crazy like that. And Impala's coming in here, same deal, right? Impala's a BCX finalist from last year. So this is a really powerful game we've got here.
Yeah, this is definitely a big one. Of course, Tiffany, kind of the more established name, has a seasonal championship under her belt, and looks to be having some tech issues. So she's going to be, or I think that's Impala who jumped off first.
Impala flew off the side there. Okay, a little bit of tech issues. Let's take a look at Tiffany's stats here instead. So, yeah, PR44, that puts her in the Arcadian. But check out that 10 grand in esports prize earnings since the start of her career, which I want to say was right at the start of 2017, right? Like,
Yeah, sorry.
we always talked about what?
I cracked up because top 32. I thought that was a bug because she has 32 top 32 placements. I was like, that's such a weirdly perfect number.
It's gonna be ruined if she ever gets another top 32. It's gonna be completely ruined. All right, here we go. This time for real.
All right, Tiffany versus Impala. Tiffany going to start off on the Ragnar, Impala on the Kaya, but it's worth mentioning that Tiffany does have that Kaya in the back pocket.
I was going to talk about that. Yeah. So Tiffany's got like good matchup experience here, probably, right? Knows all the Kaya tricks.
Yeah, a lot of experience with the Kaya. Definitely be looking out for that D-Light and the gravity cancel and Sig in particular. That's a favorite of the Kayas up.
Impala's spear is looking pretty fresh, though. Oh, what a sick guitar read. That is awesome, man. Just knowing that the dodge through was coming, pivoting around for the neutral light.
Ooh, went for the side Sig there, trying to catch the landing of Impala.
You could just barely hear it getting started there. Tiffany has got Impala off stage going for the slap, but Impala gets right around it. And whoa, Mammoth, dangerous Mammoth. Impala gets disarmed. Now's Tiffany's opportunity. The weapon spawn even just disappeared, but oh, Impala blessed by Odin with a weapon right behind. What a dodge! Oh, man.
Oh, burned the dodge.
Weapon throw. It's a true combo. Impala setting up his own team combos.
That was really good, though, because Tiffany was going in for that dash-in spot dodge for that forward movement, and Impala didn't take the bait, kind of backed up, and then went in off that weapon toss. Tiffany needs this stock, though. Side air.
Oh, wait a second. Now Tiffany in trouble. You got to worry about these bow ground pounds off the side no matter what health you're at. But Tiffany makes it around. Now has the stage advantage. The slap. We're looking for a slap. What? Oh, that was that was a prayer.
No stairs.
It's not enough. It's not enough.
Okay,
checkmate
good
ground pound. Impala waited. He used every last bit of recovery option he had before touching the wall there. Tiffany saw it and had the ground pound set up perfectly.
She has a very interesting Qatar offstage. Like, I think 80% of Qatar players out there would have gone for the Sayer along that wall. It's so devastating. It slaps down, but
that's what I
was patient.
That's what I was looking for. That's me. That's what's going on in my head. Oh, nice.
Oh, good wake up pogo. Stopping that momentum from Tiffany. Both of them trying to get back to the stage.
Yeah, Impala doesn't seem too keen on going for some offstage edge guards. Impala just will let Tiffany come back to the stage. And, you know, rightfully so, Impala's been winning neutral more often, I think.
I mean, Spear, definitely a stronger neutral tool. Long range, has that nair to kind of shove Tiffany away. Like, she has to work to get on top of Impala.
Yeah, the Spear nairs really have been catching Tiffany a lot. Here comes another one. What? The slider. Impala can get it. Got to go off stage for it, though. Oh, okay. He went for it. Tiffany on the way back. They're both in kill range here. Even though Tiffany's more damaged, we're on this tiny, tiny stage.
All Brawlhaven. A side Sig from Tiffany or a D-Light recovery, and Impala going to take that lead.
Tiffany down to her final stock. I can't believe Impala was dancing on Tiffany there while Tiffany was in invulnerability frames. Like, the courage. What was that? That's like a taunt. He taunted it without taunting.
Oh, Tiffany.
Oh, yeah.
Starting to swing for the fences here. Wants this stock so badly.
Whoa!
That was a nice follow-up there.
That was really cool. Yeah, that's some spectacular bow gameplay here. Oh, man, Impala's starting to run away with a lead now. It's not over for Tiffany, but it's looking bad. Impala disarmed and killed. Okay. All right, Tiffany's back in this. Pretty damaged.
Open a prayer.
Yeah. It's going to be, maybe on a bigger stage, it'd be a little bit easier. There's not a lot of room to work with for Tiffany here. Already in kill range. A lot of Impala's moves will take out Tiffany from this.
Oh, what a read!
Yep. What was that? Tiffany woke up with a Qatar down air out of that?
Yeah.
There's a lot of times where that'll work, but Impala had the perfect move lined up for that.
That's a good option. It covers a lot of things. Like if Tiffany spot dodged or just jumped, or even, of course, that jump there. Would have caught a lot of different things there. And there you see.
It's the unexpected nature of it, right? It'd be a real easy thing to dodge if Tiffany had been anticipating that, but that's really the first time Impala went for it, and it's so quick. You have to be anticipating it. It's not going to work great on reaction. Like, oh, here he comes with a signature. The double recovery from Tiffany on guitars. That's big damage. Works great at low health, just like she did there. Impala sneaks out of the string. Tiffany's got a bit. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. This could be a kill.
He touched.
Oh, man. Impala gets above.
Yeah, Tiffany's really picking and choosing her times where she's going to go in. Like, just that entire offstage, she was really just babysitting Impala and then deciding when to attack. Okay.
Oh, got the dodge. Yeah.
Oh, throwing away the weapon. Wants the guitars for the potential knockout. Endlight into recovery. A little bit easier to do now. Dash away.
Ooh, they're both in kill range here. The next hit is gonna do it. Next big hit's gonna do it. Who's gonna get it here? That's not a big hit.
Good dodge down from Impala. An Endlight might do it.
What?
Oh! They're both throwing out
oh my
SIGs.
god, they're dancing around each other with these SIGs.
Air's not going to be the option. Tiffany hits the side air. Impala still living.
Okay.
Good dodge.
But no.
Weapon toss.
What?
Oh.
Tiffany's in trouble. Oh,
That'll be
again
the
with the
stock.
checkmate. Impala waited for Tiffany to burn all her recovery options off stage, hoping that Impala would attack too early. But again, just was totally ready for it. Now Impala with a stock lead has an opportunity to push a damage lead here. Not if Tiffany has anything to say about it. This could be it right here.
Oh,
it's
the
not
flash
over.
out.
Oh, but wait a second. Oh, now Tiffany's in trouble. Oh, she could have died right there. Impala was so close to landing the egg drop. That might have actually knocked her down. Tiffany's still alive.
Turnaround.
Good turnaround. Reverses it way up in the sky. A little bit behind on damage, but Tiffany put a stop to the bleeding before it got too bad.
Wants to stick with the X this time, though. Impala picks up the bow. Be awkward for Tiffany. We haven't seen a whole lot of her X, but a good dodge through, and now we're starting to see some momentum pick up. He's off the soft platform.
Yeah, that's a great thing to do when the platform is in there, but Impala still managed to slip out. Whoa, okay. Impala just threatening the space. Now you know he's capable of that. Now you know it's not safe to be standing there. Okay. What?
Not enough.
Tiffany barely alive. Oh,
That
no.
one?
Squandered the blessing. She stayed alive through that beyond anyone's expectations. But then Impala just immediately grabs the KO anyway. Now Impala has a pretty significant damage lead and will be able to push this even further here as he's not even in kill range yet on this stock.
Well, Tiffany did do a good job adding up more damage with that axe, bringing this one closer. That was a pretty bold side sig there. I don't know if she was expecting Impala to walk forward or what, but a nice recovery. One more could be it, but a dodge through.
Oh, man. Talk about a prayer. Tiffany's just really hoping she can get away with something that kills like without... Oh, no. God, this is getting rough. That was a gravity cancel, too. So no dodge. Impala took full advantage.
Okay, nice down sig.
Okay. Well, once again, we're in a similar position here where Impala's got a significant... Tiffany's already in kill range and needs to basically play a perfect stock to win this game.
Three-piece from Impala, and that's going to be the
it just goes out there for it. Tiffany's in trouble, using the down airs to get as much distance as she can, and she actually makes it back to the stage alive, but just barely alive. That'll do it. Oh, my goodness. Impala has total control over this match.
Impala looking nice, currently up 2-0 over Tiffany. One game away from earning his spot in his fight against Jade.
Tiffany with her back against the wall here, playing from the back foot.
I know Tiffany's got a lot of namesake power behind her, but it is worth mentioning that Impala's coming in here, seed number 12 versus Tiffany as seed number 29. So I guess as of late, things have been looking good for Impala. Here we go. Tiffany making the swap over to the Ember. Damage built up with these Katars. Gonna swap over to the bow. Impala.
Must be the bow, right?
Responses.
Tiffany clearly wanted to continue with the guitars, but seeing Impala succeed so well on the bow.
Well, Ember's also like having a resurgence. I think there's a lot of people who are starting to like Ember again. In particular, that N-Sig is getting a lot of love.
The bow N-Sig, the bird?
Yeah.
Yeah, the bird is the word, so I get it. That joke will never die. Well, the Ember seems to be working out as Tiffany has a pretty good lead here for the first time.
Still needs to finish the stock off of Impala.
Ooh, what a dodge. Man, Impala, the
Ready for
anticipation.
that.
Okay, Tiffany scores the KO really early, too. That's like one of the earliest stocks we've seen in the set. This is big.
This is a nice lead for Tiffany.
Yeah, it's got an opportunity to push this lead. Oh my goodness, that was so nice. Reading the dodge through, pivoting for the punish, and then even getting 2 more hits off of the
snap.
follow-up. But what? Impala brings it back. We were just talking
Doesn't
about
even
how
care that she
incredible
read.
of a lead it was for Tiffany. Impala just brought it back.
That's Impala calling Tiffany a nerd. Says, don't read, just die. But making the swap over to the bow again. Just denying weapons from Tiffany.
It's working, yeah. Oh, steals that weapon away. Tiffany desperately searching for a weapon, but Impala maintaining stage control here. Tiffany manages to swipe the bow, but Impala's not falling for true combos here. Gonna dodge right out of the true combos. Oh, and Tiffany got the message. No more true combo attempts. Just going for the, or not true combos.
Oh,
what do you call it?
snap.
Like
Oh,
an auto
snap.
combo. What? Talk about, wait. I can't believe that landed. I mean, was Tiffany's dodge down? I didn't notice.
No,
it.
she went back in is what happened. She
Oh,
went up and then she fast fell back into it.
Oh, yeah.
That's a really
we've been
common
seeing that.
like get out and then go back in. Like you're trying to avoid a thing and then be aggressive, but unfortunately just
It's
caught
like
yourself with
vertical
that.
dash dancing,
Yeah.
fall dancing.
But she does even up the stocks with that down sig, and she needs this one to stay alive in the upper bracket.
That's right. Yeah, Impala's got 2 games on this set right now and only needs 1 more to move on to the next round.
Dodge up.
So even. Tiffany,
They're just
one nair at a
poking each other.
time. Just one nair at a time. It's going to take a while, but...
It'll work as long as you're not getting hit for it.
Oh, nice. Dodges out.
Okay, okay.
I can't believe Impala's thinking he
Oh.
can actually just sidelight,
The
downlight.
pogos.
This is getting close now. Wait a second.
the D-sig!
No, Tiffany's alive.
One
but
hit
just
away.
barely. What's it going to be?
what
Oh,
beats.
use the dodge. There's the
Oh.
kill. Impala wins. Oh, my, a 3-0 in winners quarterfinals. Holy cow. Impala.
What a call out.
That is so
was-
impressive.
That was a great N-Sig just calling out that Tiffany was going to panic jump. A lot of people do it. They'll touch the ground and immediately jump up. And Impala's like, I got the perfect punish for that. That means Impala is going to go into the winner's side top 8 alongside Jade. Guaranteed top 5 finish for the day.
Yeah, that is big. Already chilling in top 6 of the tournament. Wow. Tiffany's going down to the lower bracket. Not out of the tournament yet. There's going to be plenty of matches for Tiffany still. But what we've got coming up next here, as you can see, is Cinco versus Wubbs. This one's kind of a big deal here, all right? Wubbs, people know about Wubbs, you know? And Cinco, tell me you don't know about Cinco. This is a high-octane match, right? This is something we'd see in a super major, no problem. So out here in the Arcadian, these guys probably have never fought each other in a tournament set before. What do you think? Maybe? Yes? Can production tell us?
Not a lot of times. That's
I
kind of
don't-
what happens with these Arcadians is like they usually end up falling to one of the more like top 20 players and then they don't even get to run into each other.
Right.
But this will still be an interesting one for sure. It's in particular like watching Wubbs' set earlier, it looks like he's got something new, something funky that's kind of throwing people off their rhythm. So with this Azoth, haven't gotten to see what Cinco's playing, but he has reported the Koji for the day. So
Okay,
looking,
okay,
looking good.
Koji. That would be, you know, Wubbs. Yeah, let's talk about Wubbs Azoth. What the heck? Have you ever seen him play ranked? Have you ever just watched him streaming, or I remember back, you know, I remember seeing his ranked matches before and just being like, what the heck? Like he is so unpredictable, and that's the big thing about it, is that it's so unpredictable. You've seen the Azoth Sigs. You know, we watched the Pappy play a little bit yesterday on the Pro Brawlhalla stream. Speaking of which, twitch.tv/Pro Brawlhalla, we've got a side stream going on right now. Wait, it's still going on, right? Yeah, it's still going on.
It should still be going on.
In fact, Tiffany is going to fight STTP Wilson on that stream after this next match. So
you can see the schedule.
Yeah, shout outs to Pro Brawlhalla. Tiffany versus Wilson. That is, woo, you got to tune in for that one.
There you're seeing on your screens their placements. Cinco and Wubb, both similar top 32s. Wubbs just one more. But one of those was at World Championship. Why that earnings is so much higher.
Yep. Big money at the World Championship. Okay, well, this match is about to get going. Oh, my goodness. Wubbs looks like he's a level 99 boss. Holy cow.
I love that
this?
Skin and color.
That
looks so
that
good.
is so badass. That is the coolest. That's the best drip I've ever seen in Brawlhalla, maybe.
That looks great.
The color, the skin. Oh, my goodness. What weapons is he using? Oh, yeah. That's a good one.
I think that's a Day of the Dead axe.
Oh, is it? No, you're right.
It looks like it's got the flowers and everything.
My goodness.
But, all right, we're into it.
Out of control. No way he loses this. Looking this good.
Well, it's pretty even so far, and we're seeing a different pace come out from Wubbs. In the earlier match, Wubbs was really willing to slow it down, just go sig for sig. Whereas against Cinco, he's got to keep the octane. He's gone.
Cinco! Textbook Bo Gimp right there. That was so good. Just keeping it classic. Cinco, man, that was just well done. And now Wubbs is playing from pretty far behind here. Maybe he can score an early KO on Cinco. He's definitely got the moves to do it.
Nice side air. I don't think a D-Sig will quite do it, but man, Cinco is finding these extra hits. Not going to do it. A little more. Another one, but it gets interrupted. Cinco with these sidelights is just a little too quick. Still not enough.
I can't, still alive. Wubbs could finish it right now, but just let Cinco touch the wall. I guess with the platform there, it made it a little more risky. Wubbs didn't want to take the risk. He's got the axe here. What? Okay.
Turn around side air.
I thought that gravity cancel was pretty crazy to go for, but I think it did its job. It baited Cinco to come on in, and then Wubbs gets the pivot side air for it. And he basically is tied up. He's tied it all up now. I mean, little damage differential barely matters.
Basically even. Wubbs not finding as many hits with his signatures. Haven't seen the bow too much just yet, but Cinco looking good. Goes for the another gift. Oh, that's going to spike.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
He'll have lots of movement.
That would have been, if there was a spike on this day, if this was Miami Dome, I think it'd be trouble.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man. Yep. Yep. Probably the most brutal ground pound to get like counter ground pounded is the bow. Right there. You see a bow player just waiting on the wall and you ground pound him like that without being sure it's going to land, you're in for a bad time. And Cinco just showed us why. And now Cinco has a huge lead, almost a full stock lead right now. It's going to be tough for Wubbs to bring it back here. Nice punish from Cinco. He's still just going in on Wubbs. Oh, not
Things
willing.
are just not working.
Yeah.
Ground pound not going to hit Cinco.
Oh, he's so good on the edge. He's so good on the edge. Cinco, man.
Every time Wubbs was off stage, Cinco was able to get that ground pound, get the knockout, and that's just rough for Wubbs.
He has like 100% edge guard accuracy. Look at this one here. Oh, that was perfect.
Wubbs going for the
and
ground
then
pound.
second time,
like, easy.
Yep. Oh my goodness.
And again.
It actually was 3 ground pounds to get it done.
Seeing Wubbs make the immediate swap over to the Orion.
Oh,
playing like
man.
a true ranked nutter, just going
He went
through
from the
characters.
drippiest, swaggiest drip to like yellow man
default.
bad. Yeah.
He went to default Orion. I don't know if this is a palate cleanser or what, but
maybe, yeah, that's a good way to put it.
We'll
It's
see
a
what
palate
happens.
cleanser. He just needs a little bit of zest here, you know.
Very okay. Able to touch down. That was a soft recovery. Like he still burns his recovery, but he didn't charge it up. I was worried he's running out of movement, but still getting the damage done. Right. The down sig, okay. I was waiting for it. I was like, if you're swapping to the Orion, I'm expecting equivalent numbers of signatures. Where's the end sig? Waiting for it. Thing on this corner. Nothing. Okay, missed the dare. Oh man, there's so much footsies happening. We're a minute in, and neither of them quite in that kill percent.
Yeah, all of a sudden, they're super respecting each other in neutral here. Well, no, never mind. Cinco just getting the KO. Wubbs coming back. New legend, new perspective. Can Wubb? Oh my goodness.
Oh, what was that?
Oh,
What
he was really hoping Cinco was gonna like try to chase dodge down air or something. Trying to catch him on the wake up. But yeah, he had that move planned so long ago that he forgot to check if Cinco moved.
Yeah.
Whoa!
There's the end sig. Oh, the punish.
Classic Orion play right there. But Cinco didn't fall. Not only did he not fall for it, he had a punish ready that would have killed him. He didn't even need it, though, as he just takes out Wubbs anyway. Holy cow, Cinco is out of his mind.
Yeah, Cinco is just completely destroying Wubbs right now. Wubbs trying to deny the 3 stock, but again, Cinco with the offstage. This is the worst place to be as a Lance player. Why did you gravity cancel that?
No, he's in trouble. Oh,
okay,
Cinco.
he missed the ground pound.
He really tried to line that up. That would have worked. Oh, no. A 3 stock? There's a realistic 3 stock potential here. Fast falls underneath the weapon throw. Nicely done by Cinco. Oh,
Okay,
yeah. There was nothing left. There was no way out of that. The way that Wubbs set that up and the amount of recovery options that Cinco used while he was off stage there. He doesn't care, though. He's like, it's easier to kill Wubbs right now if I'm at white. It just, oh my goodness.
Oh my
He's going to do it all unarmed. No.
Oh, no.
Yeah. That was a real prayer by Wubbs.
Yeah, Wubbs, I don't know what he was looking for, but he did not find it in that toolbox. We're going to game number 3. Wubbs back on the Azoth. I guess the palette has been cleansed, but he now has to win 3 games in a row to stay in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, he really was just cleansing the palate, you know. A little bit of ginger in between your sushi rolls. You want to make sure you can get the full taste of it, you know.
Yeah.
He wasn't tasting it. The first time he was like, I ate too many French fries before I came in here. My mouth is salty. How do I get rid of this? Orion, obviously. Too much salt, just play Orion, right? That's how it works.
Add more salt. It'll counterbalance. But here we go. Game number 3. Cinco again, just already in the driver's seat. Weapon control. Getting this damage built up, but he disarms himself on the weapon toss.
Wubbs is intending to maintain weapon control as long as he can here. There's another one. No, Cinco manages to grab it. Now with his bow, oh my goodness, doing really well with his bow. Cinco's got so much control here, man. Honestly, going into this, I was thinking Wubbs. But Cinco is like, I mean, he's got so much. He hasn't been losing ever in this set.
What? No punish. Yeah, Cinco has been in control the entirety of this set. This has definitely been looking like the Cinco show.
It's the Cinco show.
Oh,
whoa!
Yeah,
he knew he was done. The clash was enough to do it. And look at this. Wubbs is winning.
Just barely, though. He is in the red, and he's really got to be worried. Because even though he's winning right now, if Cinco gets this, or if he just gets Wubbs off stage, like Cinco's just been taking stocks in the off stage.
Yeah. But you can't think about that too much, you know. He's got to play with confidence here. There, you know, yeah, that's the kind of stuff. Oh no, not that. That was different. But that's the kind of stuff I was talking about. Unexpected signatures, just taking people out by making them confused as to what he's gonna do next. That's the Wubbs that I was expecting to see. Wubbs being a lot more calculated this time, and it's like Cinco's got it all figured out. But Wubbs is in the
okay.
What?
That was sweaty.
Sick. Let's go, Wubbs. That was a cool. Oh man, that was a really cool play. That was some training mode stuff. Okay, oh, he's out.
Gonna fall, yeah.
But look at the damage lead he's got on Cinco now. This is good.
This is definitely looking doable, and it's a lot closer to what we saw from Wubbs in his earlier set against Vocal. Like that kind of attitude while playing.
attitude.
was looking a lot
yeah,
better.
you know, that's a good way to
There
put
it
it.
is.
You can usually feel the attitude in Wubbs' gameplay, and there it is again. He's back in it now. Look at him. He's having fun now. This is what he was thinking too much about it before. He's, you know, now he's letting loose. Here we go.
And a lot of respect to Cinco, but he can't be too much on those walls because, again, Cinco has had a really strong offstage game.
Well, how you drop the game now is getting a little reckless while you have a lead now for the first time. Just hold it together. Oh man, Wubbs. It's a whole new Wubbs now. Oh yeah.
The crazy thing about Wubbs is he'll hit a move and then like TWK said it earlier, but still, like, it's so true that Wubbs will hit a move and then he'll just go, okay, I'm gonna just do that exact same move like 2 more times.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, like that. Wait, one more time. Maybe one more time.
He's like, well, I hit a side sig like 10 minutes ago, so
You're
let me
right.
throw out a couple more.
I think that's a habit a lot of players have. I know I'm guilty of that sometimes. Like, it didn't work. I'll get it this time. You know, there's no way they're expecting it a 3rd time in a row. That's the most unexpected thing I could do. Actually, is 3 times. But it
Sig,
works.
and Wubbs puts one on the board. I'm surprised that KO'd, but had just enough oomph on it. And that means we're at 2-1 in favor of Cinco.
Wubbs manages to avoid the 3-0, and now sky's the limit. If he wins one more time, hey, then he's just 1 game away from winning, right? Just got to look at it that way. Okay. But
One more win, and
Cinco,
it's a game 1 situation.
yeah, but Cinco only needs to win one more time to take the whole thing. Let's check out these stats here. Wow.
26 thrown out.
There we go.
Holy cow.
Hey, yeah, is that a high score?
That's a lot. I think the highest I saw was 18 last time, also from an Azoth. But man, 20 is a lot. But he was hitting not as frequently as Cinco was. But you know what? You miss 100% of the SIGs you don't throw out.
Yeah, that is true.
But here we go. Game number 4. Cinco maybe building that confidence with the Azoth, but we're going to be going to Apocalypse.
I think Wubbs has awakened now. It's a whole new Wubbs. Forget everything you saw before, except for the last match. Remember the last match? That's where he was awakened.
Well, like everything more before that,
Forget all that. Yeah, that wasn't even real. It's a simulation.
It's all warm up. But, ooh, Cinco's
no, we can't take anything
in
away
control
from Cinco.
again.
That was really Cinco has been killing it in this, and for Wubbs to be bringing it back now shows some extreme fortitude. But Wubbs is still trying to land a hit on Cinco. All right, he got something. The seal's been broken.
Almost dodged into that end sig. Got outside of it, but Wubbs is not finding any damage in response to Cinco.
It's every time Cinco knocks Wubbs off the side, it seems like he wins the corner guard, you know? I mean, his edge guarding has been insane already, but when he's not far enough away for an edge guard, he catches Wubbs when he's coming up over the corner. And, you know, in the opposite direction, Wubbs runs away and gives Cinco the room to come back. Oh,
With the side sig, and that's gonna KO. I swear, there's like you know how with spaceships, there's like that second set of boosters that'll like launch you out of the atmosphere.
Yeah.
That's what happens with Azoth SIGs. It's like it'll look like it's not enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got his extra SIGs in reserve there. I mean, name a more iconic duo than Wubbs and Pivot slide charging his side SIG on Bo.
Oh, missed the side
That
side
would
light.
have been so nasty.
Hit it earlier.
He's just showing Cinco what he's capable of.
Oh.
What? Wubbs has awakened! Oh my goodness!
Oh, but the recovery almost puts out Wubbs because they were very high.
Whoa!
Chase with an air, and he's gonna get it.
Cinco.
Cinco evens it up.
Yeah, he really went up there for that one, man.
Side light. Okay, nice. Wubbs getting good damage again, and now it's time to throw out the signatures. Slide charge, side sig again from
the pivot
Wubbs.
slide charge. Hit him with the pivot slide charge. Dude, don't give Wubbs a platform. A platform with open space? take Wubbs to
Next
Small
map
Brawlhaven,
ends.
he's got nothing, you know?
Small
like-
Brawlhaven, Demon Island, and I guess you got to leave Mammoth because
Yeah, Mammoth can still help in the same way.
Wubbs again struggling to get back down onto the ground. Just getting damage.
He has a full stock lead right now. If Wubbs can stay steady, keep it steady here, we might be seeing a game 5.
Oh.
But I mean, Cinco, this is still the same Cinco we saw just dominating not too long ago. Oh yeah,
Dark
yeah.
Side again,
This
yeah.
is- it's Wubbs. In case you weren't sure, it's still Wubbs.
Okay, mixing up the sig choices. There's the side sig again.
I like
Cinco.
that. Yeah, off the sidelight like that. That's a good play. There's a lot of things that would catch.
Getting the damage. Knows he doesn't really have Cinco in that kill percent. Cinco
Yeah.
knows that he has to get in on top of Wubbs. Like, he is behind right now, and Wubbs
Right.
is just widening this lead.
And he, oh, okay.
Oh!
Okay. That's fair. That's that's fair.
He's like, yeah. You give you the FGC nod on that
Yeah,
one.
that's what I'm thinking. Wubbs gave him the FGC nod on that. He's like, all right, that makes sense.
Oh,
you saw it. You saw the stick come out. That would have killed him. Cinco barely stopped it in time.
Wubbs went for he went for the hardest punish he could instead of just the one that actually would have hit, which is like just go for an end light. You're stacked up, but you're gonna get the D light in there.
Would
He's
have
got
killed.
so
I
much
agree
damage.
with him. Whoa! Off the weapon throw, Wubbs!
Game 5 now
That's
for
the-
Wubbs and Cinco.
That's the same thing Cinco did to Wubbs in game 1. He paid him back for that with interest. Well, here we are, dude.
He's leaving platforms.
Oh.
Madman. Okay, though, to be fair, Miami Dome, I don't think will work the same way. Those
Yeah, he has
platforms
to
are
fall
very high.
like way longer. It'll be really obvious. But hey, don't put it past Wubbs. He might get it done.
Yeah.
Well, here we
He'll
are,
find a
Duke.
way.
It's game 5. Always excited to have a game 5 happening.
Gonna be a tense one. Wubbs and Cinco. Who is gonna earn their spot in the top 8 winners side? Wubbs. First one to pick up a weapon, but Cinco's got a bow immediately. And you got to give credit to Wubbs for not going so hard off stage. Like, that's where Wubbs dominated game 1 and game 2. And Wubbs since then has not had a battle off stage.
Yeah. He has not presented an opportunity to be bow ground pounded off stage, which is huge. Because we saw 3 kills in a row in game 1 from Cinco that was ground pound.
It was a nerve-wracking situation there.
Now these platforms, these platforms don't help Wubbs nearly as much as the Apocalypse platform would, right? They're so far outside that if he pivots, it's not.
Yeah, it's gonna be harder.
He'd have to be standing like on the edge of the platform, and who's doing that?
But still, it's one thing that Wubbs is still able to utilize. He's been using those dash cancels on those soft platforms really well. Nice gravity cancel side sig, not going to be quite enough. Pillbox can be a little bit wider on this map, and Wubbs forced to use the axe. Haven't seen too much. Sidelight nothing?
I
You have a true
like
combo
it.
follow-up.
He was looking for a recovery. He wanted to get an early recovery. A lot of people will mash out of that, just hoping that that their opponent like messes up the axe nair combo. And Wubbs was just looking for an opportunity, looking for the read.
Second swing catches Wubbs. But he does have Cinco in the red. Very real possibility of immediately evening this one up. High ceiling.
But
Make it kind of hard.
This is like the highest ceiling there is. But close to it. Wubbs with no weapon. Cinco knows it. Okay. Yeah, this is a good one. This is a good one to get the job done.
Okay. Not quite. Oh,
What?
okay. Again, those rocket boosters working out for Wubbs, but gonna pick out the bow. This has been his weapon of choice.
Yeah, you can see he's trying to make use of the platforms again. Not as much success as with Apocalypse or Mammoth. It's a dance. It's a bow dance. Oh, okay. Tricky.
Change it up.
I mean, he
Different
throws
bow.
the weapon down
okay.
there. That makes Cinco jump, and then he pops him with the neutral light. Oh.
Punish opportunity. Oh, okay. Cinco's been trying to change up his punish because he was doing like a downlight, which like reaches, but it doesn't go high enough. So that time he went in for the recovery, but Wubbs was able to avoid it. Go with a slight damage lead. Wubbs not going to punish the D-Sig.
They're respecting each other, you know? It's It hurts to go for a punish and then miss and then or like be too late and then you just get dodged and punished anyway. That's the worst.
That's when you angrily tweet about why aren't there enough recovery frames? Grab hunt?
No. Nobody does that. That's crazy. That would be
the
so
side
mean.
airs. True.
No one would really do that.
Wubbs,
yeah, he's
percent.
bleeding out. Wait, no! Oh, that's so early. He wasn't even all the way red. That was like a deep orange. That's a really
so
early
far
kill
right,
for Great
though.
Hall. No, it's going to be so hard for Wubbs to come back from this. He'd have to have a huge. He has to make play of the game right here just to tie it up, just for a chance. Otherwise, Cinco's
looking rough.
Cinco's he's gonna have so much opportunity to build a damage lead here.
Oh, no.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
Wait a
Oh,
second.
no.
This is how it
no.
happens. Okay.
Turn around.
He made it out.
He needs the stock though.
Yeah, he needs to stock quick.
Oh, not the GCD
That's
sig.
a good. I get it. It's good. One of these times it's gonna work.
Oh, not
wait
again.
A second. No!
Not again.
Wubbs, he's
Wubbs
down. It's
is
over.
down.
Cinco wins. What a great set that was. Whew. 3-2, and Cinco takes it at the last second in Game 5. Pretty convincing. All three of his wins were very convincing. The two he lost, you know, he lost. But the ones he won were like, ooh, yeah, they weren't very close, the ones Cinco won.
Man, Cinco, again, it's the offstage. It's so good from Cinco. He was able to close it out 3-2.
He is really calculated and accurate off stage, man, especially when he's using the bow. And there is a lot of reward to being calculated and accurate with the bow off stage, as we saw there. That was really, really good. All right, GG's. Cinco moving on now to top 6, which is just top 8. I mean, they're going into top 8, but since they're on the winner's side, they're essentially top 6. So we say top 6. Speaking of, the next match, the next battle for top 6 is going to be Glue versus Maid. What do you know about these guys? Well, we know Glue. We're well aware of Glue and his adventures in Brawlhalla, but who's Maid?
Maid is an interesting one for sure. Let me pull up some information if I can, but had a pretty interesting run, was able to 3-2 Yami Dash and then 3-2 Blue. So has been having to fight their way up to this point, but now they're going into Glue. They're already starting the match before I can even pull up any data.
Oh man. All right. Well, that's okay. Let's learn about Maid through the gameplay.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Maid will tell us about Maid. Coming in with the Mordex, though. Haven't seen a lot of the scythe today.
Oh, man. Before Glue could even get a weapon, he's knocked down into orange. No way! No way! Glue still doesn't have a weapon. He might just die here before he gets a weapon. I mean, he's not afraid to fight unarmed, but he's not going to have a choice. He doesn't get a choice. Like, this is... Oh! Ooh. What? Holy cow. The weapon control from Maid. Okay, there's no way he can hold on to it now. All right.
Hey,
Glue.
Glue
Never
finally
seen him
picks up
fight
a
with
weapon.
a weapon. Yeah, this is going to be different now.
Right, trying to chase with the Lance. Lance generally has a pretty good matchup into the Mordex against the Scythe in particular, but man, Maid is handling this. What a follow-up. That's trouble. Oh, no punish from Maid, though. He was in the perfect spot for it.
Holy.
Nice N-Sig.
Oh, yeah. Now he's got no dodge. Perfect. Perfect. Holy cow. Glue taking some major risks here, and Maid consistently capitalizing off of every risk.
Again, Glue throwing out some big swings. Really wants to get this stock. Wants to at
He
least
wants a
another
3 stock. It's looking like he's on his way. No way. Okay.
Okay.
Well done by Glue.
They made Maid's Good right now. Though.
Yeah, man, this is powerful.
Blue trying to play that off stage. Wanted those recoveries. Didn't quite work out. Nice gravity cancel spot dodge through the weapon toss. Getting a little greedy.
I mean, he can afford to, right? He's so far in the lead. It's like, now let's get a highlight. Now he's like, can I clip this guy? Can I get... Off stage, Maid just so close to victory here. This could be it right now.
Oh, snap.
Glue?
Off stage. Okay. Maid is struggling. Okay, the side air will be enough. I was going to say, Maid's struggling a little bit to finish off this stock of glue.
Yeah.
But
well, with the neutral lights, you can tell that Maid started thinking about what to do after the neutral lights. He already did neutral light, neutral sig, it worked. He did the side light, neutral sig, it worked. But then Glue started dodging out of the neutral sigs. And so now Maid is trying to switch it up. Okay, I obviously can't just go for the neutral sig anymore. Glue's aware, he's just dodging it. There is a dodge window in there, so it's never going to work if Glue always dodges out. Now he's got to figure out what to do. So that was a perfect way to do it, right? Hit him with the neutral light and just wait. What does he do? How does he react? Maybe now he can dial in a little bit more how Glue is reacting out of these dodgeable strings. And as you know, man, when a good Mordex catches your dodge in one of these strings, it could be devastating.
yeah, it can be brutal. Worth mentioning, though, Glue coming in here as the 3rd seed for the tournament.
Wow.
He are 38 and Maid doing really well against Glue, although it's Glue did pick up a weapon earlier this time, so it's a little bit more of a fight.
Yeah, I think he just had trouble like overcoming the momentum that was gained by Maid in that first stock of the last game. So, yeah, it should be very different this time around. But Maid still has all that momentum, you know. Oh, what? What? Woo! Man, he even charged the ground pound long enough to reach. Had he just let it rip, it wouldn't have even landed because the weapon throw knocked him down so far. Maid was, like, so on top of that.
Oh, but Glue might be able to even this one up. The stomp
for
cider, not
sure.
quite enough. Bounced off a stage.
Looking for
Stomp,
the stomp.
wants to stomp.
Yeah, stomp. That could definitely lead
Okay.
into a kill. Doesn't even need the stomp. Okay.
Struggling, delay the weapon spawn. Lance, of course, as any true Scarlet knows.
Wow, tricky. I mean, it seemed like he wanted to go off the stage with that ground pound, but he actually didn't and didn't need to. Glue was on the... Glue actually made it onto the platform, and Maid just went and ground pounded the platform. It worked. Maid building up even more damage. His lead is... there is no lead. It's completely even right now.
A very even one. Ooh, Glue went for the backup. Okay,
it
still
looked-
picked up a hammer.
Yeah, it looked like he meant to grab it and didn't. And then he went in with a dive kick there, which should have been a scoop.
For many stomps, but Maid not getting caught by any of them. Still needs a little bit more damage. Okay, the side air is going to launch Maid and disarm in the down sig.
Okay.
But that goes the other direction.
Yeah, wrong direction, but there we go. Now he's... Oh,
Okay,
he is...
every sig.
The Glue is starting to
showcase.
feel it now. Now it's different. Super tied game here, and they're both deep in
Nice
the red.
recovery.
That'll... Wait? No.
No.
Okay. That'll do it.
Glue, again, delaying the weapon spawns back to the Lance. But, yeah, immediate knockout from Maid with the down heavy. Got weapon control, but no weapon spawn. Okay, we'll pick it up. Side air. Weapon toss over to the scythe. Who's getting some good damage built up. Nice wake up. Didn't get the follow up there.
Okay, Glue's got an opportunity now. The damage lead on the final stock could actually lead to the win. He's got him off stage in kill range. Glue looking to finish this. He could do it. Okay,
All right,
wait
all
a
right.
second. One more big hit.
He's
That's
saying-
gonna-
oh.
oh, man, he
Okay,
went for
turn
it.
around. Burned his weapon. Over to the hammer. A stomp
Hammer's
side air
great
might
with
do
this.
it.
Yeah. But
Maid respecting that side air
yeah,
range.
but Glue's also not in a favorable position here either. They're both close. Anybody's game at this point. Oh,
the
what
swat
a
dodge.
dodge! What a dodge!
Maid knows one more hit from Glue. That hammer is going to be taking a stock.
Oh,
Sideline recovery, and Maid takes game number 2. Great patience and found the hit that he needed. Now, Maid 1 game away from knocking Glue, the 3rd seed of the tournament, down into the loser's bracket.
Oh, man. Maid up 2-0. Not what I expected.
Yeah, Maid a relative unknown. Pull out that. And coming in here, seed 22, PR'd 54. Their best placement was a 7th at Moose Wars, but in official tournaments, a 33rd at Winters 2021.
He's got something figured out against Glue here, because you can see that Maid his first match went down to game 5, his next match went down to game 5, and now in this match, it's looking like he might just 3-0.
Yeah, Maid looking real good to take this complete
Whoa.
set. And again, back onto the scythe, building up that damage so quick on the Glue.
Man, Maid is popping off. Dude, there's something special about these Arcadian matches. And I think you hit on it before, talking about how a lot of these guys would never have the opportunity to fight against each other in a bracket just because of how seeding works. They're going to fight somebody higher seeded before then, and likely get knocked down to the lower bracket, and maybe they meet each other in the lower bracket. But in a situation like this, it's all so much more unpredictable because the seeding and all the data we have on their matches are less detailed. They're not their matches against each other. All that happens in top 8, and these guys they're not sitting in the top 8s of majors. But man, you wouldn't know it by watching them. They're so good.
Incredibly talented players, all of them. Ranked nutters. I mean, even Maid coming in here, 2,500 ELO, like definitely putting in that time.
Casual, 2-5. That's no big. Yeah, Maid. Holy cow. That's a good corner guard right there. That works. That'll lead into a true sidelight if he ever landed one.
Glue, the down air. Maid is going to disarm himself on that weapon toss.
Oh, I think Glue's a little crazy going for some of those gravity cancel stomps. It worked out for him. He didn't get punished or anything, but there's not a whole lot of reason to be gravity canceling your stomp unless it's just rain. Oh, he waited for it. He got the read so hard. Okay. That killed Glue last game. Now he's aware.
I love Maid is changing up the timings on that follow-up off the side. Like, it's not going for a different follow-up, but again, there you see again. Fast fall changes it up.
And Glue's doing the best thing out of that. You get hit with the gauntlet sidelight, he is jumping up and away. That's the hardest thing to follow up on, but it's not impossible. And if Glue just keeps doing that, Maid can definitely adapt. He might not need to with the huge lead he's got. The weapon throw, Glue without a dodge, and Maid is looking for the finisher. He's so, oh my goodness. He's got Glue so deep in red that he could finish it with whatever, probably. Barely alive.
Glue's really trying to get this stock off Maid. Oh.
Yeah. It's looking like a 3-0 for Maid. Holy cow. Maid's feeling it. All those for funsies, ledge dashes. That's just like, look at me, look at me. He can do anything.
Real Flowbots fan.
That was not the reference I was trying to make, but now,
Glue.
now I hear it, and you're right. I must have had that in my head. This is close. Oh my goodness, Maid actually going for the 3-stock. He's gonna finish the set with a 3-stock.
Oh, they're crazy. They're fighting the offstage. That down air from Glue was saying, all right, let's do an unarmed offstage to finish it. And it's a D-like ground pound.
Look, even if Glue doesn't win this, he avoided the 3-stock on stream, and that counts for something. That's a big one.
Definitely merit to that.
There's, yeah.
All right, end light Sair. Going for it again, end light Sair, end light Sair.
He got it that time. He never touched the floor, so he didn't have a dodge. It's gonna work. Dude, he wants to end this with a highlight. Oh man.
Yeah. He's going for style a little bit there.
left. Wait. This is how blue comes back.
Blue's punishing him
This is how
for
blue
it.
comes back from it. You try to clip me?
All right, Maid opting to just get the weapon,
Okay, yeah,
get the
yeah.
sidelight.
Now he's like, whatever, sidelight. I don't care how I end this.
Let me just win the set. Okay. Off the sidelight. Maid gonna win it 3-0 over
3-0.
Glue. That's an upset.
That's impressive. Every other match Maid has fought today went down to game 5, and then in this, what should have been a much harder matchup for him, just based on the data, the seeds. This is a battle to get into top 8 winner's side. And Maid 3-0'd Glue to get up there. That is crazy. So now in top 8 winner's side, we've got Jade versus Impala, which that's going to be crazy. And then Cinco versus Maid is also going to be happening.
That is awesome, and we're gonna get to watch
Wait,
them.
we just get to watch those now.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I was like, oh, okay. I guess I gotta go like start thinking about what popcorn I'm gonna get.
I was
you and I
getting
get
a little
to
bit
watch
bummed. Like, okay, we did our 4 matches. That's
right.
usually the amount of matches we get to cast. But no, it's ours. Other casters, get out of here. These are our matches.
We'll see y'all later. Jade and Impala
versus
coming
Impala.
in
Let's
next.
talk about this one because we just saw these two fight, right? They were the winners of the previous 2 matches we just casted. Jade was so crazy on the Terras. He was doing stuff I've never seen before. Really predictive kind of gameplay, right? With the dash down lights, and he's dash jumping in with pivot down airs, which is great on Axe, right? Because the backside reaches a little further than the front side does. He's got all that tech down, and not to mention the crazy SIGs that were netting him all these kills. Jade's popping off, but then you gotta talk about Impala, who 3-0'd Tiffany. The Tiffany, the one who's a champion of many previous tournaments, yeah. Impala 3-0'd Tiffany. It was so impressive. So seeing these two guys now, they both wield such great power. I don't know who's going to take it. I mean, Jade really, really impressed me. But I think Impala's got the tools to deal with what Jade was using before. I don't know.
Yeah, I think Impala, in terms of like history and experience, has more of both. Impala's definitely the more established and kind of like has some roots in competitive. Whereas Jade, on the other hand, definitely kind of the underdog, kind of the new kid on the block, not really sure what they're going to be pulling out, and not even sure if they have the adaptability, because that's what it's going to come down to in these best of 5s, is like if Impala starts reading out, okay, you like to do this dash and down light, I'll play a little bit more ground and play a little bit further back, I have my bow, I have my spear, which will outrange your dash-ins, then it's going to be tough for Jade, and we're going to have to see Jade adapt.
Yeah, I wonder how Jade's going to manage to deal with Impala's impeccable edge guards, you know, especially on the bow. If he sticks with Kaya, which I think he will. I don't think he has any reason to switch off of Kaya. We never really saw Jade having to deal with many recoveries back to the stage against Mitchell.
Yeah, very true. Didn't see a lot of offstage as a whole from Jade, so will be interesting to see how well they can handle what comes out. I'm looking at the data sheet. It looks like in tournaments, most of the reported characters from Jade have been Cassidy, and by most I mean 100% of their reported characters in tournament have been Cassidy. So will be interesting to see if they decide to bust it out. Like even just looking at their core Hala stats, they have a Val, Rayman, Bodvar, Barasa, Zol. Like Taros isn't on the list of most played characters for Jade. So looks like they're maybe they got still some of those some Dragon Ball Z weights going on. Like they've got some stuff that they can bust out.
I mean, what's happening here, especially for Jade, is you're seeing these new up-and-coming players ready to pop off. They've been competing like crazy in ranked. Look, when you get to those top levels of ranked, every match can be like a tournament, dude. But you don't get that best of 5, right? And that's the only part that they're maybe missing here. Jade has 1 top 32 placement. He's obviously an amazing player, and he could just win this whole thing if he keeps it going. But here's where Impala might have the advantage on him, right? Impala's a BCX finalist, for goodness sake. He's got all kinds of experience in high-stakes tournaments. I'm talking high-stakes tournaments, like many, many thousands of dollars, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, here we go. Impala versus Jade. Now, the stats say Impala, I think, but my heart says Jade.
Well, I was gonna say I'm the one who has to have a bias.
Yeah,
towards
you are
Jade.
biased here.
I definitely have to.
Well,
but
my heart saying Jade is not because I like Taros or anything. Quite the opposite, really. But he was just so impressive. Look at this.
I love the
He
nares.
just does things differently.
Okay. Good avoidance. Throwing out the end sig a little early there, but the side
Holy.
sig is going to be devastating for Impala. The turnaround. Okay. Gets back down onto the stage.
It worked. It worked. He does these things that they don't. They're not reaction based. He's just totally like, I bet if I do this, they get hit. Like,
But you're going to walk into this nice
there it is.
D-light
Now
into the
that's
side
something
air.
that's precise and reactive, right? He saw Impala miss something, stomps the fastest thing that can punish it. It leads into a kill. Perfect. But how Jade builds up his damage is like this. It's just like just leaping in with attacks, and it keeps working. He's dashing in and using the spot dodge with momentum to keep moving, and then he's getting in with that. Holy cow, he's getting so far ahead of Impala here.
He's getting some really good damage. Okay, side sig gonna get punished there. Good positioning from Impala. But I love the way that Jade's changing up his approach, right? Like last game or last set, it was all dash in attack. But now he's doing dash in spot dodge, trying to bait out an action from Impala. He lights. Finish the stock off of Impala to get the biggest lead possible. Impala's just waiting.
He's got
And
to.
he's gonna
Oh
get
my
the scoop.
god. I mean, wouldn't you?
He had weapon advantage. No, he had weapon advantage. You got to push it.
He's playing. He's scared. He's playing scared. I think he's respecting what Jade's capable of. That first stock was pretty jarring. You know, Jade coming out there so hard like that. But that, you know, yeah, you got a point. That could lead to Impala's downfall here. There's no reason to wait there other than being afraid of what he's capable of. And what got Impala, what did so well for Impala against Tiffany was getting out there and getting the kills like that. There we go.
Impala is fighting back, though. Not taking too much damage on this final stock. Nice nair, double nair. Gets the recovery as well. Big damage starting to swing in favor of Impala. If they can finish off this stock, that's going to be an evener. Ooh, but he misses.
What's Jade thinking right now? What's he going to do? Okay, okay.
Bold end
I
sig,
have never
maybe,
seen Jade wait so long to decide on a move. That was, and look what happened to him, right? That was the longest Jade ever thought about a move to do, I think, in the matches that I've seen him play. And he died. That just goes to show.
Got caught thinking.
Empty mind, you know, just keep it one stream of
Snap, this is
consciousness.
bad. Okay, he got back to the stage. I was worried that Impala, again, that bow off stage can be so good.
Yeah. That was pretty risky for Jade there, actually, because Impala with the bow, that easily could have led to a kill. We've seen Impala do it before. But Jade's got such a big lead here. Now, yeah, he's in stomp side air kill territory. But Impala continues to push the lead further, avoids the stomp. He knows Jade wants to get a stomp. Oh, Jade's got no dodge right now. Oh, man. Impala could have did side light, down light, like he could have done any combo.
The down sig doesn't need it.
Oh, my goodness. That was crazy. That was just the first match? That was just the first match?
That was game one going the way of Impala.
I thought we've been watching this one for a while now, honestly. I was like, what's that, 2-2? We in game 5 right now? Holy cow. Just game 1, and Impala's up. And despite how well Jade was doing, he had almost a full stock lead. I think he did have a full stock lead in the first, after the first
he had
stock.
a huge lead, but Impala really clutched up on that final stock.
An equal damage dealt? No, it's not. Oh,
No.
it's an optical
511 to
illusion.
551.
Yeah. Close, though. Close. It's an optical illusion.
But man, 50% sig accuracy coming out from Impala. Like,
yeah,
half of the sigs he was throwing out were connecting, whereas Jade struggled a lot more with that.
And he used, Jade used more sigs than he ever really had. I don't remember him doing 10 sigs in a single match before. When he was using sigs, they were landing, right? He would use 4 sigs in a match.
He was
with
hitting so many more
accuracy.
down sigs last time.
That's right, yeah. And on this one, he was going for some Hail Mary side sigs that, you know, to be fair, it would have killed for sure. We'd have been calling him a genius if it landed. But Impala was on it.
Punish on the whiff sideline. Nice
Oh!
dare.
Okay.
Went for extra.
Yeah, Impala did well to get on the wall, touch the wall real quick, not try to go back up there and fight Jade until he was in
Oh,
a
what a
safer position.
chain dodge.
Oh man. Okay. It's kind of the same story as the last game, right? I mean, Jade once again with a huge lead. Look at this. That is basically a full stock lead. Jade has taken almost no damage.
Look, at least that end light though. Here's the end sig. Goes for the dash down light. Okay, he's got a different follow up off the end sig. But still getting good damage. Went for the dare. Impala. The dodge gives him the stage control. And those pokes in. Jade taking on this axe is not finding any response damage. Oh, the down
it caught the
sig.
spot dodge. Holy cow. Okay. Impala's got to
Just
close
long
this stock
enough.
out, man. It's getting too far away from him here. Oh, that would have been it.
Oh,
What?
nice nair. Okay.
It was all a bait. That recovery was just to
Got
get
his
him
toes.
closer. Yeah.
That was a
Next
movement
level.
recovery. Hey, Jade. Now trying to maintain this lead that he had. The Stomp Sider not even going to send Impala off stage. One nair needs way more than another nair for this one. The Ensig, he is not hitting those.
Yeah, well, he's using them in a way that's like, if he decides to come at me like a crazy person,
Goodness.
I have the kill.
That's a
That's
stock.
it. Perfectly done, Impala. Holy cow. It's a great edge guard. Like we were saying, right? Like I was talking about that before the match started. You know, Impala's does so great with the edge guards, and that time was a really clear example of how much better Impala is at finishing the stock off stage than Jade is at cleverly recovering to the stage to avoid getting killed. And we've seen the meta of that. Holy cow, holy cow. Keep it going.
Oh my God.
Let's go,
Oh
let's go.
my God. So
Oh my
many
God.
nairs unanswered. Jade finally finds the side air, but goodness gracious, all those nairs put him down into the orange.
All right, well, Jade is behind right now, actually in kill range at the moment too, but he's got his trusty axe, and oh no, that wasn't the play.
Punish.
Dude, what happened to all of Jade's crazy downlights? That was working so well.
I mean, Impala's got just such a good answer. Goes for the
Oh,
end,
you got to
went for the
agree
big
with
play.
that.
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't work, but that would have been the nastiest kill. That would have totally stolen it from Impala.
oh,
yeah.
outspace.
The spacing.
Just stared down the
He
arrow.
knew, yeah. He watched the arrow fade in front of his face.
Oh, the nairs. Impala is one nair away. Jade, where you got so high?
Yeah, you got to watch out for those dares.
Ooh. Almost panic jumped into the Ensig.
What's he going to do? He's guarding the corner.
And Impala's staying far enough back to not get caught by the gravity cancel
He's
Ensig
staying far enough back to
again.
land that neutral signature. Impala takes another game. Holy cow, 2-0. Wow, Impala really did have the tools to deal with Jade, man. Jade was popping off so crazy. I was wondering if anybody in this tournament would be able to defeat him. But Impala has it. He has the skills to pay these bills.
Changing up the skin game from Jade, but still wants to stick with the Taros.
Sometimes
game
just
number
a fresh
3.
new look is all it takes.
The mental reset.
Their stats are pretty even across the board. And now it's just going to come down to who plays better, you know, who gets the final kill.
Jade going real aggressive off the start. Impala just stayed grounded, waited for his opportunity to pick up the spawn weapon. A little bit of an advantage early on. Stomp into nothing?
Yeah, not unusual, you know.
Yeah.
There's no reason to
polite way
wait
of
for
saying
a
it.
big string on the hammer. The nair side air that does plenty good damage. But I think he would rather have the axe in neutral.
For sure.
His damage buildup with the axe has been insane, and then it doesn't get much better than hammers to clear out stocks.
Yep. Get it
Now
off the
is
soft
that
platform.
do you know if that's potentially a true combo and he's
It's
just
like one
missing it
frame.
by a frame? Okay. So even perfectly executed, Impala's still got a tiny dodge window to get out.
Right. Jade getting good damage built up onto Impala.
Wow.
We've seen this time and time again where Jade starts off big, has that first stock, and Impala just brings it back.
Yeah, but now Impala's sticking with it right from the start. That should only make it easier for him. Again, a stomp, a missed stomp.
Okay. Cleans it up a little bit. Still needs to finish the stock off. Nice recovery.
Oh!
Gonna stick with the hammer. Doesn't even think about swapping, juggling, priming, anything like that. Stomp into whiff dare. Jade is just struggling on his hammer. Has not been practicing it. Ooh, nice 3-piece though.
But he still gets it done. Whoa, Impala, what a crazy option. It almost worked too. Oh, now he's got no dodge. Here comes Impala with a ground pound. Okay, no, not a ground pound, but that was... That's how I thought it would
He played
go.
that smart. He went for the angle because, you know, you have to respect the hammer recovery.
That's
and
true.
after that was thrown out, punished with the side air.
That's
Really
a good
well
point,
played
yeah.
from Impala.
Even if a hammer player has no dodge off stage, they're still fearsome.
Nice jump, side air.
Really good read there. He knew Impala was going to go high. He preemptively jumped with that side air to get it. And now Jade's got a pretty significant lead. Impala might be able to bring some back here. Even there, he catches the dodge and everything. But he's just one stomp side air away from death. Jade knows it. The movement from Impala. Oh man! Oh,
snap.
He's so swaggy. He's got so much style the way he's moving around like this. But here comes the powerhouse. Down sig for the finish. No, that wouldn't work on Impala.
So close. The end light, not enough. Aya, the secret defense on her.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect like the youngest character in the game to be so beefy, but yep, that's how it goes.
Weapon toss.
I'm waiting for
All
the
out
next
with the
big
weapon
hit.
advantage.
Like someone should have died a while ago here. These guys are like, every hit matters. Oh, that might actually landed if he held onto it, but didn't need it. The Mammoth comes out.
That was so close. Jade, though, needs this stock, needs it to stay alive.
Impala might be running away with a 3-0 victory here. Really not what I expected. Okay, Jay equalizes.
For the axe for the final stocks.
Now again,
Game number 3.
Yeah, Jade really needs this, right? Jade needs to win 3 times in a row. If he loses any match, any more games against Impala, including this one, he's going down to the lower bracket.
Toss. Weapon toss response is on. It's trading back and forth.
That's bad. I don't like that at all. That's like, he just totally, it does like 2 damage. They're not even getting, he didn't get a follow-up off of it. He didn't even dash in like he was going to follow up off of it. Just used his weapon. Luckily, it didn't hurt him. It didn't hurt him very bad or anything, right? Like he was able to grab
these
a new
axes
weapon.
are hurting Impala.
Okay, here,
Get him into the kill percent.
This is the Jade that.
Nice recovery. Okay.
This
He
is the
just
Jade
stood
from
there?
the highlight reel now with these dashes.
Oh!
Oh, again, he catches the spot dodge. Impala's got it all figured out. It's not over yet, but it's so close. Who's going to take this? Jade's close, but wait a second. This could be. No, Jade's still alive, but Impala's got stage control and weapon control, stealing that weapon away before he can grab it. Again, there's a weapon on the field. Jade grabs it, but Impala smacks him away. It's anybody's game here.
Don't panic
Jade
jump. Don't
lands the
panic jump. Stomp side air.
It's not enough.
Where's the weapon toss?
Impala's got the defense.
Finish the stock. Recovery. He misses the recovery. Impala gonna close it out 3-0 over Jade.
A 3-0 victory from Impala. I can't believe it, man. After Jade 3-0 Tiffany. Wait, no.
No, Impala beat Tiffany, but Jade 3-0
Jade
Mitchell.
defeated the #1 seed in the tournament. Okay, no big deal. #1 seed in the tournament. And then gets 3-0'd by Impala. Oh, my goodness. Impala. He's a beast. He's a beast. He hasn't even had much trouble in his previous matches. Impala's looking good to take this tournament. I mean, he now after this he moves on to winners final. Okay, that's the last round you can possibly be in without losing a game. I mean, other than Grands, I guess. But he's on his way to Grand Finals, it looks like. He's already guaranteed top 3. That's insane. Well, who's going to be worthy to go up there and fight against Impala in the winner's final? It's either going to be Cinco or Maid. Now, tell me, Duke, what are you thinking about this matchup?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's, as the story has been for the entirety of today, is that I think it's so incredibly hard to predict who's going to do what, who's going to succeed. I will say I thought Cinco was looking really strong.
Yeah.
I think, like, in terms of just, like, standard Brawlhalla play, Cinco has a playstyle that I'm more familiar with and more confident in, but still, Maid had complete control. Like, Maid 3-0'd Blue, who's top 3 seeded for the tournament. So I can't sleep on Maid.
I agree with you completely, man. Yeah, Cinco's style is like, it's cold and calculated. It's precise and effective. But Maid just popped off. I don't even know fully what Maid is capable of with how hard Maid popped off in that one. Here we go. Cinco versus Maid in a battle to get into winner's final.
Gonna be a good one for sure. Maid starting it off already with the scythe.
Oh, that could have been worse. Cinco's lucky that was only 3 hits because he got his dodge caught in like the worst way.
The battle of the offstage.
Yeah, both of these guys are pretty nasty off stage, so we could see some craziness.
Like Cinco wanted the sword to fight up against Maid's scythe, but Maid's getting some good hits. Good dodge, good
again.
punish.
Oh, that is so Cinco.
One more.
Oh, what? He had the opportunity there.
Kind of gave respect to that weapon toss of Maid. Didn't want to get interrupted or potentially turned on.
Super even here so far. Oh, Maid. Okay, you can't blame them for trying because that would have been a brutal KO if it landed. Okay, you can see Maid already, trying to dial in how Cinco likes to react out of the gauntlet side lights, because no matter what, out of a gauntlet side light, unless you caught their dodge, it's a big guessing game. It's like a huge. Oh,
nice weapon toss.
Oh, he still touched the last pixel.
Turn around.
He
Just
got
barely touched it,
Yeah,
but a D-Light recovery gives Cinco the
last
first
pixel,
stock.
man. He barely made it onto that stage. That was crazy. Now he's got the lead.
Nice. End light into the recovery. Cinco adding up more and more damage. Maid. This is where Maid was struggling a little bit against Glue, is finishing off those stocks. We saw him go for like end light Sair 3 times in a row. Recovery will do it though.
Yeah, Maid equalizes the stocks before the situation gets out of control. Oh, nice.
Weapon
nice.
swap. Okay.
And caught the read. Oh, my goodness. That could have been worse for Cinco as well.
Got away with that one. Side light doesn't hit the follow-up Sair.
Wait a
Turnaround
second.
from Maid.
Oh, he
And
just
this is a
got
stock.
That's so good. That's so good. He didn't get psyched out by that weapon toss. You know, he saw that teardrop weapon throw come out. That make a lot of people just go back to the stage and wait it out. But Maid actually ducked in underneath with the gauntlet side air to catch a second one. Cinco had nothing, and that was a quick and early KO from Maid. And he's about to do it again. Wait a second.
Go. The turnaround opportunity
but
though
now
for
dude,
Cinco.
We thought that it was going to be some crazy off stage, and we got some crazy off stage. This is just what we were hoping for.
Backing up, back onto the
Holy
stage.
cow.
Maid with the gauntlets.
Oh, we're going back on. We're going back off stage. Let's go back off stage.
Now, find out in the middle of the stage though. Cinco goes for the offstage gravity cancel. Downlight whiffs, but Maid instead wants the scythe. This is the weapon toss. This could be the stock. Yeah, Maid knows it and is already throwing to the outside.
Cinco on his final breath here. I mean, he doesn't have much longer to go. Gonna have to play a really, really good stock to come away with this victory.
Ooh, nice
Okay.
side sig, and Maid
That's
gonna take game
perfect.
number 1. Yeah. That looks so simple. I mean, like, I didn't know what to expect from Maid. Maid is
This is the big, that play right
yeah.
there. The ducking underneath that weapon throw and getting the side air. That won the game. I mean, that put Maid like a full stock ahead, and they never lost that lead.
Sure.
And that's the kind of play, man. That's the kind of plays that wins game. That wins tournaments. You know, you take a full stock like that. That's like 200 damage you don't need to do. You know.
But now we're in it. Game number 2. Maid can't rely on those. Although I will say Maid was pretty much destroying in the offstage against Cinco, who looked so confident in earlier.
Yeah. Whoa.
Oh, nice.
Whoa.
Okay.
What?
But Maid, good recognition, knows that Cinco burned a spot dodge for that gravity cancel downlight for the extra damage, and burned the dodge on that chase dodge as well. So tried to go for the offstage, not quite getting it though. Still has movement. Got to the wall safely. And light. Oh, good reset from Maid. Going to the offstage. Cinco burns the dodge again. Maid not able to punish it though. Right here.
Oh yeah, Cinco's got no weapon off stage. Maid's going for it. Oh, but Cinco just fights his way back onto the stage. The final, the break glass in case of emergency was steal the weapon from him once he gets back on. Okay, Maid taking the first stock, but very damaged here. Cinco could equalize quickly, especially on a small map like this. That'll do it. Nicely done.
Got the angle for it too to make sure it didn't hit the soft platform or the main platform.
He pivoted himself in the air. That's nice. Well done. Okay, Maid now with the gauntlets. Here we go.
Hits.
Getting a lot of hits without any return fire. Oh, never mind. Got some return fire there.
A little bit. But again, Maid getting more hits onto Cinco. It's starting to add up. That little damage lead.
Oh my goodness, this could be a kill. Yes! What? Maid with the weapon throw. Once again now, a full stock ahead of Cinco. Oh, Duke, the matches are never turning out the way I expect. None of them have. It's always
so
a surprise.
Unpredictable.
Look, we
That's
can't.
the
Now
Arcadian.
we know you just don't sleep on Maid. We know we can't sleep on Maid. Cinco's not invincible.
Interesting ground pound. Maid.
Whoa! What? Oh, calm down.
Word.
Holy.
Oh, he touched!
Oh, my goodness. Wait, Cinco could come away with a kill for this. Whoa, man. Maid in trouble.
Going in.
This is
crazy.
These guys they're so crazy. They're so crazy.
Oh.
Maid. Holy cow, dude. That was insane.
A little more damage and that D-Sig would have killed. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, but even though it didn't kill, you saw Maid go for it. Like, really.
Yeah.
Here it comes. Wait.
Next one.
Yeah, it was. Oh no!
This is the end of it.
It was so long before the kill.
Yeah.
But the down sig, yeah, and then chase dodges all the way out there and actually ground pounds. Ground pounding while on the side reticle. That's the new one, right? Like.
Yeah. That was wild. I mean,
Holy
just
cow.
the amount of time these two are spending off stage just fighting in airspace is absurd.
I love it.
But here we go.
This is
Game
good,
number
it's good
3.
gameplay. It's what the people came here to see. All right, yeah, Maid up by 2 now. One more victory here. One more game for Maid. And they'll be moving on to winner's final. What?
Nice side air. Maid just continuing the aggression on top of Cinco. Goes for the gravity cancel. I love that Maid's changing up the follow-ups, and they have been working. Cinco has no idea which way to get out. Oh! Big ground pound. Maid going to take the lead.
This is a big lead, too. And when you're down 0-2 and you're down a whole stock like this in the last game, that can't feel good. It is very impressive what Maid's getting done here.
Oh, but Cinco might get the turnaround. Sweat beads with a soft platform helping out Maid.
Oh, Cinco still hasn't
He
touched.
touched.
Maid could end up right here. Oh, he got the wall.
he
He
touched.
barely touched the floor there. But you saw Maid like really going for the No way. No way. Holy cow.
That almost worked.
Cinco is lucky to be alive here, but not that lucky, I guess. Just really, really far behind now.
Oh, snap. Nice
dude,
turnaround.
that's the Cinco special, the ground pound punish. Oh.
It's the second one, though, and Maid's going to hold on to this first stock. Nice Sayers.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I got it. It was smart not to go chasing Maid down there because that's how they survive, right? Giving them a chase dodge.
Giving them that nair into the chase dodge, but Maid's just immediately back on it.
What?
Ground pound
Oh,
and a full
so
stock
unafraid.
lead.
Didn't bother even grabbing a weapon. Time is of the essence, apparently, for Maid here. Diving in. They just keeping up the pressure. Pressure is real. Even though there's no block in this game, the pressure is real. And you can see when Maid starts getting a little bit of momentum, they really start capitalizing into the wall. Oh, man. I wish that led into more. That was,
Yeah, weapon
was
toss
sick.
into more.
Saw into some. That was pretty wild. Okay, a full stock lead here. Cinco's in trouble, man. This is Cinco's last chance. Well, not the last.
Still
It's
needs his-
still winner's bracket at least.
Winner's
but
bracket stock.
Last chance for this set. You know, you don't want to. I'm sure that Cinco's not thinking, okay, I'll get it in the loser's bracket. He's like, I gotta win. There is still a way to win this, and we'll talk about it forever if he manages.
Gonna be tough, though.
Yeah, sure is.
For the recoveries. He's going to need more than just a recovery. Like,
Yeah.
Maid still has a lot of health here, but maybe chipping away with the side airs. Double D-Light into the side air.
That's crazy. I can't believe that keeps working for him.
Good dodge through. Doesn't go for the ground pound this time. Yeah, another one of those, and Maid might be walking away.
Yeah, Cinco's as deep in the danger zone as it gets, and it's not enough. Maid
Almost
gonna
enough.
finish it off unarmed.
Right?
Oh,
So
yeah,
just
yeah,
standing
yeah,
on the corner?
they want
Okay.
it. Oh, what? That was so unexpected. What a great play from Maid, and what a great set from Maid. A 3-0 victory against the likes of Cinco, who is such a dominant player throughout this whole tournament. Now Maid waltzes in to winner's final. Well, they will be playing against Impala. Those are the only two players left in this tournament who haven't lost a game yet. Maid and Impala.
That is impressive. And so that does give us two people on our winner's side, Maid and Impala. Down
Yeah.
in the loser's bracket, of course, we have Cinco and Jade, who lost their winner's bracket matches, but they're still on the loser side.
Yeah.
STTB Wilson and Dark Ghoul have earned their spots in the top 8 loser side. Dark Ghoul 3-0ing Mitchell to get to that
Ooh,
spot.
man, yeah. Dark Ghoul beat Jet Bean. He's
making the run.
He beat Mitchell. Yeah, Dark Ghoul's going for it here. And that battle against SCTP Wilson, that's going to be happening. Oh, next?
It's going to be happening here.
What?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
It's okay.
I am disappointed to tell you guys that we need to change casters now and are going to go on a quick break. Duke, I'm a little salty we don't get to cast this one. This is going to be huge. I thought that was happening on Pro Brawlhalla. Luckily, it's happening here. But unluckily, we don't get to cast it. But no worries for you guys because the people who are going to be casting it are TWK and Taza. I can't think of two better casters to watch this match of SCTP Wilson and Dark Ghoul because those are players that we've been at LANs with before, both of them, right? That is seriously going to be a match. Holy cow. Okay. We'll have to watch from the sidelines. Do you have anything else to say, Duke, before are we off?
We're about to be, but I do want to say it's been exciting. Thank you all for watching. And if you want to find out the last two people who will earn their spots in the top 8, you can go over to twitch.tv/Brawlhalla during this break and see what's going on. But thank you all for watching. We're taking a short little break, and when we come back, like Foda said, TWK and Taza will be taking over for the loser side of top 8.
All right, we'll see you soon.
You give me a fever and make a believer out of me. I was just a dreamer, but dreams are now my reality. I'm feeling, I'm bleeding, I'm needing for all eternity. My soul is on fire, this burning desire's heavenly. Then you're moving closer, breath upon my shoulder. Boy, I wanna hold ya. Heart is beating double time, I can't wait to make you mine. I just wanna know ya. I tremble when you call my name, the feeling driving me insane. I just can't get you off my brain. You play me like a melody, the sweetest sound is symphony. It's slowly taking over me. I feel the bassline dripping down my spine. I feel it getting closer, don't want this to be over. And when the beat drops and my body rocks, I feel it getting closer. Whoa. I'm reading every sign, I'm losing track of time. I feel it getting closer, don't want this to be over. And when the beat drops and my body rocks, I feel it getting closer. Whoa. You reach me and teach me so easy, it's everything I need. Believing and needing this feeling is taking over me. I'm falling and calling this morning is something I won't heed. Cry louder and louder, I found you, now you're all I can see. Then you're moving closer, breath upon my shoulder. Boy, I wanna hold ya. Heart is beating double time, I can't wait to make you mine. I just wanna know ya. I tremble when you call my name, the feeling driving me insane. I just can't get you off my brain. You play me like a melody, the sweetest sound is symphony. It's slowly taking over me. I feel the bassline dripping down my spine. I feel it getting closer, don't want this to be over. And when the beat drops and my body
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to North American Mammoth Arcadian. I'm Taza. Casting with me is TWK, and we successfully got rid of Sparky this time. You know, last time he joined in after the pre-show. We let it slide, but this time, you know what? We decided we're gonna have to take it absolutely serious.
It was a little bit much.
We've got some very amazing matches coming up in the lower side of this top 8, as we just saw some incredible results leading into the winners finals just a little bit ago, the last block. TWK, let's give a little bit of a rundown of what just happened in the bracket.
Man, all right. So where we are sitting currently, winners final is ready to go. That's sitting up there. Both of these players have not lost a set yet all tournament. That's Impala versus Maid. We saw the stage get set for that, but the people who were playing against them, Jade and Cinco respectively, they're now down in the lower bracket. Now, I'm going to take a look down there and see who else is waiting, because that's where we've got this crazy match coming up. I know Foda and Duke, we're so incredibly excited for it, and we're going to cast it. It's going to be the first thing that we're getting into for this block. It's STTP Wilson versus Dark Ghoul.
Man, and what a legendary matchup that this is going to be. The STTP Wilson, one of the most storied players, basically one of the longest term veterans in the Brawlhalla pro scene in general, and the first real representative of Queen Nai, going against Dark Ghoul, who I basically has turned Taros into the legend that he is. I always think of Dark Ghoul when it comes to competing with the character first, and everybody else picked it up second. And now we're going to be seeing these two players that have basically created these legacies between these characters, going up head-to-head against each other to see who's going to be out at 7th and who's going to move forward in the Arcadian. And honestly, I feel like both of them have a very good shot of winning the entire thing.
Yeah, because here's the crazy part, right? this is now 2 players going up against each other who got washed out in winners round 1. But since then, for the rest of the day, they've been burning their way through the lower bracket. Dark Ghoul taking out Sniped Socks, Taskin, Jetbean, Mitchell, and STTP Wilson taking out Perplexity, Sandwick, Blue, and then Tiffany to reach this point. It's crazy.
Wow, and yeah, Dark Ghoul took down Mitchell 3-0, and SCTP Wilson being able to take down Blue 3-1. When I'm looking at Maid's record, even though the last 2 sets they had on stream were 3-0s, the persons that were able to give them the most of a run for their money was actually Blue with that 3-2 in winners round 2. So really crazy developments coming up here. But yeah, we're just going to be seeing this amazing lower bracket run for both players. You can see it on stream right here. Wilson against Blue, against Tiffany, and going up against Dark Ghoul here, whereas Dark Ghoul took out Mitchell and Jet Bean. Just crazy runs for both of these players. And now they're going to be fighting against each other. And one of their tournament runs is going to end today, right here in this best of 5, and one's going to continue onwards to fight against the loser of the last winner semis match, which is Cinco.
Oh, wow. So this is going to be a high-octane match. There you see Wilson rocking in PR 51. Dark Ghoul on the come-up this year, PR 37.
Yeah, don't let the so this is the example of the legacy behind Wilson, right? Wilson has been competing in Brawlhalla for a very long time. We see the 3 gold medals there. There was once upon a time where Wilson would take a seasonal championship once a year, right? Depending on which one. Sometimes it was winter, sometimes it was spring, whatever have you. But he's still very active competing, was in the Pro Series as well as an alternate, and now here in the Arcadian is really trying to show that he still has what it takes to really win the tournaments once all of the heavy hitters that have brought him down for so long are out of the way. And just look at him go. He lost the winners round 1 that he lost. Let me double check this. I'm pretty sure this is true. Yes, so he lost 3-0 to Wind. Wind is already out of the tournament. He's already outplaced them. He doesn't have to worry about that rematch where he might lose to them again. So who's left to stop him? Maybe it's Dark Ghoul. We're about to find out.
Oof. And now this, I know you were talking about the legend matchup that they're bringing into this.
Oh, he did. He locked it in.
Yes. It's Queen Nai for STTP Wilson and Teros for Dark Ghoul.
Yeah, Teros and Dark Ghoul, without a doubt. But Queen Nai on Wilson, there's a lot of doubt there because Wilson has played about 30 of the legends. I'm just pulling a random number out, but I'm just trying to say that's more than half the cast in competitive play. I've seen him go from Ragnar to Caspian and back again, right? But Queen Nai is what he started with. And would you look at that?
Oh, they're going to feast.
Wilson wasn't done eating Dark Ghoul.
He just took his food from him.
Oh, yes! GWK, this is what I was talking about. They're starting it off in the best way possible, using the weapon throw to interrupt the emo, and then going straight into the foray. And this is what I was looking forward to, which was just how amusing this matchup is going to be between these 2 players, because they're definitely some of the most interesting screen time players I think that we have in the entire Brawlhalla scene, especially when it came to those offline events back in 2019. And here we go into game number 1 with Wilson at a slight damage deficit after taking a axe to the face after staying at the table for a little too long.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Queen Nai, tons of strength, tons of defense. Usually a lot of characters have trouble cutting through that, but Teros, he's got the power to get the job done.
Oh, man. And he's at a point right now where a sider would definitely do it, even against Queen Nai. Queen Nai makes it back, waiting. Oh, I've seen this before.
Oh, my gosh. Hit him with the OEL salute, front, back, and top. And he actually did that in the gameplay, too. He's like, I'm going to pressure you from the front, you're going to dodge to the back, and then I'm going to hit you off the top. Oh, but Wilson's so quick to answer. That neutral signature is so strong.
Yeah, and he picked him up off the whiffed ground pound as well. Dark Ghoul going all the way down. And now at the weapon throw pickup sidelight nair, Wilson takes a ton of damage. Recovery doesn't get the nair afterwards. Dark Ghoul gets the return hit on the way back down, and Wilson tries to get the guitar string started, but can't get anything off that downlight. And Dark Ghoul continues to take the lead as those guitars are hit out of his hands. Weapon throw into pickup nair on the hammer means that Dark Ghoul's on the verge of taking this stock away from Wilson.
Yeah, it all depends how quickly he can clean this up. Oh, but man, if Wilson keeps hitting signatures like that, all right, beautiful anti-air, continuous juggle from Dark Ghoul, and he's got himself, again, a pretty healthy lead, but we saw Wilson leapfrog back into the competitive arena in pretty short order last stock.
Oh yeah, Dark Ghoul's been going for a lot of these unarmed ground pounds directly above a weapon spawn to try to dissuade Wilson from picking it up, but it didn't work out either time. And now Wilson's fighting back with that neutral stick. You were right last time.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, there it is again.
Wow, and Dark Ghoul wasn't that damaged. That was just Wilson's perfect signature placement on the character. Neutral stick into side stick, catching Dark Ghoul off guard as he tried to throw the weapon throw. And now they're back into the neutral game, and it's any player's game who's going to get the first few hits as that clash comes through, and Dark Ghoul gets the anti-airs.
Oh, Wilson just getting interrupted before he can pick up that weapon. Dark Ghoul doing a great job controlling the stage.
Ooh, down air hit, silent as well. Neutral stick gets the dodge down. Reedy goes for the second neutral stick, but Dark Ghoul just manages to avoid it. Oh, he went for the unarmed recovery. Dark Ghoul neutral sticks in the wrong direction. Guitar's picked up neutral light recovery. Wilson could get the side stick to end the game, but he goes for the down stick instead. It baits his landing. D-light recovery, second recovery, just barely avoided. Wilson continues to deny the weapons, and the snake hit comes out. Goes for the Viper Bite. Let's see, the neutral stick misses. Uh-oh, this is bad. Wilson could get side aired, and that could just be it.
Oh my gosh, the side signature, not yet enough. But if that was just a little bit closer to the edge of the stage, that would have done it.
Oh, he's trying to go for the pogo side light, down light, neutral sig. Wilson with the hard reads. Getting Dark Ghoul, never got his dodge out. Didn't matter. Side light, down light, neutral sig's all he needed to take him off the top, and Wilson takes game number 1.
Man, that was a very high-octane match. Just because Dark Ghoul would really rocket ahead, get a ton of damage, early knockouts, and then Wilson would respond in kind. It was this match of leapfrog back and forth all the way down to last stock red.
And we got to see a signature knockout from Wilson in 3 different ways. Neutral sig on guitars, neutral sig on spear, and the side sig on spear to be able to take down each stock. Really showcasing Queen Nye's signature potential as they open up with a clash, and Dark Ghoul gets the first weapon, but then gets punched away right after. Oh, stop down sig. I mean, it ain't true, but it's still good. It does a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is a ton of damage, especially if you manage to hit with the first hit like that.
Whoa.
Yo, and beating out the dodge. All right, Dark Ghoul is on something. When he is on, he looks so clean.
Yeah, and he's getting a lot of hits unanswered here from Wilson. Wilson's still looking for that weapon. Man, sometimes I'm wondering if Brawlhalla is running slower, and I'm realizing no. Queen Nye's aerial mobility is just that slow. Wilson sometimes looks like he's trudging through molasses, but he's making it work. Down air to nair, sideline, D-line, side air. Wilson going for the down stick edge guard? No, end stick instead. The second one works. Doesn't get him off the top, but Wilson's brought this all the way back, and with the guitars, he's covering that. Oh, I'm expecting gravity.
Oh my gosh, the interruption. That was gutsy from Dark Ghoul.
Oh, doesn't get the down stick in the right direction, but now it's just one signature away for both players. The D-light recovery is enough to take him off the top. Somehow, Wilson brings back the damage and then takes the stock lead after what Dark Ghoul, it looked like it was a Dark Ghoul lead for sure.
Yeah, so now this is where we see Wilson with just the slight adaptation that he needed, beating out some of Dark Ghoul's earlier attacks, where last game it was, you know, Dark Ghoul would get the stock, then leapfrog, and then STP Wilson would have to play catch-up. Now he was able to do that a little bit sooner.
That's it. That's a stock for sure. But, man, that was a crazy streak from Wilson getting that extra credit there with the gravity catch. Interesting. I thought it was going to do it. That he was going to take him off the top. Man, Wilson's really punishing Dark Ghoul for staying in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, that's the danger, right? Because if he was just, 10, 20 damage more, that actually would have been a stock deletion.
Oh! He's going to get it?
Yes! Perfectly lined up, and that's a full stock lead for Wilson. This is a huge change.
Yeah, we are definitely seeing Wilson's experience come out on top here in terms of the competitive play, because he's taking these moments where he looks like he should be afraid for his stock, and he is doing things that Dark Ghoul is absolutely not expecting. Dark Ghoul, however, one neutral sig, of course he goes for the double dunk, doesn't get the second one, but he doesn't get punished for it.
I respect the attempt, because, it's one of those things, if it works out, you're a genius.
Oh, side light. Another side light? Nope, Wilson's just trying to get those jumps gone. Nicely done. He keeps hitting Dark Ghoul the second that Dark Ghoul wants to reset his ledge slip. So even though the hits are resetting it, he's still keeping Dark Ghoul in that edge guard scenario, and he just floated right above that spike. That would have been bad for Wilson.
Oh man, Wilson just sneaking around every one of these big swings from Dark Ghoul.
Oh man, no dodge for a while. Okay, he's got neutral sig ready to go. Oh, okay. Wilson ducks underneath. One weapon throw, two weapon throw. Second one doesn't hit. Kicks him away. Spear picked up. Dark Ghoul can't get anything started, and Wilson gets scooped into the sky.
There it is, Dark Ghoul now finding purchase with the side air, the neutral air. This is what he needs to start bringing this back, but Wilson again has the corner guard.
Oh, put out the neutral sig. I think the side sig would have worked there. Down sig misses. Weapon throw misses. New weapon spawn comes through. Wilson goes for the side light neutral sig that time. Not giving him the down, but the dodge out of the way of, and that could be it. No, too much damage. Way too much damage for a side light side air to connect on Axe. And Dark Ghoul down sigs and furious. He doesn't actually able to connect it with him, and Wilson just continues to survive. Finally goes down. And this is where Dark Ghoul could make some miracles happen. Both neutral sigs on Taros are phenomenal for stealing stocks. And that down sig didn't quite hit, and Dark Ghoul's trying to get Wilson off the side of the stage.
Oh man, just dodging out perfectly. Dark Ghoul had to, or else he would have been done. Saving that dodge. Oh, but couldn't get away from that side signature. You know, one of the few things that lets Queen Nai cover that sort of distance.
Oh, and there's Wilson again showcasing another signature knockout that we didn't see in the game before. There's that D-Light recovery. We saw this amazing edge guard off the ground pound weapon throw.
Perfectly
unarmed ground pound, and then the sides to catch Dark Ghoul dashing away to finish off this second game. Wilson's up 2-0 against Dark Ghoul and is on the verge of knocking him out and moving on to fight against Cinco.
So over onto Crystal Temple. How do you feel? Is this going to help out Dark Ghoul? Is this the map change he needs?
So it's difficult to say. I like when I have these dual platforms for characters like Taros or Asuri, just because it means that they can do a little bit of side sig, slide charge shenanigans, get a little bit more distance while descending, while staying on stage. And we saw Dark Ghoul successfully hit a side signature against Wilson in game number 1. Could potentially happen here, but other than that, I'd say that this is about as even playing field as any between these two characters.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. And right now, you know, no one's gotten any massive runaway strings. This has been a pretty even damage build, as opposed to last two games, where it's really just one person rockets ahead early.
Yeah, and usually the person rocketing ahead early is the one that ends up losing their stock early, oddly enough. Let's see if that's the same case here as Wilson starts to take the lead and Dark Ghoul recovers right back onto the stage, picks up the hammer, but gets punched away, scoops all the way back down. They are just hitting each other during these recovery moments.
Oh my gosh.
Scoop again, why not? Okay, recovery hits through, and Dark Ghoul goes down for that first stock, and Wilson only needs to take 2 more stocks to knock Dark Ghoul out of the Arcadian.
Wilson starting off on the guitars. He was looking to get some sort of edgeguard gimp going, but man, Dark Ghoul fought his way back on stage, poised to take the knockout.
Ooh. Like what I'm seeing from Wilson. Got a lot of good damage before that cider happened, but Dark Ghoul evens up the stocks, tosses the hammer up, decides not to reset to the axe. Okay. Bet it all. And now he's down a weapon. And Wilson's plenty encouraged to starve him there.
Yeah, he was eager, didn't even skip a beat. But now Dark Ghoul did manage to finally grab an axe, but he's got a little bit of a damage gap to make up.
Ooh, nice punch.
Oh, big damage.
Whoa, Dark Ghoul has been dodging through all of Wilson's options here and getting great punishes off it as well. Unarmed with the hammer, and now,
wow. All right,
ouch.
He tried something. Dark Ghoul was scheming.
Ow.
Wilson called him out.
Yep.
His, rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah. Queen Nai and Taros, surprisingly similar when it comes to those two side signatures. And Wilson, well, he got the opportunity to actually punish it. Oh, that's a lot. I thought it was going to be a lot more damage than that. I thought he was going to go for the double D-Light there, but the side sig doesn't work out, and Dark Ghoul is now looking for this knockout. And that sider got interrupted by the neutral light, and Wilson just continues to run with this lead.
Yeah, he's getting all the extra credit that he can, man. Dark Ghoul is betting heavy on these signatures, and Wilson is taking advantage of it every single time.
Oh, I can't believe he dodged underneath that. Dark Ghoul dodges underneath the down signature. D-Light on accident, where I think he was going for a pogo, and he gets nared away. Second nair comes through, down sig, easily punished. Wilson's, number one flaw in this game 3 has been that every single down tick on Spear that he's put out, Dark Ghoul's just dashed right underneath it and punished him for it, and that's why Dark Ghoul's an opportunity to potentially bring us to a game 4 now as he's continued to win exchange after exchange.
Man, now Dark Ghoul just having to, spending that dodge as soon as the neutral light hits. He doesn't want to get caught by these recoveries because that would spell the end.
And that's the end indeed. Neutral light into recovery, just enough force to take him off the top, and STTP Wilson takes down Dark Ghoul and continues this momentous lower bracket run. He's been in here since winners round 1, and he's going to continue to be here, maybe potentially all the way to the grand finals. We'll have to wait and see, as Cinco is going to be his opponent in the lower quarterfinals. And he is going to fight them in a little bit. We're not going to go to that matchup next. We see here on screen the matchups that are coming up. It's going to be Glue versus Wubbs as the next best of 5 on the stream, as Glue just got finished 3-0ing Jay in the lower bracket, and Wubbs took down Meow XD, who actually, much to my surprise, 3-1 Simba earlier on in the lower bracket as well.
Now, we got to see Wubbs play a bit earlier. That Azoth just absolutely popping off, signature after signature landing, looking completely unstoppable. But now that he finds himself here in the lower bracket, the stakes are significantly higher. Coming off of that 3-0 over Meow, he's got to be feeling pretty good about this, but, I mean, Glue is no slouch of an opponent.
Yeah, taking a look at how Glue did in the upper bracket. They lost to Maid, who is currently now sitting in winners finals. And before that, they were able to 3-2 Sandwick and so on. So it's going to be a question to me about how familiar Glue is with the Azoth matchup. I mean, we saw some stat screens a little bit earlier on about how this just seems to be an Azoth player thing to do. What was it, like 18 to 20 signatures used per match for Wubbs? And
with like 40% accuracy on him, absolutely unreal.
And a lot of that, as we were talking about in the TriCast earlier on at the beginning of the day, comes to just being able to have that experience to fight your need to react immediately with a dodge when you hear the startup of the signatures and recognize that it's the Azoth that you're fighting against. And now we've got Glue on the Orion going up against Wubbs on the Azoth in the Great Hall of all places for game number 1.
Yeah, this is an interesting map pick. You don't see it too much in North America. You do see it a ton in some other regions like South America, but most players tend to steer away from the tri-platforms up here.
Oh, and it started.
All right,
it's
there's
begun.
one.
It's
there's
begun.
two.
Sidestick comes through, and Wubbs is going to be weaving every other piece of movement with a signature. Are you kidding me? Glue's just sitting there, and Wubbs is like, "Are you gonna let this?" And this, I thought that this was a specific thing to Wubbs' matchup earlier on in the winner bracket, but apparently he can just do this to anybody. He can encourage them to stand still. They're gonna evaluate life. They're gonna be like, "What am I doing here? This is Brawlhalla," and then Wubbs is gonna dash forward and sidestick them while they're standing in place.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! The stats already, just in the first minute alone. I mean, Wubbs, so many signatures, all of them landing. Ooh. I can't believe he didn't actually get that one, because why wouldn't he?
Whoa, that was some good movement, too, on that platform, going all the way forward with that downlight. And now Glue, finally, playing around the side sig to some extent.
Oh, my gosh.
You were hoping a little bit there, Glue. But he manages to make it back, and in fact, he might even take the stock. No, Wubbs secretly holding on to that recovery into the pickup down sig to take Glue off the top, and that's 3-1. This is a much faster-paced game than I was expecting coming out based off of what we saw from Wubbs a little bit earlier.
Whoa. Okay, Glue betting heavy
Glue.
on that side heavy.
And he continues to get denied some weapons here.
Jeez, Wubbs working on a 3-stock. Glue couldn't get inside that final grasping hand, but now took a stock, cleared it out with the lance. Now he's setting that weapon throw just to delay the next weapon spawn. Because
Wubbs doesn't care.
Listen, but the thing is, you got to keep a weapon out of Wubbs' hand. You can't give him signatures.
Yeah, that's true. Can't quite say I've seen Wubbs do as much with the unarmed signature kit as I have with this bow. We'll just have to wait and see here. Oh, no, it's going to happen for sure. Oh, he went for that dash jump. Down air. Oh, okay.
Yo, what an
really
answer.
bait Glue out. But Glue's doing a good job adapting at the moment. I mean, he is significantly behind, but he's playing for the set, not the game, right? So
yeah,
being able to get as much information from Wubbs as possible is crucial moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, these are the kinds of changes. We've seen Glue changing up his movement. He's getting around more of the signatures. He's punishing some of the signatures. And it's really just knowing to delay your own dodge timing so you don't get caught by the late active frames of Azoth signatures.
Oh, and Wubbs now playing the center control game, trying to put the down lights to make the Lance stay on the ground. And that down light is one successful one. Let's see if we can get another one. Oh. Wubbs is trying to make this last signature really count. Oh, but it gets interrupted by the weapon throw. That would have been perfect.
Pogo 1. Perfect dodge and broken ankles. Starved out all the options.
Yeah. He was really hoping that his he dodged first on that recovery, hoping that it would be back in time, and it just didn't come back in time. The slants on the bottom of the Great Hall really betraying Wubbs there. And Glue.
Oh my gosh. Oh my. All right. What are the stats? What are the stats? I know we got the clips to play through, but I have to know.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna say 14. I think it was 14 signatures were used. What do you say, TWK?
14?
Yeah, that's my guess.
I feel
it might be a little high. It might be a little high.
Might be a little high. I'll probably go with. No, it's got to be more than 12, right? 16. 50% accuracy.
What? So you're saying he hit 8 out of 16 signatures
my
that
gosh.
he put out? That's unreal.
And like 4 of those were all those side sigs in like the first 30
According
seconds.
to this, signatures are better than light attacks. Isn't that right? Well, okay. Maybe it's not the biggest sample size, but I mean, if we do the fun only consider percentage thing, totally. My goodness, I can't believe it. Now Wubbs isn't going to have as much of. Wubbs is very, very good at slide charging and slide charge pivoting signatures off of platforms. Apocalypse does still have a platform. It does still move, so we can have these mix-ups, but it's not quite the level of Great Hall is when it comes to just sliding off that platform to center stage and punishing your opponents. Let's see what Wubbs is able to do. He opened up the game with an amazing down sig already, getting the spot dodge read, but let's see if he's able to get as much as he did last game. Even if he doesn't, I still think he's going to have some great success here, but this is up to Glue to really adapt after game number 1 went so poorly for him.
Oh, yeah, Wubbs definitely hitting him with the knowledge checks here.
Oh,
my gosh.
He tried to get the weapon combo off the down sig. Wubbs is crazy.
Wubbs now jockeying for position. Glue fighting back. I mean, he's keeping this honest and even.
Ouch.
Oh my gosh.
Right into the side sig. Second one coming out here. Oh, he almost dodged into that. That was deceptive for sure. We haven't seen Wubbs charge these too long. Oh, hits the back end of the recovery. Trying to get the siders on the platform. Doesn't jump quite high enough. And Glue goes for the weapon toss. The neutral light. Is that almost enough? It almost is. Weapon throw. Anything? Down sig? Something? He tries to one for the weapon and actually baits Glue into a sense of security to cider him on the way back. Nicely done from Wubbs. Takes the lead.
Oh my gosh. And we saw this last game. Glue goes for those early edge guard attempts, and Wubbs just with the bow, it's so terrifying. 1 ground pound, and that could be the stock lost with like 0 damage.
Look at that. Slide charge, pivot, side sig off the platform as it's moving. This is Wubbs' signature move on the Azoth for sure. I thought that he was going to... I thought that was the end. That Lance recovery came so close to taking down Wubbs' stock, but now Wubbs is so far in the lead. Oh, he gets him on the way down. He falls to the side air, and Glue can't even get the punish. Glue's going to be so frustrated about that because Wubbs put out like the silliest side sig I think I saw all game. It wasn't silly. It was a bait. And the rising ground pound on Axe, catching Glue off guard. Wubbs just can't be killed.
Yeah, and he was trying to bait him down into like falling, doing the axe recovery, hitting him with the bottom part of it to spike. Like, Wubbs is out here scheming.
All right, bow picked up. Let's see what Glue could do. Sidelight goes forward. Glue gets hit with a nair, but the weapon throw does stop Wubbs from getting that recovery. Cider puts him off the side of the stage, and he avoids the down sig, but not much more than a down air for his trouble as Glue is nared towards the sky once again and is close to losing this Lance if he's not careful. But no dodge from Wubbs means a clean 4 hits. Let's go, Glue.
Actually sticking to him like glue. That was so many hits, so much damage. But Wubbs, all he needs to do is get up on the platform and slide charge the signature.
Yep, slide charge, pivot, side sig. You know it. It's going to hit. It's going to hit. And Glue goes flying. It's pivotal that Glue recognizes
he does
that when
usually pivot them.
when Wubbs gets to the platform, he's likely going to be descending with that attack. And if he can play around that, he can get so much more mileage off this because he's made the game even. At this point, it's a matter of whether Glue plays around Wubbs' tricks on those platforms. And then it becomes an argument of can Wubbs close out the game in a way other than slide charge, pivot, side sig. We'll have to find out as Glue is now taking the first lead of the set.
Man, that gravity cancel side light doing some serious work for Glue. He knows how to place it so incredibly well, turns it into a decent chunk of damage every single time.
Recovery into Nair. Try to get the gravity cancel down late afterwards to get even more anti-air damage, and Wubbs retreats to the platform. On the axe now, we're probably not going to be seeing quite as much silliness as we do with the bow. Recovers back. He's really focusing on this axe versus lance matchup as the neutral light hits him forward, and no down sig, I don't think this time.
Oh my gosh, it's the side sig!
Okay. All right, and that was enough to knock out. I thought Glue had at least another 5 hits in him, but no, apparently not. Wubbs, a mastermind of Azoth's signature usage, takes him down with the first axe side sig used all set and takes the lead 2-0 in the set.
Yeah, here's the thing. Azoth, not that fast of a character, but a lot of his signatures reach really far. So Wubbs has been using that to his advantage to just kind of lull you into a false sense of security. 47% accuracy on 15.
He hits half the signatures that he uses, and the other half he doesn't get punished.
That's wild.
Yeah, that's just Wubbs in a nutshell. He's doing phenomenally with the Azoth so far, and Glue has now got his back against the wall. He has to win 3 games in a row against Wubbs, and he was looking good towards the end of that game 2. He's just getting caught off guard by Wubbs' signature usage time and time again. So now, if he could somehow, it looks like we're going back to Apocalypse, and I guess this is the least egregious of all the maps when it comes to the platform shenanigans that Wubbs can do. But we see that Wubbs is still succeeding with it to great effect. So let's find out what happens as we're going to Game 3 and potentially the last game of Glue's Arcadian run.
Glue grabs the first weapon. Wubbs. Oh, actually went for some unarmed before even trying to pick it up.
You know, the toughest part about fighting Wubbs is the fact that he keeps going for these color mix-ups on Azoth as well. He has switched like his podium and the color he's been using on this default Azoth skin every single time. Now very much matching the scenery of Apocalypse. Oh, that could be it. The Nair just didn't get the right knockback off up towards the top, and Glue didn't have an exhaustive recovery to put out right afterwards, and Wubbs makes it back. Oh, he tried to go for the early knockout once again. The side stick just barely clips the top of Glue's head. Doesn't quite hit him, though. Oh
my gosh.
If he pivoted it, maybe.
Yeah, but Wubbs with the perfect dodge to just get through it. Wow, even all of his options gone. Wubbs going for extra follow-ups.
Oh, he didn't pivot it. You know, that's the key. You have to pivot every signature that you slide charge, TWK. This is
Them's
lessons
the rules?
from Tazza. Yep, that's the rules.
You don't make them, you just live by them.
Exactly. Recovery. Misses.
All right.
Side stick. Pivoted. Barely dodged out of the way, but Glue is now starting to punish these things. He could take the first stock lead of the set. Oh, down sig comes through, and Wubbs.
Just threatening with the signature.
Oh, man. Glue is really afraid of that attack. I don't blame him. Doesn't get the Zeus throw.
Oh, wow.
What?
The very tail end.
And that's why you slide charge pivot all of your signatures, CWK, because what ends up happening is he didn't slide off the stage. When you slide charge pivot the unarmed down sig, you get that little bit of curvature towards the stage, and you end up sliding down the edge, covering anybody that's just trying to hang on and not jump off of it. And Glue got that read perfectly and takes the lead, and is now getting a bunch of extra credit for it as well.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge. This is the kind of start that he needed to game number 3 if he wants to bring back this set.
With the down air hits. Smart on Glue to fast fall there. He already got hit out of 2 jumps. He wasn't going to make it back in time. You might as well try to contest the weapon sooner rather than later. And he punches Wubbs straight in the face for picking up that one. Oh, no neutral stick connection that time. And Wubbs is on the back foot once again.
Oh, man. We saw him do that in his previous sets. That gravity cancel downlight of the bow. Just so much extra range than you expect.
Yeah, for some reason he can condition a lot of his opponents to want to safely retreat to the center of the stage, and that's where the gravity cancel downlight on the bow works out the best. So they should really be watching out for that option moving forward against Wubbs, because I would imagine Wubbs is going to want to do it again if they keep giving it to him. But Glue opting to stay on arms, does end up winning on that exchange, and Wubbs picks up the axe, sidelight in air. Oh, it's recovery time. The neutral sig, the down sig, dash jumps for the side air, gets the recovery. No, I thought he was going for the spiking back end of the recovery. Doesn't quite get it, and Glue fights his way back to the stage and gets the edge guard once again. Can he finish the stock? Weapon throw misses. Recovery misses. Wubbs with the neutral sig just barely doesn't knock out.
Yeah, there was so much stage to cover. Glue with the slide kick uppercut, giving him a little bit of a lead, but man, he just needs to get tapped. And with Wubbs' accuracy, I can't imagine Glue sticks around for too much longer.
Oh, but let's see. One bad dodge from Wubbs, and that could be 4 lance hits in a row. Down air misses. Recovery does not punish, and Glue gets the side air to continue tacking on the extra damage. That's the Sair to do it. Wubbs evens up the stocks 1-1, and all that work Glue put into the earlier stocks might be all for naught, as only 2 hits have come onto Wubbs here, and Wubbs is in that comfort zone where he gets to be on the side of the stage and use any of his gravity cancel attacks to really put Glue in an uncomfortable position.
Juggling him up into the sky. Man,
Nice
Wubbs just getting the
patience.
better out of each of these exchanges. Oh, that bow ground pound, so terrifying in the last stock. Potential set-winning position.
Oh, Lance picked up. Sider hits. Wubbs gets the side light. Does he get the down light? No, he goes for the down air instead. The weapon toss does not connect. Glue punches him away. Wubbs dashes forward, dashes back, goes for a gravity cancel attack. It gets side lighted. Glue with the spear picked up is just jumping up and on top of Wubbs, waiting for the first attack. And oh no! The neutral stick comes through. Glue avoids everything, but Wubbs doesn't get the
Wait a minute! He actually survived in the most clutch fashion, getting the hit to get the chase dodge and turned around the edge guard to survive and push this to another game.
No. I can't believe it. I'm pretty sure the way Glue recovered, he was done. He was out. But
He was
Wubbs-
actually done. He was actually done.
Wubbs went for the D-Light ground pound to finish it, and I guess, hold on, let's see this here. The ground pound comes through. I thought Glue was done for. D-Light misses. Wubbs ground pound's a little too far, and Glue gets the pogo to give him the chase dodge to make it back, and Wubbs no shot in Apocalypse to make it back to the stage, and Glue pulls out a miracle as Wubbs has one of his lowest signature counts all day, 13.
Wow.
It's not really that low, but it's low for Wubbs. And
Well,
it might
the
be
main
why-
thing is the accuracy is half of what it used to be.
Yeah,
in
that
these
is true.
previous 2
That's
games.
true. That is true. 1/4 of the signatures hitting instead of half. And now we are banning out some stages, and Wubbs has made it very clear that he wants to slide charge pivot on as many platforms as possible, TWK. He is literally
Final
left
boss mode. I mean,
It's
look,
Chris-
he brought in the level 99 raid boss skin that Photo was talking about earlier.
Oh,
He
yeah.
got all the platforms. This is Wubbs' final form.
Yeah. And it was Crystal Temple, Small Enigma, and Great Hall. And I guess out of all the 3, the Great Hall is the map that's the most comfortable for Glue. But, man, I'm looking at this and I'm going, Wubbs is going to have a field day, man. This is going If Glue could take down Wubbs here, that he's truly proven himself as an opponent to Wubbs, and a Game 5 will be absolutely legendary. But let's see what happens. You're right. Wubbs is in that raid boss form, and let's see if Glue could do it first try.
Oh,
as
my gosh.
he's getting almost quadruple nared there. Oh, that ground pound came so close.
I'm just waiting for the platform shenanigans to start. But Glue fighting his way back, the 3-piece unarmed string. Tons of damage.
Ooh. D-Light Nair real quick. Nair hits as well. Wubbs goes for the neutral stick, trying to get the back end of the arrow to hit, but Glue dips right underneath it. And the Nairs from the Lance are playing around quite well, but now it's time for Wubbs to take to the platforms. It's time for the side sticks. That pogo barely saves him, but Wubbs... Okay, Glue has been adapting by playing towards the top side of that platform and treating that as the main stage. And that was a beautiful snag away from Wubbs there as he tried to reset to the axe. And Glue now picks up the Lance over Wubbs. Dash jump siders are being avoided, and Wubbs goes back to the side of the stage. Down air hits, down sig, side sig. Oh, he went for the down sig. Okay.
Yeah, a bit safer for the corner guard just because it has so much more range, so much more priority than the other axe signatures.
Oh, good read with the recovery there. Oh, and Wubbs is inside him, and Glue gets the tail end of the sideline as Wubbs misspaces, but that recovery has enough oomph behind it to take Glue off the right side of the stage. Wubbs denies the next weapon spawn as long as possible, and now he's ready to stall out as much as he can with this bow.
Man, that seems to be like the Wubbs classic. You jump as high as you can for the weapon toss. You don't charge it like some other folks might, and then you just swap to the bow and immediately go off to the wall. It really is, I think every time, he just wants to bait people to come off stage with him when he's got the bow and just give away their stock early.
Oh, and it's kind of working. Glue took the bait that time, and Wubbs made it back to center stage. Got 3 good hits. Side air comes through as well. Ground pound, weapon toss.
Oh
Glue.
my gosh.
Don't give it to him. Oh, he was too afraid of what happened last game. I had to have been.
Had to have been thinking about that. Flashbacks.
Yeah, and Glue makes it back and takes a stock, but that was almost curtains for Glue there. If that stock went down, Wubbs went up 3-1 on Great Hall, just like in game number 1, I feel like that would have been it. And now Wubbs is bringing out the heavy artillery as he peeks in the slide chart side six. Don't gotta pivot him on Great Hall. When you cover the entire stage, you can just choose which part of it you want to explode. Well, he pivoted at that time.
You know, sometimes you gotta go for the little bit of a read there.
I mean, if the last player side airs or down airs, they're going to go straight into it. I believe it. Oh, but Glue fighting back.
Oh, chopped. So a healthy lead for Wubbs here. Glue's got his work cut out for him.
Side air misses. Glue gets the sideline himself. Wubbs dashing forward back, trying to come through, and Glue interrupting the momentum with the weapon throws. Side airs pushing Wubbs deeper into red. Side signature confirming that the next solid string Glue gets will likely result in a knockout. And Glue, still not touched, gets hit by a weapon throw. It's barely being touched. It's being scratched, basically.
Oh my gosh, even pursued the right direction just a little bit early to catch the dodge.
Oh man, and Wubbs is not dodging any of these weapon throws, and Glue's getting a ton of mileage off him. Dodge one weapon throw, and Glue is out of a weapon, and you have an opportunity to put out a ton of more damage. Those nairs now are doing a lot of work, and Glue really playing well on this last stock here. But that's it. Down light into neutral light. The damage Wubbs was looking for.
Are you saying that was the momentum breaker?
Yeah.
It's all over now?
It was like one of those things where I feel like once Glue got hit, that was it. Seal's broken. Wubbs is going to run away with it, and that's what I was waiting for. And look at this. It's exactly what's happening. Everything after that has just been Wubbs tearing Glue apart, and Glue is now almost in red, and Wubbs still surviving on the second stock. That's an easy punish and a half, but he went for the side stick, expecting to dodge in, and that side stick hits, and Wubbs is almost certainly going to two-stock, and at this point, what's he going to go for? The side stick at the end, and yes, TWK, that was it. It was the D-Light off the edge, gravity cancel that broke the mental. Glue goes down, 3-1 for Wubbs. Really solid play, but man, Wubbs is something else on this Azoth. Once he could switch to that skin, that was it.
Yeah, I mean, true final form. He got all, it's you actually reach final phase of the boss. You know, he gets all the faces, the emblems start coming around, and then he pulls in the extra platforms, the arena changes.
20.
Unreal.
20. Accuracy was pretty low. But you know what? We hit that 20 count, right? 20 signature usages in one game per set is going to be like Wubbs' like, I don't know, what do you call it? Character description. He's crazy on the Azoth. Yeah. And now he's in top 5, top 6 technically, but 5th is the lowest that he could get at this point as he moves on to fight against Jade, who is in the lower quarterfinals, meaning that there are only 6 players left in the event. It is Maid and Impala in the winner's side, and the 2 matchups that we've got coming up next on stream are Cinco versus STTP Wilson and Jade versus Wubbs.
Ooh, okay. Cinco versus STTP Wilson. Both sitting not too far from each other in power rank, but their path through this tournament significantly different. Wilson, you know, we mentioned it last time that he was up on stream, lost in winners round 1, but he's been burning through the lower bracket, just taking opponent after opponent. Cinco actually managed to go all the way into winners semi-final, getting 3-0'd by Maid. So you know Cinco wants a chance at that run back, but has to go through STTP Wilson to get a chance.
Now, I didn't see what Legend Wilson locked in for this matchup against Cinco, but I know that Cinco is banning out with the Koji. It's going to be Queen Nai. Wilson really bringing in the Queen Nai Never Die throughout the entirety of this bracket run, as we're going to be going into game number 1 in just a little bit, and I'm excited to see this matchup play out because we've gone from 2 very heavy-hitting legends to one that's a lot more nimble against one that is much, much more tankier. Mammoth Fortress for game number 1. Let's see how this plays out. SCTP Wilson versus Cinco, and the first hit goes over to Wilson.
So Cinco's starting off on the bow. This is one of those things where I think the bow does decently against Queen Nai just because you get to threaten the same kind of ranges that she does. You know, she's not as safe behind her signatures when you can dash and downlight with the bow.
Yeah, and also I think just with sword in general, it's pretty easy to dash underneath the spear down 6 that Wilson was going to go for and get a nice neutral light or a jumping nair or whatever have you on the way back down. So there's a lot that Cinco can do against the signatures. But
Yo,
I mean, you
let's go.
Kind of got to dodge out of that neutral sig after the downlight, and I mean that is something that Queen Eye players are going to test you on every single time they catch you with sidelight D-light, because why not? They're not going to get punished for it. You have to dodge out of the way. They're giving up the free damage from a side air to potentially take your entire stock.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Wilson loves going for it for sure.
And, you know, similar to what we were talking about last set, that is another thing that's a bit of a knowledge check. Just because the downlight into gravity cancel neutral signature, it's not true, but it feels like it. You actually need to dodge upwards in order to get out, just because the movement of a dodge starts immediately, whereas the invulnerability only kicks in after the 2 frames.
Oh, man. Cinco trying to go for the neutral stick there at the end, and Wilson with the neutral light into recovery is almost going to take a 2-stock lead over Cinco here. That down stick just barely avoided, but Cinco still hasn't taken the stock, and oh no! Punished so hard for that ground pound. I know Wilson might not have the greatest legacy for offstage, but he's certainly only gotten better at it over the years, and that's an example of it. As that Sarah to weapon throw seals him a super lead against Cinco.
Yeah, recovery beat out there, but man, the damage has been done. It's a full stock that Wilson is ahead.
Oh, wow. Nice movement. Getting around the neutral light. I feel like if Wilson was a faster character, he would have gotten hit by the bow neutral light, but instead he just, like, slowly moved around it and managed to get in with the neutral light on his unarmed. Down air into neutral light recovery. Side sig! Oh, that is a classic. Didn't quite get the gravity cancel, and Cinco now picking up the sword has found himself at even damage with Wilson, but still down a stock. Oh, and Wilson just returns right back up the sidelight after getting hit away. Down air. Oh, Cinco runs for his life to the other side of the stage, and Wilson tries to get an early knockout with that side signature.
I do like Wilson showing him the signatures, just making Cinco think about it, setting him on his heels, especially given that this is game number 1. You want that mental damage to sink in early.
Oh, down sig. Dash. Oh, that's interesting. Using the aerial positioning from the down signature to dodge forward afterwards instead of landing on the ground in case Cinco tried to dash underneath and punish. Like seeing that kind of thing. Down air from Wilson. I mean, okay, Cinco's got a game going on. That's 2 stocks in a row that he's just taken without losing one.
Now Cinco trying to keep the weapon starved. No, Wilson just punches him away, and now back onto the classic guitars.
Avoids one side light. Oh, he went for the recovery after that read, but he didn't quite get it, and Cinco's getting the damage in. Okay, this is huge. Woo! Ground pound, neutral light. Cinco really popping off on this last stock. Is Cinco going to get the reverse 3 stock? Sair, not enough to knock back, but if one more Sair hits from either weapon, that's it for sure. Why
oh my gosh, he caught the recovery! Oh my gosh, I can't believe Cinco managed to turn that around. It looked like Wilson was going to line it up like he's done so many times before.
Wilson, why? He just... Oh, I cannot believe it. Cinco reverse 3-stocked Wilson in game number 1. And what was such a dominant performance, Wilson decided to bet it all on an offstage edge guard against a person that literally could have died to a spear sidelight at that point. That ground pound was insane. The clash with the recovery led to the perfect ground pound from Cinco, and now he's up 1-0 in a game that was certainly stolen away from Wilson. And now Wilson's got to be kicking himself after that one. I mean, you could have been AFK for 10 seconds on stage and been better than what happened in that last exchange.
Jeez, and now Cinco doing a much better job of spacing out the ground game of Wilson.
Ooh. Oh no! Is this where it's?
Oh my gosh!
Is this the
it's all spiraling. It's spiraling out of control.
It's going to be ground pound after ground pound from here on out. TWK Wilson is just shattered, right? It's going to be so hard to recover from tossing a game like that. And now Cinco getting hit with a side sig is probably going to be like, oh, I see the desperation here. Signatures are flying, but I'm not even close to being able to die to one of those. Almost gets the spot dodge side air.
I said you wanted the mental damage to sink in early, but that's when we were talking about Wilson's signatures. I didn't mean for that to happen in the reverse direction.
Yeah. Yeah, it turns out Commentator's Curse works in mysterious ways, TWK.
Doesn't it, though?
And weapon toss into side light. Man, Cinco is just on another level now. Side air comes through, disarms Wilson. Side air again.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, is Cinco going to take 6 stocks in a row without losing one? Is that what's going to happen? Because that's what it feels like at this rate.
You know, Commentator's Curse, but there's also symmetry. Because what could end up happening is Cinco sends Wilson down to his final stock here, and then would Wilson reverse 3 stocks Cinco?
Possible. It's possible. Although Wilson did just emote while recovering, kind of showing me the state of his being right now. Let's see what he's able to do about Cinco here as he jumps around, waiting to get something started. And the neutral stick catches the jump in, and Cinco's up 3 stocks to 1. That means that we've had 5 stocks in a row where Cinco is yet to lose one. And Wilson kicks him away. Let's see what happens here as Cinco continues to more damage, recovery, nair, avoids the down sink, downlight, side air, goes to the ground pound. He really wants that 6 stock. I mean, it's like, it would be a 6 stock, right? Like that's,
oh, yeah.
But Wilson stops it. All right, you're right. It's time. It's time for the reverse. We saw it happen to Wilson. It's going to happen to Cinco. Wilson's going to take the stock right here off stage with guitars. It's going to be 1-1, and Wilson's going to barely survive after a stuffed recovery on the right side of the stage. I'm calling it now.
It's just going to be the exact mirror image.
Yes. Uh-oh. It's looking bad. It's not. Oh, wait, but Cinco.
Hold on, Taza.
Do it again. Just grab pound a little further this time. Wilson's low on jumps. Yes. Okay, he didn't use the recovery. Cinco doesn't decide to challenge it, and you know
Cinco,
what?
in sync with Wilson's mind, knew he wanted to try and get back down around that corner, but cut him short.
I was pretty wrong. It didn't happen. Cinco 2-stock Wilson, and after that beginning, it's looking like it's going to be difficult for Wilson to be able to make it back. I'm wondering, did we see a switch? Wow. Yep. Okay. It doesn't get much more different than this. 9 movement speed, Lucian. I think Wilson was tired of moving around through molasses. He is going to be zooming. He's going to be zooming this game. You literally can't get faster than this.
So now he's got the 9-speed guitars. He's going to be zooming all over the stage. He even has a little bit of extra range with the blasters.
Oh, yeah.
But it's
wonder
all
how
gonna...
he used those.
You know, I'm not entirely sure. I don't know how much of Wilson's blasters I've actually seen throughout the years.
Oh, he didn't get the down sig quite right. He got the landed hitbox instead of the one that goes off the side of the stage, and Cinco with the edge guard.
Oh, he bow is so good!
Oh, he sniped the recovery perfectly, but he didn't get the weapon throw afterwards. Oh, nice space of the down sig. It's deceptive. You get the visual indicator that Koji's going to go to a certain point, but if you descend at the right moment, it will stop and it will hit the side of the stage, so it might make your opponent try to react to where you think they're going to go.
Yeah.
But Cinco manages to make it back, and Wilson has nothing to make it back as he takes a stock lead once again. Cinco on the verge of 3-0ing Wilson and moving on to the lower semifinals.
Jeez. I love the way that Cinco, he hits the bow side light, and then he takes to the skies. He knows that everybody tries to dodge out. They're expecting the down light after the side light. Oh my gosh. The off-stage play. He didn't even have to juggle him up like that. But Cinco getting damage everywhere he can. Wilson not yet knocking him out.
Yep, that low force on Lucian really paying the price here in Apocalypse. And Cinco denies all the weapons away from Wilson as Wilson once again is going to try anything to get this stock taken away so that he can even up these stocks. Guitar's picked up. Side sig would be great here.
Yep.
Oh, thank you, Wilson.
On demand.
Yeah. It's definitely the best for KOing at center stage if you're not in an edge guard situation, and he catches him in the back and takes him off the top. Love to see it.
Wilson has the corner guard. Cinco all the way across to that soft platform to land, just that way he didn't have to deal with the anti-airs from Wilson.
Oh, Wilson really getting some guitar strings started. Oh, Cinco inching forward. Spot dodges. Wilson not taking the bait. Sidelight, D-light. Doesn't get the recovery afterwards, but that's still good damage. And the second recovery doesn't hit. And there comes through. Cinco going all the way up for the weapon throw. And the side stick misses. And now Wilson has to tack on a little bit more damage. If Cinco gets even into like light-ish red, I feel like Wilson could take a super early stock with the down stick off the side of the stage here. We got to see if he's going to go for that because he kind of needs it. Cinco's been running away with this momentum. Oh, the downer hit. He still got the good amount of damage on that. And the recovery doesn't take him off the top just yet. Wilson's surviving. All right, side stick's good here. Oh, let's see it. Can he get it? Oh, I thought he was going to get punished for that sider for sure. Oh, recovery drops.
Didn't steer all the way into him.
Huge. Oh, what? Wilson's just barely surviving. So many of these whiffs. It's incredible.
Man, damage so deep on both players.
Oh, I thought he was going to get down light for sure. Cinco's not taking the risk. Oh, he side sticks the wrong way, but he only gets hit by a side lane. The recovery finally takes him down. But Wilson brought the damage back in the way that he needed. He could take the stock, clean it up, take the game, and bring it to a game 4 potentially because at this rate, if he loses the stock here, Cinco takes it all.
Cinco has the weapon starve. Wilson, you see him, he's just trying to make the stocks even. He was hunting for those uppercuts, just fishing for anything he can find.
Ooh, didn't try to go for the side air after the downer connected, and that's okay. Really put out that side sink. Cinco dodges in place. Oh, pickup recovery doesn't work out for him. He gets punished by one side air. Downer punishes the neutral light. It's hard. It's without being able to reliably land down light. It's hard to get something started on blasters. He's really just got to stare him at this point. All these other moves are. Oh no, Wilson! What are you doing down there?
Oh my gosh. Luckily, gets out unscathed. The side air finally enough to do.
Yeah.
Cinco had to be deep in that barbecue sauce color.
All right, let's see. Can Wilson pull out a miracle? Side light, neutral sig.
Ooh, okay.
Recovery,
Okay.
Nair. Okay, Wilson. Wasn't really actually that much damage because he's Lucian, but you know what? It looked good. Nairs are coming through.
Hey, you got to land the hits. You got to put your opponent on their heels.
That's true. That's true. Oh, down here into neutral light and recovery. Wilson's really tacking on the damage. Another recovery comes through. Can he get a third recovery? Neutral light and a third recovery.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. He tries to go for the sider for the spike. He repositions on the stage, but the falling stare puts him off the side of the stage, and he stares him. Oh, he could get the side stick, and that could end the game. Side light.
He's looking about it. He's
Nair.
thinking about it.
Oh, but he might just want to go for the recovery finish. The recovery finish on the guitars is the best thing they could possibly ask for. Down, sig, not space, right. The recovery comes through. The recovery hits.
Oh, my
no
gosh.
Weapon.
This is so tense.
Can Wilson do it? Can he bring it to a game 4? Is Cinco going to take it all? Cinco dashes forward with the down light. Down sig misses. He gets the side sig. No, he gets recovered instead. But Wilson surviving. One last hit in him. No recovery. He has to dodge back to the stage. Is this it? That's it. Cinco with the ground pound catches Wilson going for that panic recovery on wake up and takes the game at the last possible moment with an amazing edgeguard ground pound. That damage was literally neck and neck into the last minute, 650 to 635. That ground pound just eking Cinco over the top. What a game between these two players.
Man, oh man, I did not expect this one to go 3-0. I think this is a masterclass in taking momentum and running with it. It all hinged on that turnaround point at the tail end of game number 1 where Cinco just stole it out from under Wilson and he just kept him pushed back. Wilson wasn't able to stabilize and it all just kept unraveling from there.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the most visual example of a momentum being stolen from somebody else in a game, to get reverse 3-stocked like that after being so dominant in game 1, whereas game 2 was essentially forfeit. And in game 3, I felt like the pieces were being put back together. Wilson had a game plan in mind, but at that point, it was just too close of a match. Came down to essentially what could be considered coin flips in that rock, paper, scissors matchup, and Cinco came out on top. And because he had the 2-0 lead to begin with, that's the set. A best of 5. Only need 3 games to win. And now, Cinco is in lower semifinals, top 4 guaranteed, and is waiting to fight against the winner of the next matchup that we've got coming up. It's going to be Jade versus Wubbs. Glue couldn't take down Wubbs earlier on. Is Jade going to be able to fight against this raid boss Azoth, or is Wubbs even going to start with that skin? Before, I feel like Wubbs was just doing the skeleton ads during the fight in preparation for the boss. You know, that's how what it felt like. just doing default Azoth with like 3 different color palettes.
Yeah, you know, you gotta show off the different environments, right? But I guess the question is, let's take a look at Jade's path through the bracket. He got sent down 3-0 by Impala. Before that, he took out Mitchell 3-1. He took out Wind, who was the one that sent Wilson down, and he took out Perplexity in that first round. So he's had a pretty good run for the tournament. He's got to still be feeling pretty warmed up, pretty loose.
And looking back at the bracket, Cinco is in fact the one that knocked out Wubbs 3-2. So Wubbs is looking for that rematch, and he has to get through Jade to get it. I'm very excited to see that because I believe Cinco, it was very, very close, obviously, going to game number 5. But Cinco being able to take that win, I think, surprised me very much. So going into game number 1 of this set, it'll be exciting to see this Azoth versus Taros matchup that we've got coming up. 2 very heavy hitters, and I mean, Wubbs is in it with the serious skin from the start.
Oh yeah, yeah. He has already activated full raid boss status. He doesn't quite have the arena he was looking for at the end there. Not really many platforms here. There's just the one that's sometimes up above.
Well, and he can still use it for some great effects,
sure.
especially when it comes to slide charge pivoting signatures on opponents that are trying to recover to the stage, underneath, below it, to the left of it. And look at that. It's now Wubbs territory. Yeah, platform's coming up there, and Wubbs is going to be taking full advantage of it for sure. Downers are coming through. He's going to switch over to the bow. Oh, no. He's just playing axe versus axe. Finally hit by Jade.
Chopped away. Big damage lead for Wubbs so far.
Oh, that side stick could have ended that stock right then and there. So powerful. But Jade is now fighting back pretty well. Down air from Wubbs hits through. Wubbs just waiting for more opportunities to build up some more damage. And Jade fighting back quite well. Down air nair comes through.
Whoa.
Down sig avoided. Wubbs, that lower signature accuracy coming into this game compared to the last set. And Jade is doing quite well against Wubbs' Azoth.
So damage pretty even here, but we've only seen Wubbs on the axe so far. He hasn't swapped over to the bow, and I feel like in previous sets, that's where most of his purchase came from. Ooh, the grasping hands, taking Jay out.
Yeah, and that's going to be the first stock over to Wubbs. That down stick connecting, and Jade looking for a weapon as now Wubbs is on the bow, and he's very good at stalling out with this weapon as he just ekes away from the neutral stick there from Jade, which would have certainly ended that stock. And he's playing around that platform. Not quite the distance I think he was looking for on the side stick, but you know what? He didn't lose his stock over it, so far so.
Oh my gosh!
What is it with Wubbs getting hit by these amazing unarmed down sigs? I can't believe it. Oh no! Double down!
How many?
Ground
How
pounds!
many?
I thought he was going to get the grab pound for sure.
I mean, that's the terrifying thing. Anytime Wubbs gets somebody off stage and he's got the bow in his hands, you know you're down for a ride.
Ooh, and the neutral light, enough to knock him out. Catches him trying to go for the down stick and takes the stock. But Jade took more damage than he would have liked on that stock. Nice little punish for the weapon pickup and a neutral light to boot. Let's see if he can get even more off of it. As we've really, I don't think we've seen Jade press the heavy attack button this game. Now that I think about it, it's been purely light attack central for Jade.
Yeah, he went for like one neutral hammer read, but you know it hasn't done any work just yet. Uh-oh, gets chopped away. Does he have enough to make it back? He's unarmed. Oh, gravity cancels, but nobody hits.
That was interesting. He used the haymaker both to cover his position and to make it back to the stage, but the weapon throw will take down that stock, and Wubbs is in the lead once again, even bigger this time.
Opting to stick with the bow.
Ooh, one nair. Can he get the second one? No, he doesn't. Downlight hits through. Oh! Wubbs just hitting with a plethora of nairs and endlights. Side sig jumped over by Jay. One down air for his troubles, but that's just about it. And Wubbs makes it all the way back, using that platform to get in position for a
oh my gosh, hits him with the Wubbs step.
Yeah.
That's what it is. You go on the platform and then you just wait for the drop.
Oh, it's
a music joke.
I know, and it's amazing. That's my favorite one that you've made today. Oh, you know what? I'm sticking with it. It's the Wubbs step for sure. Oh, and Jade trying to go in for the side air. Wubbs gets hit by the down air, and now throw that weapon back up to cover his recovery. And surprised he made it back because the weapon.
Oh
no!
Jade has some Wubbs steps himself.
Wow, that he does, and that was like pixel perfect. He did it in a way to where he was able to pivot it and as if he was riding underneath the platform without having to slide too far. Beautiful, but the down stick from Wubbs almost ends the game right there and then. And one more of those would certainly seal the deal. Let's see what Jade is able to do about it as that weapon throw comes down, and Wubbs is certainly looking for one more down stick.
And you just hear, oh yeah, there it is. The grasping hands. They're always down below. You got to watch out.
Yep, it's just cheating, right? Being a necromancer, being able to take advantage of it. Where are you going to go where there isn't some sort of necromantic energy that you could take advantage of? I guess if it's a mechanical state, it's kind of hard. Mammoth Fortress.
Right, but I
plenty
mean,
of
this
soil.
is
Plenty
this
of
is
soil.
all in Valhalla, right? So it's
That's
all
true.
the afterlife.
That is actually true. It's literally all afterlife. Wow. Anyway,
Unlimited minions.
We've got so this is interesting. I mean, Jade knows exactly what Wubbs is trying to aim for. He brought him down to Demon Island, Small Brawlhaven, Mammoth Fortress, and Wubbs is of course going to pick the one with the platform 9 times out of 10, or probably 10 times out of 10, right? Because other than that, how is he going to Wubbs step on his opponents, right? There's just
He
no way.
needs the platform. I mean, I guess slide charging off the corner, same kind of
It's
feel.
not the same. It's not the same.
That's
TWK.
fair.
He's got to be punishing somebody who thinks they're safe in the center of the stage. The edge guards, that's a totally different thing. It's still great. It's still classic Wubbs gameplay, but it's not quite the same. And you know what? Here we go. Opportunity. He's got the bow.
Oh,
there
yeah,
it is.
he's showing it off.
Downlight doesn't hit, but the Nair does. And Wubbs picks that bow back up. But Jade doing a better job this time fighting back.
Yeah, Jade keeping the damage even. You know, nobody exploded out with an early string now that we're hitting the 40-second mark in the match.
Ooh, not going to switch over to the axe just yet. I noticed that in Game 1, Wubbs really liked to play axe against Jade when the stocks were even or damage was relatively even, and we're seeing that switch up right here as he tosses the bow forward, and they go back to this exchange of trading off sidelights and nairs. Ooh, downlight hits from Jade.
Yeah, Jade has been landing a ton of axe downlights, even last game. It just because Wubbs likes to hover around that single jump height, especially when he's got the axe in his hand. He looks for those side airs, he looks for down airs, but that's prime area to get anti-aired by axe downlight.
Ooh, downlight nair. He still manages to connect it even though he was so close. Uh-oh. Here it comes. Wait for it.
Oh my gosh, he's looking, he's
there
scheming.
it is. I think it's getting a little predictable. He's got to weave it in the middle of light attacks at this point. If you wait that long, I mean, it doesn't matter. He gets the delay recovery, but side stick doesn't quite hit. And Jade is down a stock once again.
And there it is. Yep, toss the weapons up, get the bow, and go to the wall.
It's always the right wall, too. Just an interesting preference I've noticed. And we've seen this before.
Oh, yeah. Just waiting for the dash-in attack.
It must be an effect
Second
Wubbs
guy.
has against Teros's in general, because we saw this happening at the winner side of the bracket as well.
Yeah.
Against Vocal, where he gets a lead and the Teros just stands on the other side of the stage and goes, "What would I do?"
Oh, perfect punish.
Great punish on the gravity cancel side stick, and Jade evens up the stocks.
Ooh, Jade showing off some of that platform movement, dashing around.
Ooh, went for the exhausted recovery after that one succeeded. Bow picked up.
Ooh,
but
beautiful.
Jade, yeah, she's taking on a ton of damage. Stacked on top of each other means that axe down air is not going to hit unless he aimed for the backswing, which he did not. Downline and nair doesn't hit, but the side air on the way back down does, and Wubbs is close to knocking that axe out of Jade's hands. Oh, they exchange weapons and they both manage to pick up a new one. Side air misses, and Jade continues evening up the game. Oh, and Wubbs doesn't get the falling side air afterwards. The down stick is dodged out of the way. Jade could take the lead here.
Yeah, I mean, he's fully brought it back, and big signature, one of the few that we've seen him break out this set. I guess in comparison to Wubbs, but man, perfectly placed.
No, we were talking about that in Game 1, too. I felt like Jade had yet to hit his heavy attack button at all, and it just looks like he's very conservative with it, and when he uses it, he really wants to make a statement. And by taking the lead in Game 2, that is a statement indeed, and Wubbs is looking to even this up. He's putting out the downlights, but Jade's playing around that perfectly. And now going with that nair, gets hit by the nair from Wubbs. Oh, did that weapon toss betray Wubbs? Did that stop that neutral light from hitting? I'm not certain. That looked weird. Okay, let's see
maybe.
what's able to happen here. Cider hits, Wubbs picks up the bow. Can he get the stock, or is Jade just going to run away with it?
Neutral air juggles Jade up. Now he's got the corner guard. Yeah, there it is. The dash down light. He wants that down light recovery. That's the main consistent way Wubbs has been comboing for his finishers.
I feel like even a raw bow neutral
Oh,
air
wow.
would work. Okay. Even game. Weapon spawns in. Sided away. Nared as well. Wubbs tacking on even more damage. And Jade trying to get in with the axe here. Side sig doesn't quite work out. And Wubbs going for the downer gets hit with the neutral light. And Jade doesn't oh, he does. Uh-oh, that's scary. Wubbs, that's exactly what Wubbs wants. It's people that chase him off stage.
Yeah, I mean, that's where, he just ends up hitting you with a bow side air, immediately into a down air, and then you just reevaluate your life choices.
Oh, finally dodges the weapon throw, but Jade gets a punish anyways. New weapon spawns right back in place. And the Wubbs denied him of the weapon. Didn't quite work out in his favor. Whoa, okay, that was life flashing before your eyes moment there. Side sig, whoa, that was also life flashing before your eyes. Oh my goodness, both players just narrowly avoiding certain doom. Stop Cider bounces him off the stage. Jade tries to chase him all the way out there. Uh-oh. Okay,
Getting
no
cheeky.
dodge.
These dash jump pivot down airs. You got a dash
That's
jump
it.
fastball. Ooh, stomp side air. Jade on the board, tying it up 1-1.
Nicely done from Jade, but this also means that Wubbs can take him to the trifecta of maps. That's Crystal Temple, Great Hall, and Small Enigma. Now, granted, Crystal Temple doesn't actually have 3 platforms to be the trifecta of the trifecta, but you know what? It's close enough.
I mean, it's 2 of them right in the prominent play area, so it is still just maximum platform.
And that's the benefit of Wubbs winning game number 1, despite it being on Mammoth Fortress, is that if we... Oh, actually, that's interesting.
Huh.
He decided to get rid of Small Enigma over Apocalypse against this particular matchup, so I can only imagine we're going to Apocalypse. But at least then, he'll always have a platform available, and much to my surprise, Jade picks Crystal Temple. Let's see how this changes things up. The thing that I wanted to say was that because Wubbs won game number 1, he'll always be in a position, assuming that we go back and forth with wins, right, where he can ban Jade out to his 3 favorite stages, no matter what. And if it gets to the match point, Wubbs will be the one at the advantage of being able to decide where Jade gets the pick from. And I imagine it's a very comfortable position to be in.
Oh, yeah. Just immediately threatening with the signatures. I understand why Jade went to Crystal Temple, just because that axe downlight covers a decent chunk of these platforms. He gets to use his own dash signatures as well to pretty decent effect, but I think it's on the hinge of those anti-airs.
Ooh, Jade has been much more aggressive with signatures so far in this game. One side's hitting already, running out the neutral sig as well. Downlight into recovery. Jade playing much more active on the map, and it's just been rough. Oh, Wubbs really going out there. Recovery hits. Wubbs picks it back with his own recovery. Chase dodges up to avoid the dive kick, and he dashes all the way back, but the Cider doesn't connect, and the downlight will disarm Wubbs of the bow as the axe is picked up and a downer comes all the way back. Both players are just swinging in game number 3.
Yeah, so far damage build solidly in favor of Jade. I mean, I just feel like he's had way more control this game than any of the previous.
Oh, he didn't go for the nair to the side.
Oh
The
my
Cider
gosh.
hits anyways. Oh, forces dodge. No, he didn't sidelight him. It's one of those things that we saw Remy do at the very beginning of the day against Mitchell, where he'll go for the gravity cancel sidelight instead of the Cider to really get some good momentum against somebody who's already out of all their jumps and just let them fall slowly. We didn't see Wubbs go for that, though, but we did see the Wubbs step, and that's going to take him off the top of that side sig, as that's exactly what we were expecting him to do on Crystal Temple, right? And he doesn't have to worry about the platforms moving around. He's always got those consistent setups.
That's the game plan.
Oh, again!
Oh, but beautiful dash jump, fast fall into the down air. Jade just sniping him out.
Oh, new weapon comes through, and Jade covers every option, dodging forward or backwards. Nice job with that recovery. And, oh, maybe
Ooh.
good for Jade. That was a nice backswing on the down air to catch him off guard, and Jade is really pressuring Wubbs in ways that he wasn't expecting, but the sides that comes through, that's the third Wubbs step in a row that works.
Oh
The
my
fourth.
gosh.
The fourth in a row that works. Oh, he gravity canceled just a little too high, otherwise that one would have worked for sure. Wubbs having such great sizing accuracy, and Jade can only spot dodge in place and hope that it just doesn't connect. Oh!
Ooh, okay. At least not dodging into it here, getting underneath it.
I can't believe that didn't hit. I can't believe it.
So now damage again is neck and neck.
Oh, a little bit further, Wubbs. A little bit further. It's
I
working.
think he pulled that one early. I think he was actually trying to bait Jade into coming in afterwards
Yeah.
and trying to hit him on the way down.
Hindsight is perfect, isn't it? Right? Like we could look at that. I could look at that and go like, but if you went further, but I think you're absolutely
Sure,
right.
yeah.
If Jade did jump, dash jump, dodge forward, any of those options, that would have been it. But he stayed there, and he managed to avoid what could have been a very early stock. And now with that edge guard,
Oh, with the bounce!
I can't believe that bounced off, and he gets the weapon toss as well. He can't even make it back. Wubbs, what a great turnaround with the side air. And Jade, I think what happened was Jade dash forward downlighted, right? Missed. Started to fall off the stage like a pixel, and because of that, Wubbs side aired him into the stage, bounced him off, and he got the edge guard.
Ooh. Now Wubbs just tapping against these short walls.
Oh,
And plucked.
Even game, really close. Wubbs would have taken the first stock each time, but that really doesn't matter when you're in this last stock scenario. It just matters which one goes down next, and that's going to get them that basically brings the match point in their favor. Is it going to be Jade, or is it going to be Wubbs? We're going to find out. Is that axe picked up in exchange for two bow neutral airs? Oh, the
Oh my
Wubbs step to the
gosh.
side sig, goes for it again, maybe? Oh, of course he is. Success for Wubbs on one attack means that you have to go for it at least 3 or 4 more times.
At least. Oh, actually charged it that time. And that gave Jade all the time he needed to just scoot right by. Oh my gosh.
Beautiful.
The Wubbs step too strong.
One more time. Oh, but he pivots it. I don't think any direction there would have worked out. That time it almost does, and Jade's just, they don't know what to do. I don't blame him. Side airs are coming through. Oh, slide charges his own neutral sig. Wubbs gets it.
Woo!
Beautiful angle. That's the knockout. And so here we're probably going to go to Mammoth Fortress, TWK. I believe it's going to be 2 stages without platforms and Mammoth Fortress. We're going to go there. It's going to be a really close matchup, and then what do you know? We might go to Game 5, but Wubbs gets the stage say in the end. That's what's so great about winning Game 1.
Oh, yeah.
In a best of 5.
Yeah, look at that. The triplats immediately banned out. Even Miami Dome, Crystal Temple, they're gone.
Much to my
Apocalypse.
surprise, he decided to leave Apocalypse over Mammoth Fortress for game number 4. This is match point in favor of Wubbs.
27
and
signatures last game. 27 signatures. A quarter of them hit, but still.
27? 27?
I think Wubbs is just padding the stats at this point.
I thought 20 was on the high end. 20 is apparently average.
I mean, listen, earlier you were like, I'm guessing 14 for this game, and you're like, that seems really high. That might be a little too high. Double it. Double it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Double it. And what do you know? Jade doing much better on Apocalypse. Wubbs makes it back to the stage, gets one sider through. Can he get another down air? Oh, he nares instead, doesn't punish in the right way, and Jade gets a little bit of extra damage. Nice on Wubbs to be able to spot dodge these weapon throws as he resets, but Jade's usually doing it when he can immediately pick up a new weapon. Hammer's picked up, he's stomping around, he wants to get that side air, get that edge guard. They are just on top of each other, not swinging, but finally that stacked nair will do it, and Jade with the stop stare is looking to take a clean lead in game number 4.
Ooh.
No edge guard,
Just
though.
shaved under the throw, and now Wubbs has the corner guard against Jade. Jogging for position. The chop just enough. I thought he was slowing down there and might have survived, but that Taro strength pushing through.
Oh, Jade reading that Wubbs wanted to go for that weapon real soon. Neutralites him in place. Oh, Wubbs stepping all the way to the right, using that side signature. Oh, is it ground pound time? Oh, Jade's really low on jumps. Gets hit with the recovery. Wubbs goes to the platform, goes back down. He's going to go for the down stick here.
Oh,
he
yeah.
goes for the
Oh,
side
yeah.
stick.
Oh,
Of course,
yeah.
of course. I didn't even realize he got onto the platform, but of course he got onto the platform. And the second he touches the platform,
Why
his feet
wouldn't
just
he?
slide right off. They slide right off into his side sig off the top. How can Wubbs keep getting away with it? Oh, whoa, whoa. Scary side airs. Okay.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that time, Jade.
No!
Oh, sure. All right. Jade learned his lesson and then promptly forgot it.
Oh, it's so amusing to me.
He,
It's
I
like-
think
it's-
Jade just thought it would deter Wubbs more than
Oh,
it is.
no, why? Why? Oh my god.
He's like, I punished him for it once. Isn't that? Won't he?
I
give it a
just-
rest? But no,
TWK,
Wubbs
I'm
never
watching-
takes a rest.
He doesn't sit on the platform. He doesn't stay on the platform. He doesn't drop through the platform. The second his feet touch it, it's like magneted to one side or the other, and it slide charges into a side sig. Always covers center stage. You know what? 3 out of 4 of them hit him. Why not? And now Wubbs is going crazy unarmed. Jade
Oh
gets
my
D-like
gosh.
ground pound, and Wubbs is just rolling with the momentum. Kicks him, picks up the axe, almost side airs him. It's down sig time for sure. Oh, I wanted to be right so badly, but I don't think he's actually going to go for it.
It's all right.
Jade's
I
fighting
think
back.
you're right. I think you were just a little bit early.
A little bit early. We'll see. I mean, he goes down here. He's going to go straight for the bow, and it's just going to be side sigs up the platform for days. And that side sig comes out right there.
well.
Another side sig. You know what, Wubbs? The problem is that you're not on the platform. There we go. Oh, he messed
That's
up.
the that's
so-
the ticket.
There.
Oh
it
my
is.
gosh, Wubbs
Hilariously-
3-1.
Hilariously, I am absolutely certain, because I've done this before, he messed up the first slide charge pivot side sig, and he did a recovery to the right.
Oh,
when he touched
yes.
it. And so we're going to see it. And then the second, but because he messed it up, it put Jade into a false sense of security. We're going to see it. Yep. He was like,
Oh, yeah.
wait, that's not it. There we go. That's the move that I was looking for. Takes him off the left side of the stage. Wubbs. What a performance. And you know what? It's on your opponent to not get hit by something. If they get hit by the same thing 70 times in a set, well, shame on them. Keep doing it because it's getting you the wins. And now Wubbs is in top
my gosh.
4 to get the rematch against Cinco in the lower semifinals. And it's a well-deserved top 4 placement as well.
Yeah, Wubbs is the one true Lich Lord. I think we can say that without any hesitation.
Yeah, it was a
gosh.
remarkable performance. I mean, we've basically had to coin a new term for it because of how often he's able to get away with it. And man, does he make it look good. So what I'm looking forward to, moving on throughout the bracket, is seeing the opponents that fight against Wubbs. Is Cinco going to be able to take him down again, or has Wubbs gotten all of that momentum running through the lower bracket to take down Cinco? Because that's the difference, right? There's that lower bracket energy that you can sometimes have from having an early lower bracket run because you're winning all those matches all the way through, and Cinco just got off the back of a loss. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that plays up after we get into that match after the short break.
Yeah, so there's still top 4 coming up. There's winners final of Impala versus Maid, and then down in loser semifinals, Cinco versus Wubbs. This is top 4, but this is also it for myself and Taza. Do you have any parting words, Taza?
Absolutely not. Besides, stick around. This top 4 is going to be great. I'm excited to see who wins it and whose predictions are going to come out a little bit more higher on top. Is it going to be Duke or Sparky? We'll find out a little bit. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Stocks.
Health, or as it's referred to in Brawlhalla, stocks, can be seen in-game on the top right of your screen. In the standard rule set, every player starts with 3 stocks. Stocks represent the total amount of lives your character has. The color of your HP bar represents how much you'll get knocked back when you're hit. Color range changes from white to red depending on the amount of damage you've taken. In 1v1 format, once one of the players is out of stocks, the game is finished. In 2v2, every player has 3 stocks each. And once one of the teams is out of stocks, the game ends. Remember, you cannot share stocks between you and your teammate. Once you're out of stocks, you have to wait until the end to play again.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mammoth Arcadian. This time, we are going to go ahead and hop into the top 4, starting with the winners finals. Of course, it's going to be Maid versus Impala. And, of course, you have me, Flambeezy, joined by the man, the myth, the legend himself, Sparky. Sparky, how you holding up?
You know, those Wubbs sets, they're a little bit of a different pace. You know, it's like wine. I'm not a wine drinker, but I can recognize the complexity of the flavors that come from wine.
No, that's fair. I mean, I said this before when we were chatting before we went live, that Wubbs is both the best player and the worst player in the world at the same time, and I love seeing him play for that exact reason. We've seen moments of brilliance, some things not so hot. Thinking of game 3, I forget versus who, where he gave them that free pogo down there to get back. But he's climbing right now, right? He's made his way into the top 4, and he just has a couple more bumps to go to see if he can maybe make it into the grand finals. But of course, before we can get there, we are going to have to focus up on the winner's side here. Maid and Impala, 2 ridiculous players in their own right. And of course, I don't think anyone's too surprised to see them in this spot either.
Yeah, I didn't really know too much about Maid going into this one. Of all the different players that I talked to, I didn't really hear anybody say too much about Maid, but you going into this said that you weren't really surprised to see Maid here.
Yeah, Maid is like, if you watch enough streams, Crocky Slayer, right? I don't know if Crocky lost to Maid today, but in general, if you watch Crocky... Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Crocky definitely runs into Maid quite a bit when he's queuing up on the rank ladder. Same thing with Boomy. Sandstorm is just one of those players that's ranked really high, cracked out Scythe player, and they definitely know how to bring the business. We're going to be hopping right into game 1 of the winners finals. Maid versus Impala, the Kaya connoisseur.
Now, it's easy to say that this is going to be a really good set, given we're like, oh yeah, we're in the winners finals of a bracket. There's a really good chance that it's going to be a good one. But based on what we've seen from both of these players earlier today, I really liked watching Impala, and I really liked watching Maid as well. This Mordex coming out, especially with this green color. I saw Maid tweeting about it on Twitter that Polyshot helped out with the drip for this one. Meanwhile, on the other side, Impala, complete weapon control coming out from Maid. A little bit of damage there, still has Maid in the yellow. Not too shabby so far, even though Impala really hasn't had a weapon in his hands.
Yeah, Impala, I mean, has been doing amazing today with this Kaya, has been able to get quite the bit of accuracy using her SIGs. And on top of all that, the spear play has been wonderful as well. Granted, that time I said, wow, actually the SIGs is so great, and immediately misses one. But I promise you, several will find the mark.
Yeah, you saw in the set earlier from Impala was just really reading out some extremely good options with the SIGs off of the spot dodges coming out. Like great down signatures coming in on the bow to punish a spot dodge. I'm sure that'll happen as we get further into the set and Impala sort of figures out what Maid is going to do with the moves.
Okay, and is unable to recover there. That's going to be a quick one for Maid. In the red, though, we are on small Brawlhalla, so you know it's not going to be the longest lasting stock here. That recovery is going to do it just like that, and we are back to even. So far, neither of these players have really taken a commanding lead in either the neutral game, the punish game. That's a great start for Impala, though. Yeah, I like the way he's catching the landings right now.
Yeah, now on the second stock, Impala certainly has control of the weapons. That one's going to come in on the right. Maid grabs it, but the lead on this stock definitely favoring Impala. We're now about 1 minute and 40 seconds in, but you're exactly right. It's not been one huge swing one way or the other. Oh, that could have been a big moment. That would have put Maid in a huge power position, picking that up so low on the left side of the wall. Impala still with the lead. That neutral air turned Maid red, so maybe 2 more. I'm not sure if the ceiling is low enough for just 1 more, like, sort of grounded level nair to pick up, but that certainly will KO. Impala has been using that signature all day today so well.
Okay, and just like that, kind of bulldozering their way through that stock of Maid. Impala is looking really good right now. I mean, going, oh, hold on, as I might take that back. All right, wait, I thought we were out.
Wow.
But we weren't. Maid kept it going somehow. I thought Impala got the touch, was good to go to get back on the stage, and just like that, brought down to a final stock scenario. Impala does have quite a bit of a life lead, though.
That will be a nice replay to look at in slow-mo. You saw when Maid turned from the left to the right to grab Impala. as they came through Maid and then followed it up with that ground pound in the orange, a super early stock, and we're now at an even game, so this will be an interesting final stock. Maid back with the gauntlets. You see that signature coming out again, but Maid was too high, so that likely won't be a read option for Impala later on in this game.
This is getting close here. Sidelight recovery should be enough. That recovery won't do it, but one more for sure will. Similarly, Impala, if you throw out that down sig, it might be enough depending where. Oh, and there it is, but it doesn't connect. Has to get around the weapon throw. Can Maid get the edge guard? No, Impala has a second chance. Uh-oh, the trading places here.
Nice grab, reaching up all the way up there as the recovery went high for Maid back to the platform. Moving immediately into this next one, and the bands came out quickly, and the selection for the map came out even quicker.
Man, that was crazy, right?
Here it
like,
is.
Oh yeah, the
Came to the
slow-mo.
other side.
Oh, reverse nair,
Ground
so
pound
good.
totally missed.
See,
Then you
that's what I
turned around
thought.
for the nair. That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was good. The recovery wasn't quite enough to touch the stage right there. Had to drift and fall a little bit, and Maid was able to get the reverse nair off of that. So good stuff to Maid, though they still did not win that game. You have to remember, Impala here, finding that neutral stick at the end of the first game, is looking poised to go ahead and push on some more here. They seem to like small Brawlhaven. They want to keep it up close and personal. Nobody's running away here.
Now, one thing as we get into this set, this is only really game 2, really held that one, and Maid was sort of patient on that, was able to punish it. But we've already seen a few sidelights come out from Impala, and then not doing the turnaround pivoting that neutral signature. That was a regular move use that we were seeing from Impala throughout this tournament, but not now, except there was sort of baiting the opponent, thinking that Impala was going to do other things out of that sidelight, then all of a sudden using that pivot neutral sig instead of leading with that like Impala has been doing today.
Okay, and Impala, I mean, so far this second game is going completely in their favor right here. Maid doesn't seem to have a way to get back to the stage. There we go. Finds a Sayer to send Impala off stage, but still, oh no, what a ground pound. We're chilling though for now.
That was gutsy for Impala to go in with. That wasn't going to be like an automatic KO option. That was just going to push it a little bit further, pushing Maid over onto the edge. But that was sort of a gutsy call. A nair could have came through. That could have put Impala in a bad position. But really extending this lead does fall there. I think 1 or 2 more hits and Maid's going to be in the orange. Has choice of weapons. We are seeing the scythe now come out. The unarmed damage coming. Maid still in the yellow. Second weapon comes out. Going to continue that scythe presence.
Okay. Let's see if Impala can get off the edge here. There we go. Man, just to find their way back on stage, waiting for a weapon spawn. It's going to spawn right on top. They're able to pick it up. That's going to be a spear in hand. But Maid is very quickly trying to bring this back. These gauntlets are looking impeccable right now. Can we catch the landing, though? That's always the hardest part.
Now, one thing I think we haven't seen from any of the Gauntlet players today, don't think we've had that many, but specifically from Maid, I don't think we've really seen a D-Light Nair recovery coming out from Maid whatsoever.
Yeah, and then that's part of that is in tribute to the fact that the last patch just kind of nuked it, right? Like, they can go for the D-Light, but then to get the Nair recovery is no longer true. So they have to kind of mix it up a little bit to see how they're going to go ahead and get that KO option. Granted, so far, I mean, Mordek's especially one of those legends who, like, doesn't really care about what you do. The SIGs are always good and will keep you relevant.
Yeah, that could actually make Mordek's rise in terms of gauntlets. Ooh, the side signature was so close to KOing. Because you're exactly right. It is players adjusting to that new patch. And that's good to see. Not like the... Oh, sending up, getting the KO there. Maid going to have control of the weapons here. That one comes in. Oh, Impala grabs it right in time.
Okay, oh, big opportunity for Maid there. No jump, or rather dodge on Impala, but couldn't convert the scythe string. And now... Maid back against the ropes here. Need a crazy string. That's a good start. If you can get an edge guard, that would be even better. A ground pound's a great way to do it. Force out the dodge. Wow, perfect air dodge. And that's going to be what? He comes back. He comes back to gravity cancel D-Light to turn everything around and to win game 2. Impala is playing out of their mind right now.
We got to see that slow-mo. I don't know if Impala was going to be able to get back. If you did the GC D-Light and then, like, held left, I don't know if you could possibly get to the wall on that one. Oh my goodness. What a call out. Here it is. GC D-Light. Yeah, he's gonna touch the wall off of that.
That was sick. Oh man, that's like one of the tricks you keep in the bag for that very moment, right? People don't just recover like that all the time. Gravity cancel D-Light on Spear? Yeah, it's a pretty good mix-up tool that people often forget about because it's not something you commonly see, but it's something that in moments like that can be the difference between winning and losing. And now Impala is one game away from securing a spot in the grand finals. Maid needs to find an answer right now.
You're exactly right with Impala just all of a sudden pulling that out there, because if that was something Impala was doing throughout the rest of the set, Maid would have been ready for it, and Impala would have been punished so hard. Oh my goodness, dude. Impala here in game 3, already up 2-0. Maid was looking so strong today. Impala was too, but I would not have expected us to get to this point, game 3 in the set, and have it be 2-0 for Impala.
Oh, and this would mean so much for Impala here. 16 years old, right? Started playing Brawlhalla with his brother in 2016 to now potentially getting, guaranteed top 2 in the Mammoth Arcadian. You're one step away, but Maid, are you going to let it happen so easily? So far, it's looking like the answer may be yes. 3 stocks on Impala here, Maid down to 2. You need to bring this back as soon as possible.
The sidelight trying to cover the 45-degree angle. Maid was a little bit too wide. Might clean this one up here. Goes in with the ground pound, secures that one. That's 2 really clutch ground pounds that we've seen from Maid coming out on the edge.
Okay, there we go. That's what I like to see from Maid. Get some nice sight strings in there. Maybe go for the 50-50 off the sidelight if you can get it. But Impala fighting unarmed right now, and the weapon spawn is not going to be too tough for them. They're able to go ahead and pick up that spear, but Maid's looking good.
He can see the code. He's straight up. He's beginning to believe.
Yeah. You can power friendship your way through this if you believe hard enough, or maybe not. A slide charge down sig, and that's a killer, man. There's so many active frames on that. Even if you try to dodge it, there's a very high probability that it's gonna hit. And now Impala just 1 stock away. There we go. D-Light, N-Light. That's every little bit of extra damage matters. Perfect dodge through the ground pound. Maid is looking for any answer, and Impala's not giving him any quarter to make a rebuttal.
Impala is playing so clean right now. That was a weird interaction with the gravity cancel. I guess it was a sidelight. It looks so weird where Maid ended up landing, but Impala is so clean today. Even when behind, you saw that especially in the Jade game. Oh, nice ground pound setting up. There's the weapon toss. It goes wide. Didn't even need it. That's a 3-0 in winners finals off of a commanding performance earlier today from Maid, completely running into the brick wall that is Impala.
Yeah, I actually have no idea who's going to be the person to go ahead and challenge Impala in the grand finals. I really like seeing Maid and Impala. I was like, yeah, these guys should be able to get through their brackets pretty easily. But once they had the head-to-head, that was a pretty convincing loss for Maid, all things considered. Now, of course, we do have Cinco versus Wubbs coming up for the losers semifinals to see who's going to get a chance at Maid. And I'm wondering, do I think Cinco or Wubbs will have a better shot versus Impala? I can't really confidently say that I can. I feel like Impala might be numero uno today.
And that's the crazy thing about how brackets end up. If you look at the entire trip through the brackets so far that Impala has had, 3-1 Dark Ghoul. That already Dark Ghoul got a game off of Impala, who looks like unstoppable now, but then went into Jay, and we saw some good stuff from Jay, but still, that went all the way to game 5, and then it's boom, 3-0 against Tiffany, boom, 3-0 against Jade, boom, 3-0 against Maid. The deeper in bracket that Impala gets, the better he's doing, which is that doesn't even make sense. Your opponents are getting better, and yet you're getting even better, more better, which is insane. Impala's nuts.
Too, it's once you get this range of the PR, 33 to 64, honestly, it extends a little bit further than that. I want to say even up to 100. The skill range of the players is just so much more concentrated. You have players like Castell that weren't available / didn't have a high enough PR to play in this tournament, who I'm sure they could take some names here. Another one is someone like Dirty Dan. There's someone who could take names here, but they don't have the tournament placings. But these are the people that do, right? And when they get head-to-head, it can be very tough for them to come out. We have Cinco versus Wubbs here, and Wubbs has been proving that he can play a very sneaky Azoth, right? He's throwing out all these sigs, he's slide charging, he can juggle like anyone's business. We saw at least 3 or 4 neutral layers there, and I'm going to see if Cinco has the answer. I feel like this is the perfect matchup to test someone who has patience, because Cinco is a very calculated player, whereas Wubbs can be a little bit haphazard. He'll throw out things he's like, oh, I'm not going to get punished, but Cinco is the exact kind of player who can't.
Like, look at that, specifically that signature right there. You saw how far away Cinco was from it. Even if he knows it's coming out, no shot he actually gets in time to punish it without Wubbs immediately reacting with, like, a neutral light or just getting away from it totally. That's why that sig is so hard to punish. If you're far away from it not to get hit, you have such a hard time getting in time. Or you're close enough to where you would be able to punish, but, like, you burn a spot dodge and the active frames of that move are still going on, so you can't punish it because you got hit.
Yeah, the only way to punish it is just to be on the other side of Azoth, and at that point, as the Azoth player, like, oh, I placed that pretty poorly, right? So it's like, man, how will I find my way in? I think the biggest thing for Cinco here versus Wubbs is you don't really want to be approaching Wubbs. You don't want to approach Azoth in general because look at that, right? Had he moved forward at any point there, both of these times, that's a side sig that he's eating to the face. And the fact that he's playing from behind really puts Cinco in a tough spot because that means he has to approach, which is exactly what Wubbs wants.
So it seems like Cinco just doesn't want to play bow into Wubbs, at least right now. There's been that weapon spawn on the stage for Lord knows how long, and he's just been sticking with the sword. It's really not working so far. I don't know if you try to switch that up or if you still try to experiment with this sword, because we are in game one figuring out, like, okay, that didn't work. Now I'm going to try this with the sword. That didn't work. So you try to keep the sword constant for as long as you can to find the right combination of ingredients to get in on Wubbs, which, like you said, may not work.
Yeah, and then we're seeing it play out, right? Like, Wubbs has a commanding lead, and he's fine with endlighting and naring until it KOs. He'll probably just do a sig anyway, especially Azoth's axe neutral sig. If he just dashes and does it the opposite way, oh, he's going for the down sig, also a great option. It's going to be tough to get past all of them, but Cinco finds the one route to go ahead and secure the first KO, but so much damage has been taken at this point. Wubbs just throws one out to the crowd with that haymaker.
He straight up landed, hit him with the duff, and that's a stock. Wubbs maintaining this entire full stock lead here in game one. There is a weapon spawn on the field. Going back to the sword for Cinco.
And you know what's like so frustrating about fighting Wubbs is that, like, if you've played any game, whether it's Brawlhalla or Street Fighter or whatever competitive game you're playing with your friends, right? There's always been a difference between the way you play in friendlies versus the way you play in tournament, right? Usually when you're playing in friendlies, you go for crazier stuff because, all right, whatever, there's nothing on the line. And then when you get to tournament, some of those options are just no longer a thing because you're like, it's not a great idea. But Wubbs just plays like he's playing friendlies all the time. So those options that you think aren't things that people are going to do, Wubbs is doing them. Look at him right now. Side sig, side sig, side sig. Why are you doing that? Because he doesn't care. He's having fun with it, and it makes him so hard to beat.
Very successful so far. Oh, that was so close. I swear he felt the heat from those green flames on that. Yeah, he's done. D-Sig, that's going to take him off the top. That is a 2-stock here in game one.
Oh man, Wubbs is looking like a tyrant on the sticks right now. I was thinking Cinco might be able to give him a better run for his money, but so far things have not been looking so good for the Spanish number 5.
It's going to be a tough one because even on the second stock, you saw Wubbs wasn't even using signatures that often, at least for like the beginning damage that he was doing, and you still couldn't punish him. He was still playing the bow really well. He would whiff a move and then turn around, cover it with a neutral light, cover it with a side light, something like that, cover it with a nair, like you mentioned earlier. So even if he's not abusing those signatures that Azoth has, he was still so tough for Cinco to punish.
And like, one thing I want to even take a look at here is Cinco, 23 years old, discovered Brawlhalla in 2014 through the Black Hokage's YouTube channel. We are in 2021. That's 7 years of Brawlhalla that Cinco has played, but it looks like across those 7 years, I'm sure Wubbs and Cinco have played on the ladder a fair amount of time. And hold on, that's a double ground pound in a stock. Let's go. That's a third one for good measure. Yeah, talk to him, Cinco. His favorite food is chicken Alfredo. That's my favorite food.
Me too.
Let's go. Chicken Alfredo, gang.
Everyone always like, I'll go to a nice Italian restaurant and I'll get chicken Alfredo. And people are like, are you serious? I'm going to have like duck confit. And it's just like, no, it's literally my favorite food in the world. It's never bad. It's always good. It's incredible.
And I hope today is another historic day for Cinco here, right? Before, he said his proudest accomplishment in Brawlhalla was getting 9th place at Low Tier City last year. Well, you are already higher than that placement. You know, granted, it is the Arcadian, but you have made history for yourself today. So if anything, whether you win or lose, this is a great moment for you. Now, I would love to see you go further here. At least take a game. And a great spot to do it. Wubbs, though, this Azoth is scary, man. To say the least. It's scary.
Now, one thing I'm sure other commentators pointed it out. Oh, he just completely dipped away from that. He didn't want to try to go for the 3 ground pounds again. But we're seeing soft platform maps every single time. You saw it on Apocalypse. Now we're on Crystal Temple. So the way Wubbs is playing, like, you just have to hope that you get to play him on a not soft platform map, which isn't really ever going to be an option for you.
And Cinco, honestly, has been doing a great job of playing around these SIGs. Stuffs that down SIG before it can even come out. Probably won't even get the KO. Never mind, he does. That's the quickest ground pound. That was instant, bro. Like, Maruchan all day.
And these R2 players, you mentioned it a little bit earlier, like the 7 years of Brawlhalla coming out from Cinco. Wubbs has like 4K hours in actual gameplay, which is unreal. That number does not compute in my head. I mentioned it earlier, but like Booby has 2K hours in actual in-game playing the video game time, not just Steam hours where you start up the game and then walk away. So both of these players, I'm sure. Yo, he tried to go for the Nair. It was close.
Oh, man. No, I like that you bring up the amount of hours because Wubbs been playing for 5 years. 5 years. That's a long time, right? We were talking about the 7 on Cinco, but in terms of raw game time, pretty sure he has Cinco beat by quite a bit. Yet here, Cinco saying, hey, it's not all about the hours because using that time efficiently to grind and get better is all that Brawlhalla is about, man. I mean, so far, Cinco, you know, we were talking about before how, like, if he's able to get a lead, it's a much... Oh, not the side sig.
He had
that hurts.
Too many times. Like, he doesn't use it that often compared to like any of the other SIGs that we see constantly from him. But man, when he uses it, it's effective. I swear, every time he throws it out, I'm like, that's not gonna hit. And then somehow it hits. It has that range, and you know he knows it down to a pixel. He's finding the axe damage. This is not good for Cinco. It's now even.
Yeah, he doesn't do that reverse end light there, and Cinco has just gotten a lot of unanswered hits. This is the time where you need to close things out here. You had a whole stock lead. You were looking really good. And that's a beautiful side sig to close it out. I do love the fact that he charges it a little bit, right? So that even though Wubbs burns the dodge, he's able to get him with the second hit cleanly and secure the KO. I was getting scared for Cinco for a little bit there because Wubbs was making the comeback. Granted, didn't happen, but must be feeling pretty confident heading into game 3 that you should be okay to take the set. Honestly, on both ends, I think, right? If you're Wubbs, you're like, all right, whatever, I was close, I can do it. If you're Cinco, you're like, proving to yourself, all right, I got one, I can take more.
He's certainly beatable. He got the lead, and then even when it was evened up in the end, Cinco really concentrated, he focused, and he realized that it wasn't just me maintaining a lead and like happening to get that early and maintaining it. He can fight back from it as well as it's even. So that was actually a really important game physically and mentally for Cinco as a player in this set.
And now, I know you were saying that chicken Alfredo is your favorite food, but Wubbs says his is some hot wings, and I know you are the hot wing guy. Are you sure that chicken Alfredo is your favorite food?
Absolutely. I love wings.
Oh, man,
I
hold
do
on.
love me some wings, but it's chicken Alfredo all day. I will proudly rep the chicken Alfredo.
Oh, again?
Yo, Cinco's bow play is looking so good now. Oh, my goodness.
That is crazy. Just like that, Cinco blazes himself into the lead. And if you keep playing like that, man, you're going to have a shot against Maid in the losers finals. Wubbs trying to keep the dream alive right here. Wubbs, one of the biggest, I'll say, advocates for the effects of Japanese culture. Loves some anime. Loves talking about it. Loves playing some anime music on stream. Is that going to help you right now? He's probably listening to anime music right now. But is Naruto opening 16 helping you right now? I hope so.
Hopefully he's a... fighting dreamer. Is that I forget the
Now you got it.
That's the only one I know. I'm trying. I don't know, man.
You got it. So
I hate being the guy next to you on the desk who doesn't know anything about anime. You deserve better. Oh.
Speaking of deserving better, I think Wubbs deciding that for himself, saying, you know what? You're right. I do deserve better. I'm going to go ahead and blaze my way right back into this match, right? Okay. Ooh, that's one hit. And that's the thing. Azoth hits, like, pretty hard. I think people forget about that. Like, it's not like, oh, he has, like, these really good SIGs, but, you know, doesn't hit very hard. Like, no, Azoth hits, like, a respectable amount of hard.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, man.
And that's the thing that's really tough to deal with, is like a signature can be good on a character for a lot of different reasons. 1, it can KO super early. 2, it can have really low startup or really low recovery. 3, it can just have really good hitboxes. And a lot of the signatures from Azoth kind of have a combination of all 3 of them. Like you see Wubbs, so many times when he hits the axe side sig, his opponent's in orange, it leads to a stock.
Hey. Oh, hold on. That was scary. Almost gave it up for a second. The D-Light,
Dude.
N-Light off the ledge. It hits so
It's
low.
so brutal, man.
You can't get down. We're getting to like N-Light KOing territory, which is like, oh man, yeah. Maybe one more of those, maybe 2, depending. If he gets a D-Light N-Light, it'll kill. I don't know if the N-Light itself will kill. A Nair will, though. He has so many options to kill Cinco with right now. Cinco pretty much. Oh, he go. Why? There was no reason to do that. There was absolutely no reason to do that. He could have gone for the true combo into the neutral air. Could have gone for the N-Light, but he said, you know what? I want to add a little bit of swagoo on it. Let me just do the N-Sig, the not true combo, because you know what? I'm nice like that.
Is he just gonna do D-Light and Light the entire time? Because he's continuing that, and like I don't totally disagree with it. That's a fantastic true combo. It is a reasonably viable kill option. Like if we're talking D-Light recovery versus D-Light Inlight, you have to hit like 1 or 2 iterations more for D-Light Inlight. So it's not like you have to put out 400 damage to kill them on that. We're coming down to the last stock here as Cinco gets that KO. He is a little bit behind in the yellow, so 50 plus damage on this final stock. He's going to have to fight back from that, but he does have, well, not anymore, didn't have the weapon advantage, and it's bow v bow, so he's going against the mirror here.
Okay, and that's the thing. Game 3 is always the most important game in these best-of-5 sets because, of course, it dictates who gets the momentum going into the next game and just gives them a whole lot less to worry about overall. And Cinco really wants that to be him right now. He's fighting back. He tries to go for a read there, doesn't get it, but doesn't get punished too hard. Oh, but he is moving now. Hold on. Wubbs is coming alive as well, but that's the thing. Wubbs can, like, be moving like that, and then 2 seconds later just do a slide charge sig, so you have to look out. Never know when he's done.
Oh, he almost like picked up the top side of that. That was 2 times in a row you saw the sweat beads coming out from Wubbs. Cinco being very careful. Ooh, that was so close. Yo. It's got to be a GCD sig. Oh, he didn't. Wubbs actually just backed up.
Wow. I'm surprised, honestly. I think he had a really strong opportunity to checkmate him there, but still, you know, 1 hit away. N-Light's not going to do it, of course, but like, down sig will do it, N sig will do it. I'm surprised we haven't seen more N sigs, but a raw Sair, yeah, that's definitely more than enough on Azoth to go ahead and close that one out. And it's going to be Wubbs pulling up 2-1 in the set, just barely though. These games have been extremely close. It could very easily go to a game 5.
And what's crazy is with how close last game was, like you're looking at the damage that Wubbs is having to put out. Did 628 damage. That is a lot of damage. That's like 209 per stock. That's not great. But when you look at it in the context of he's still winning and he's continuing to win, that makes it look a little bit better.
No, I have to agree. Like, outside of that 1 axe side sig KO we saw from Wubbs in one of the earlier games, he's been very much so just kind of playing a game of I will rack up all the damage to the point where anything will kill you, and it's been working, right? We've been seeing D-Light, N-Light, D-Light, N-Light, maybe a D-Light Sair for a mix-up, but other than that, he's been racking up a lot of damage on this bow, and I don't blame him, especially against someone like Koji, where it's like he's not going to be living that long anyway. It's not like he's going up against Impala, and that Kaya defense is a factor that Wubbs has to worry about.
Nice little Inlight there. Punish Wubbs as he's moving down towards the stage. We're just kind of having some standard bow play between these 2 players. Just looking at this so far, you wouldn't necessarily compare it to any of the previous play that we saw from Wubbs coming out.
And honestly, I like it as well because bow is one of those weapons similar to Scythe, similar to Greatsword, that just has a really good feeling of flow to it, so that when you get that 1 hit to connect it into several others, if you just are feeling hot, it'll just happen kind of naturally. And I think these guys are kind of playing that game, all right, well, who has the feeling of being in flow state more? And so far, it's hard to say. It feels like Wubbs is barely getting the leg up on that one, but not by much. Uh-oh. Okay, we're fine. Whoa, the aggression. Oh, but he didn't step forward enough. He could have just gotten like that end light out on the sword in time. But Cinco just caught sleeping just a little bit. But I feel like this is the story of the set. Like, Cinco's been behind by just a little bit.
As the bow coming out, you saw back-to-back dares coming out from both players. Cinco hits the side air, leading to the offstage engagement. Nice turnaround on that. The side air as well. Backs up just a little bit. Goes for the ground pound. Wubbs had very little left. Still controlling the weapon. Wubbs hugging this wall.
Oh,
no, the goofy sword D-Light pickup. That hurts.
Yeah, definitely wanted that save or even the recovery. And Wubbs really just does the haymaker. Man, he dies after it hits, but it's like, man, like plays like that just give them that extra bit of damage heading into the next stock. That's like, why would you do that? Like, you would die if this missed. But Wubbs will always take that play. But Cinco answering back strongly, right? Finds that end sig, finds all the damage really to bring this back to even. But man, it's like, are you playing Wubbs? Or are you playing against the positioning of the Mammoth platform, right? It's something you have to constantly think about when playing against this player that you probably never find yourself thinking about as much against anyone else.
And that's what's so tough is Cinco can't really escape soft platforms totally. Like, the only maps that don't have it are Small Brawlhaven and Demon Island, but 3 maps are left at the end for the other person to pick. So you can ban out enough to make a soft platform on every... Yo, he's just straight up booking it.
Yeah. He just dipped. I was like, oh, I got to catch the Metro. I'll catch y'all later. Come on, let's see. Cinco, can you bring this to a game 5? Wubbs finds the underswing of the axe recovery, and I don't think, Cinco can't make it back from down there. He may as well have been in the blast zone trying to recover from there because there was not much for him to do in that scenario. Now, Wubbs, 1 stock away from securing himself a spot in the loser's final. Cinco has to make his last stand right now. I don't know if he can do it.
I'm going to need Cinco to just, like, clean this game up and then win the set real quick so I don't have a bunch of Azots in my ranked games on Monday. I'm not looking forward to that if Wubbs continues this into the top 3 and maybe even further.
Yeah, at this point, you gotta start skipping numbers. If you're Cinco, you gotta be like Ocho right now. Like, you don't have time to go up each progression linearly. You have to kind of skip
Cinco,
because otherwise,
I need you to win this one
so
for the culture. You gotta win this one, please, for the community.
It's looking rough. Oh, that's not it. One more, come on. Come on, Cinco. Can you get the D-Light recovery? Can you at least go out in a 1-stock match? Because Wubbs is making it look like the answer is no. He's charging side 6 on the plat. You ain't nowhere near there, but he's just doing it. He's feeling so much like he has this in the bag. What's your answer? Can you talk to him?
A lot of movement coming out from Wubbs.
Woof.
Out comes the signature again. Cinco, if he's far enough away to not get hit by it, he can't punish in time. D-Light recovery.
Okay.
Nice way to take that stock and have his choice of the weapons. He's going to juggle him to delay a further weapon spawn, sticking on the bow as Wubbs lands on the platform. Iframe's already immediately gone after that jump neutral air. Weapon spawn comes into the right. Wubbs grabs that, and the first thing he throws out, yes, sir, signature.
Oh! Okay, I was scared. I was like, that could be a huge punish opportunity for Wubbs. And you can see Cinco's really trying to bring this back, and Endlight in the corner is not going to be enough, but it's going to be a close one more for sure at that part of the stage will be the game. Cinco has to play perfect, and I mean perfect. You know what I mean? Like 7 golden letters, like you just won a flawless round in a fighting game. Can you do it?
Oh.
Answer is no.
That's what's so tough is you're exactly right. He has to play literally perfect, and he has to get lucky. Because you can be playing extremely well, and then out comes a side air, and it just happens to connect with you. And there's nothing like that you could do as a player to really avoid that. You can play perfect and still get caught by a stray side air, and you're done. So you have to be perfect and lucky. And, like, come on, at the end of the day, that's basically impossible to do in that situation. It's tough.
All right, just like that, that means we're going to have Wubbs, age 23, going up against Maid, 17, Afghan, the Slayer. He's going to do it. He's going to do it.
Now, I do like to see an age 23 player coming into this. I'm 30, so, like, I'm way past 23, but still, it's nice to see an older player, quote-unquote older player, still in this with all these, like, 16 and 17-year-old crack teenagers.
No, that's true. I mean, Wilson made it pretty far. Right? How old is Wilson? Like 50 now? I'm
Something.
surprised he's still kicking, man.
He gets older every single day.
That's crazy. Him and Double Dime used to be the old guard, but Double Dime said, you know what, I want to go be a family man or whatever. Anyway, we're pulling up into losers finals. It's going to be Maid versus, of course, Wubbs, who we just saw get that fresh victory and is hoping to carry that momentum.
What are we doing on a map without a soft plat?
Yo, you're right.
Is Wubbs lost? Like,
how did we end up here?
Did he take a left turn instead of a right turn, and Google's trying to reroute him, and he's just ignoring it? What's going on?
And I gotta say, favorite food of Maid is 7-Eleven Monterey Jack taquitos.
All right.
So
Maid
that's a
needs
dangerous
to go to jail,
player.
man. That's the level of crusty that I don't know how to deal with. But at the end of the day, you know what? I respect it.
Oh man, we will see. All right, and there we go. So far, Maid actually falling behind Wubbs, looking like he might be able to push his way all the way into grand finals. Even wow, what? I swear Maid just went like over him with that one. That was crazy. Wubbs somehow not getting caught by that down tick, but still looking pretty good, all things considered. But also, if you lose on the stage with no platforms against Wubbs, then just imagine what you're thinking going into the next match, right? Like.
That's got to feel like completely hopeless.
Oh, no.
Wubbs doesn't have
see.
anything to get cheeky on here, and yet he's still certainly in the lead. How far are we into this game? We're about 1 minute and 15.
Okay. Nice. That was guaranteed because we saw Wubbs burn that dodge a little bit earlier. That's why we saw the soft side light come out of Maid to convert into that neutral signature. I'm going to starve Wubbs a little bit as well. No dodge on the landing there, but Maid doesn't catch it. Just looking for that final blow. Maybe a D-light at the corner. Got him. Not going to be enough, though.
Now, I hope Maid continues to focus on weapon starving against Wubbs because, like, how do you shut down signatures? Well, you can punish them, but also you can just take away the weapon, and then you only have access to the unarmed heavy kit, which basically takes away the power of Azot's signature kit. There's the recovery. Dead even now. Here comes Wubbs spawning in on the second stock. 2 minutes into this game, so a little bit of a longer one here.
Okay. Let's see. So far, I mean, Maid's been keeping it competitive. Rocking the green drip on the Mordex. Feeling very, very confident.
Loving this weapon starve game.
Oof, it's like orange versus green, right? We've seen nothing but yellow and green from Wubbs all day. Or rather, yellow and orange from Wubbs, rather. And then just green from Maid, but... Come on.
Man, he's
swinging a lot.
He's straight up swinging.
I don't know how much of it's hitting, but he's swinging. He's fighting demons. I see shadows in my room. He is swinging.
We'll see at the end of this if he's like, dang, demons got hands.
Yeah, honestly. There we go, man. Just to find a few hits, but it's been relatively even the entire time. Maid with a pretty solid weapon throw there. Tries to catch Wubbs' landing. Very, very good option to go for there. Couldn't quite get the end light, but he knew that Wubbs had no dodge. Oh, caught him high. One jump and a dodge, I think, left here. Yeah, that's it, but the weapon throw is going to keep you safe at home.
And again, we're seeing Wubbs on a second stock, not using nearly as many signatures, like just kind of playing both of the weapons. That was clean. That was so clean on it. And got a little bit of a punish on it. Weapon toss goes. The dodge is down.
Wow, timing was just like off by like, I want to say 0.1 seconds, bro. He was this close to getting that ground pound. Oh, see, that's the thing. That's why it's scary to approach Wubbs, right? He's in the corner. You want to approach him. You want to checkmate him. And then boom, sig, boom, sig. Oh, no. No dodge. Can't even make it. All right, nice. That's going to be enough. Sometimes it really is just that simple. A weapon throw from Maid is going to go ahead and secure that stock. Now, if they were able to put themselves up a game versus Wubbs, I think that would do a lot for the mentality, a lot for just the stage picks going forward here. But we'll see what Wubbs has to say. D-Light, almost enough to KO. Another one will probably do it.
That's definitely. Yo, okay. I was going to be surprised if that didn't KO. Wubbs going to have his choice of the weapons here. Going back to the axe. Maid's going to be looking for a weapon spawn. Maybe not right away, though. You see the unarmed kit coming in. Maid does move over to the weapon spawn on the left side very quickly. It's going to be the gauntlets here. Already found one hit. Nice sidelight. Waits for it, then goes for the recovery. A lot of sidelight variation coming out from Maid.
Nice.
And beyond just like the normal ones, how did he get through that? That is the first time that has ever happened. Literally world's first. History.
No, it's literally like, I remember someone made a post on it, rather about it on Twitter like a while ago. And you have to be pretty close to frame perfect to get through that. Wow, you just did a double silent recovery. You just made it that simple. I didn't think it was going to KO, honestly. I thought he had like enough health that like, yeah, it would take him pretty close to the top, but I didn't think it would be enough to secure the KO. But Maid just closing the door to game 1 quicker than I could even recognize with just the double sidelight recovery. And that's why gauntlets can be so good, right? Each sidelight just carries you up that much higher that even when it looks like you're not in KO range, suddenly you're just dead.
And I love the immediate answer back from Wubbs in the stage banning. Right off the bat, it was boom, Small Brawl Haven gone, boom, Demon Island gone. And then even paused for like a second or two before deciding on which map to take out next. It was like he made the decision of, okay, take away the no soft plat maps. I am not dealing with that anymore. And then deciding, okay, but which soft plat map do I want to play on? Which ones do I want to leave open for Maid to choose?
Oh man, look at all this damage. Maid is looking like the person to be here, but Wubbs was so close in the last game, can definitely bring it back right now, not too far behind. But I mean, now Wubbs has the platforms that you were mentioning before, right? It's a whole different layer to the game that Maid didn't have to worry about in that game 1. So all things considered, you know, if they win this one, Wubbs is going to be in a whole lot of trouble, because that means not only did he win without the gimmick, he would have won with the gimmick, right? So it's like, if Maid just keeps finding dub after dub, there's only so much you can do.
I don't know if Maid's going to find the dub here. This is probably the best map for Wubbs because, 1, the number of soft platforms that he can use, and 2, the height. Think about if you were trying to attack someone who's like grounded or near grounded on a map like Miami Dome. Those platforms are high, so if you're slide charging off of those soft plats, it's going to be a long time before you're at the height where you can hit an opponent who's low on the ground. That's not the case here.
I mean, we even see Wubbs finds the first stock with the recovery, but I mean, even then, like, bow recovery doesn't kill that early, especially on a stage like this. The kill boxes are like pretty far and about. There we go. It's going to be the first stock of Wubbs falling there. But the fact that he's finding KOs with bow recovery means that the game plan has stayed more or less the same. Wubbs just finds stray hit after stray hit, little bits of damage here and there, and then ultimately anything ends up being a KO option. It's been working out for him pretty well here. Maid trying to be a little bit more efficient than that. We saw in the last game that the damage differential was only about like 10 or 20 damage across both players. So we'll see if that's a little bit wider in this game too.
Ooh, Maid actually gets down to the main platform. The punishment from Wubbs was going to be that recovery. Interesting choice for Wubbs coming out here. Still certainly in the lead, but Maid doing a great job of keeping this one interesting as we are just over 2 minutes into this game. Maid starting to take a lot of damage now in the red.
Ooh,
completely backs up. Didn't go for
Nothing.
anything big. Now you see that Sig coming out. Man, those soft platforms.
You can see Wubbs is greedy, right? That's not the first time we've seen him go for a down sig when he can just get an end light guaranteed or something, but he wants the big, hard punish, and he just doesn't have quite enough time to do it. Either way, though, I mean, this is still extremely close. Maid looking for a punish. Oh, this spacing that Wubbs is holding right now is so scary for Maid, and that's going to be the stock with a weapon throw as well. When Axe is, like, directly on top of you like that, it's scary because you got the end light threatening, the D light threatening, but Azoth specifically has both the down sig and end sig in either direction for you to look out for, so it's so much scarier. And we saw Maid ended up crumbling in that scenario, but was able to answer right back. End light, end sig, catches the dodge to bring things right back. Beautiful read from Maid.
And that's something that's going to be really helpful for Maid, specifically playing the Mordex here, is using that signature kit, because if Wubbs was in the same amount of damage and Maid wasn't playing a character that you can use really strong signatures with, I don't know if he would have gotten that KO that quickly. It would have taken some more damage, or at least like lucky spot for Maid to pick up a KO move. Oh my goodness.
I like the attempt from Maid. Knew Wubbs didn't have a dodge at the beginning of that and tried to run. What a dodge, dude! Made me sound like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo the way he dodged that. That was crazy. I don't know how Maid is finding the way through right now, but has Wubbs in the corner. You can get like a ground pound here. Set him off stage one more time. This could be game. Ooh, caught the recovery. He has a dodge still.
You're sounding like Shaggy, but after all this damage Maid is putting out on Wubbs, Wubbs is sitting here going, row, Raggy.
You just transformed into a dog. You just can't take it anymore.
He's going to do a Scooby snack or something. Ooh, that's nice. Weapon toss goes really high. Oh, yo,
nice.
Is that weapon toss goes down? Here comes the dodge. Yeah. That was so close. Maid is going to take that on possibly the absolute best map for Wubbs.
Yeah, and that's bad news bears if you are Wubbs, right? Like, game one, no platforms. Caught the L. Game two, the best layout you could probably hope for. Still caught the L. So I'm like, they say, you know, 2 times is coincidence, 3 times is a trend. Do you want to be a trend, Wubbs? You know, it's going to be a really bad time for you. It's like when EDM first started being a thing.
Oh, ugh, gross. I don't even want to talk about that.
Well, I mean, you got it. His name's Wubbs, right? You got to.
That's true.
Wub, right? The
Was,
Wubb sets, are those being put to rest right here? Is this the end?
You're looking at those stats right in front of you. Low accuracy coming out from Wubbs. Not even like he was hitting 50% before. Then all of a sudden there were games where it started to drop to like 23%. Now you're seeing a 15%.
Interesting.
That is so low for Wubbs. And he's actually swapping his character.
Wow. I've said it not once, not twice, but a million times. When your back is against the wall, there is only one religion that
Tell
can
me who.
save you.
Tell me what it is. Tell me. Who am I praying to?
Taros is your god, Sparky.
No.
Ignorance
No,
is the
I-
answer.
I
Ignorance
refuse.
is the way. You can do it, Anakin.
I refuse.
Just do it, man. Just hop right on. Oh, well, we restarting. All right. That's why you got to do it in the first 10 seconds. You know, you got to make sure, because we checking the rules here. But ignorance is always the answer. I do not blame him. I, too, have found myself struggling in my life. I did not know where to turn, where to go. And Taros was right there waiting for me.
I'll never do it. I'll never submit.
The
Waiting
embrace
on it
of a
here.
cow goes off. It goes off. I don't know. I don't know if Maid has the answer to the Taros. Now, granted, Wubbs actually has like a pretty deep pocket, all things considered, of legends that he can play. And we were talking about, I think, in the pre-show, it was Duke who was mentioning that he got pretty far at BCX last year. One can't forget how popular Jae-Yoon was in that tournament, but Wubbs had a pretty gnarly Jae-Yoon for that. But that's not who we're going to see today. We are seeing Taros, Captain Ignorant himself, blowing smoke out of his nose. The default drip, default axe, but a little splash of color.
And
Will it be enough?
he's in the strength stance. Going the only way that actually Taros should be played. They should take away every other stance from Taros and just give him the default stats of all the way into strength, baby.
You got to hit hard. You're back against the ropes. You got to pull out all of the stops now. And Maid, you just got to keep playing consistent, right? So far, you're doing everything that you need to.
And that's the interesting thing is you'll hear the phrase hit hard, hit often. When you're Taros, you only have to do the hit hard part. You don't even have to hit often because you hit that hard.
It has facts, right? Because at this point, this is the battle of a Zoomer versus a Millennial, right? I think Wubbs technically classifies as that. He's not too far behind. So we got age gap bracket right here, right? Who's going to be the one to come out on top? Is it going to be the Zoomer or is it going to be the Millennial? We may as well call them the Boomers now, man. If you're anything that's not the most recent, you're just old.
That's
but
true.
So far,
Even
I mean,
though
it's looking
they're
like-
so different when they were born, it turns out they're probably both depressed.
Yeah,
Because
actually,
we got Gen Z and the Millennials in here, so.
Oh, man. I don't know, man. Maid looking pretty tough to beat. Now, the Taros, so far, okay, there it is. I was going to say, we haven't seen any 6 come out. And boom, there it is, right to get the KO. And, like, you get a Sig with Taros, you're not really scared that it's not going to KO, you know? Like, it's like, if it hits, that's it.
If it doesn't, you're for some reason, like, really unlucky. That's like you're playing XCOM and you have a 99.9% chance to get a crit, and you somehow just wildly miss on an opponent that's literally right next to you.
Oh, yeah, this my life in Fire Emblem. It's just like, come on. Here we go. Maid still looking pretty good here. Wubbs trying to fight back, trying to get himself on the board, down 2-0 in the set. If Maid wins this game, that's a grand final spot, a second chance at Impala, and it's looking like Maid might be able to make that happen. Wubbs, can you stand strong? Can you protagonist your way out of this?
Weapon toss goes high.
Ah,
Wubbs gets
again.
under it.
Ooh. Okay, so far nothing too crazy. Another shout. He'll just throw it out. And why not, man? You've landed 2 so far, 2 out of 3, 66% accuracy, and that's not a bad look. You can see Wubbs is biding a little bit more time in the corner as well. He can feel the pressure. He doesn't want to go out here.
That was a nice sidelight.
Wow.
Yo, The absolute patience from Maid on some of the sidelights that they've thrown out today are absolutely incredible.
No, I have to agree. A lot of the times, people will immediately dodge after the gauntlet sidelight, right? And Wubbs, being a good player, he's like, I'm just not going to do anything. And Maid waits, and he's like, all right, bet. Fine, I'll just throw out a Sig. You didn't expect that, huh? And now Wubbs, final stock potentially in this bracket. Maid looking to close things out here. If Wubbs can get this edge guard, doesn't even need to. It looks like Maid doesn't have enough juice. This is it, Sparky. This is where Legends could potentially be made, or this is where the chapter closes for young Wubbs.
We are on final stocks. Both players have weapons. We're on Miami Dome, so nobody can go under the stage here. Those soft platforms aren't quite an ally to Wubbs like they used to be back when he was playing Azoth.
Even with his back against the ropes, Wubbs will still go for the fancy play here. Gets an end light. Bides some time. It's going to be a punch. What a falling nair, by the way. What the heck, Maid? What an option. Oh, careful. Is he going to go for something cheeky? He wants a reversal here. This is where this game is going to end. I'm going to call it now. It's going to be on this left side corner. Maid's patient. Maybe not. Maybe he's going to let Wubbs come back. No, this is going to... Never mind. Never mind, man. That's going to be Maid officially cementing themselves in the top 2 of the Mammoth Arcadian, finding a Mordex Scythe down Sig to close it out, and a second chance at Impala. And we're going to go ahead and get a replay of the final stock here. Wall slip coming into play. He has to come on stage.
Oh,
so
what
he
a
just
dodge
back
on
steps
that.
And gets him.
Didn't even have to burn the dodge. The physical spacing from Maid really coming back there. What a commanding victory from Maid. Very impressive. Wubbs was looking like a demon in the losers bracket, and here comes Maid 3-0ing. Incredible.
Just like that, man. The last of the millennials have fallen. The Zoomers have come out on top.
Oh no.
That's the way it has to be, man. The new blood will always rise to replace us. I'm replaceable, Sparky. You're replaceable. One day, I'm not going to be able to cast Brawlhalla, and some new, fresh, young buck is going to step and rise to the challenge. And that's how it should be.
No, I'm going to sit here and act like Dr. Disrespect in his song Red Skies. I'll say, you can't replace me. I'm awake. It's time to break free. I'm levitating.
You're just going to stay here forever. You're going to Doctor Strange your way through every possible reality to make sure that you're always here to deliver that top-notch action, because we are heading into the best set of the night. Grand Finals. Maid getting the run back versus Impala will have to win 2 best of 5s to be able to come out the victor, whereas Impala, you're sitting pretty. You are basically in the throne. It's like when you go to buy a new mattress and you're like sitting on all the mattresses to figure out which one you're going to take home with you. Like, he's feeling up the Arcadian throne right now. He's like, ooh, check out the finish on it. Yeah, this trophy's kind of nice. All you have to do is just make the purchase. One more set away.
That trophy, so far, it fitting in his hand almost feels like a glove. Impala was playing so clean earlier. I don't know if Maid can come back into this, because we've seen this a lot of times in the past, and it's honestly gone several different routes in terms of Brawlhalla history. If the person in winners finals completely dominates, person goes down into losers, comes back up, might get the reset, but then the winners finals victor just completely shuts them down after the grand finals reset. So the way Maid was playing earlier against Impala, man, it's going to be so tough. You're going to need a lot of adjustment coming out from Maid, but we did see some of that against Wubbs.
Yeah, and I have to say, even in the winner's set, right, it was a 3-0. Especially, I think the last game kind of flew away from Maid, but a lot of them were last hit scenarios where Maid just couldn't quite close the door. So if they're able to this time around, could be a reset. It wouldn't even be the first game 10 we would see this weekend, right? We got some of that in EU. Can we see it in NA?
Yeah, talking about close games, man, I'm still thinking about that gravity canceled downlight that ended up picking up when Impala had the spear. That was incredible.
Oh, man, I'm wondering, Maid so far not off to the hottest of starts. We've seen them play on Brawlhalla for the vast majority of their matches as well. They just seem to want to have it over with and keep it up close and personal and just throw out ground pound 2 or 3 more times. And you'll definitely say goodbye to a stock there. Impala finally losing the first, but Maid still behind a little bit damage-wise. No dodge, that's big damage. What? He must have touched the floor right at the end.
Yeah, basically a full color change behind Impala right now. Impala's still kind of in the white, now just proc yellow, so definitely getting even. Good damage. Impala got away from that recovery. Didn't panic jump, didn't hold right or go too high to get caught into that.
Okay, tries to go
Gets
for a
away.
soft read. Oh, almost gets that too.
Yo, oh my gosh, Flambo.
Oh no! Just like that, right? It looked like Maid was this close to taking the stock, and all of a sudden the roles have changed, and they changed back yet again. Reversal after reversal, D-like ground pound, all but guaranteed there. Impala had no other options left there to expend, and now we are seeing that Maid has a little bit of a lead here, but how much of a lead is going to be created? So far, nothing too crazy. 2 hits, we'll take it, but this is Brawlhalla. 1 more hit from Impala will be the stock. Or, I mean, if they're down here, it's probably not. Okay, there we go. Sayer, wow. I'm surprised it didn't KO. He must have rid along the bottom of the stage there. Got that reduced knockback, but it doesn't really matter.
If that was a sider that didn't bounce off the main stage, taking some of that momentum away, that's how damaged he was. That one would have killed.
Yeah.
It's only that it took away some of that momentum off of the bounce that it didn't.
Oh, what are you going to do here? Impala dashing around. This bow has been so good all day. Oh, you're crazy.
Yo, oh my goodness.
Maid was believing. And that's the way you got to play it, man. Beautiful end sig. Not enough to KO. That defense from Kaya coming in clutch. Beautiful dodge on the nair on the way down. Maid 1 hit away. Tries to go for the end sig again. Don't have this fall away from you, Maid. You're so close, but don't get impatient. Impala will sniff it out. Oh, the patience. You can tell. You can tell. The
Maid
patience.
waits longer than any other Gauntlet player I think I've ever seen off of that sidelight.
And it's because you can react, right? But Maid's just been a little bit slow. You can react. D-Light recovery is going to do it unarmed. But if you go for that Gauntlet sidelight, you wait for your opponent to dodge, you can just gravity cancel sidelight in the direction that they go in to catch them on reaction and get that recovery. And I think that's what Maid was looking for there, but just couldn't pull the trigger both times. Was a little bit too scared, thought they were a little bit too slow. Found the KO anyway. But I was a little bit worried, to be honest. It felt like Impala was going to bring that game back. But this has to be a good thing for Maid here because, one, you got a game and you're that much closer to making the reset a possibility.
And I think you're exactly right pointing out the possibility of comeback from Impala. Good damage coming out from Maid, but the damage that it took for Maid to win that game was over 600. That means, oh my
that was
gosh,
sick.
this is crazy. These opening strings from Maid. Now continuing the edge guard situation. Nice down air weapon toss. Completely cleans that up. My criticism from last game that I didn't even get out before Maid started doing work this game was that it averaged over 200 damage per stock to get the KO on small Brawlhalla. That's bad. I'm just going to be real. That's bad. But now we just saw Maid immediately clean that one up. Put out the damage quickly and didn't need that much damage to find the KO. Continuing the damage output, a full stock ahead.
And that's what I love to see from Maid right now. Maid is waking up and feeling that momentum, and Impala is crumbling a little bit. But I think you're exactly right. Like, your tag can't be Maid, and you just don't clean up, right? Like, you have to, like, wash people. So, hopefully, I mean...
Otherwise, you're fired. You're going to be out on the street after that one, man.
And this might be the game, right? Potential 3 stock. Probably not, though, but potential is there for Maid to go ahead and just get a very, very clean victory. I mean, Impala looking to close at least the first stock out here. That Sayer's going to do it. Has a lot of damage to do, but on Brawlhalla, the tides can turn so quickly. Had this been Mammoth Fortress or something, I'd have been like, there's probably no odds that, like, Maid makes... lets it fall away, right? But we can already see Maid's in orange, right? Just in the amount of time that it took me to explain that, Maid has been sent to orange and hit Impala a total of 0 times.
Does have a weapon at least this time. Yo, that interrupt. That would have been bad for Impala. There's the sidelight backing up. Now chasing off stage.
Oh, man. How is this game close? Oh, no, you went into
Bro,
it.
You had to know that was coming.
Oh, and it's the thing where it's like you want to punish it, right? And you're like, all right, well, I hope they don't hold down the button And then they do, and you're like, I should have known better. But sometimes you just want to call out how long your opponent's going to charge a signature like that. And in this case, Impala just held it down.
And from what we've seen from Impala today,
my gosh.
Impala wants to hold that
Impala-
down sig down on the edge. Really bringing this one back. Impressive play.
Impala's in the lead. How? POP holding it down right now. Like, they were so far behind, and we were talking about, like, oh, Maid might finally get a clean one, and now this is anyone's game. You're going to need another ground pound. Tries to end it there, but a beautiful air dodge through the weapon throw, and Impala finds his side sig, and it's enough. How? How did Impala win that game, Sparky? I don't understand.
Maid just completely looked shook. Like, not confident whatsoever. They would be, like, stacked with one another at one point, and Maid just looked lost.
Oh, man. Right back to Brawlhaven. Oh,
Dude,
man.
Ran into that down signature. Impala's been running that one all day. There's that KO. I'm a little bit surprised that KO'd. I thought he might survive through that one.
Yeah, like, the potency on Kaya's SIGs is, like, more than, like, most would expect, right? And granted, the spear side sig, probably the only one that doesn't hit like a truck, but it sends you pretty high, so we'll take it. But, like, despite the fact that Kaya has quite a bit of defense, she also has a decent amount of KO power with those SIGs. Especially on a stage like Brawlhaven, where the kill boxes are so close, it gets that extra bit of potency. Uh-oh. Reversal?
Where's the ground pound? That's what I'm looking for here. May's been using him really well. Sometimes he whisks the first one, and then gets the KO with the second one. Being very careful. Giving a lot of respect to Impala on the edge.
Oh! Went for it all there. That was a beautiful sequence, but didn't find the hit. That's a still active weapon toss. You saw Impala had to go around it there. Nice recognition, realizing that that weapon was still active, because a lot of people would have made the mistake of being like, oh, that hit the wall, right? And would have come back and been like, oh, wow, I got hit by that, but not Impala.
Yeah, it's like he realized it at the last second and then faded away. You saw the jump come out, and then he was like, oh, that's still active, and then backed out of it in time.
Okay. Let's see. Gonna send him off stage here with the Sair. Tries to get the final blow. Doesn't quite get the gravity cancel sidelight, and that's just a not good sig. That was just not it. But that's
Keep it
okay.
100. Be real with it. I want to know what you actually feel.
Yeah,
Please tell me.
I will never lie. I would never lie to the chat, to the viewers at home. I call it as I see it. It's only genius when it's genius.
I swear, every time Maid hits a sidelight, I think my heart does not beat until something happens.
I know, right? It's like you hear the creaky door in a horror movie, and you're like, what comes next? Oh my gosh. Impala is juggling the living crap out of Maid right now. Holy.
Oh, even the GCD light.
Oh my god. Just hit after hit. Another one. Oh, you're putting DJ Khaled to shame here. You can never count another one this many times. Finally, a hit for Maid.
Still.
Okay.
That'll kill. Okay. All right, back to even stocks. Maid super far behind. I think the confidence is plummeting for Maid and just absolutely going all the way to the moon for Impala.
Oh, nice. That's the optimal KO option to go for there. Goes for the D-Light, Gravity Cancel, and Sig, an arm true combo. And now Maid back against the ropes here, and won't be out of it just yet if they lose this game, but they won't have a lot of wiggle room, and Impala's looking to carry this to the bank. And the thing is, Maid doesn't have a pocket, really. Like, it's just Mordex, as far as I understand. Maybe a Fate, but other than that, like, it's gonna be tough.
I think there's a Fate. Maid was tweeting about, like, I don't know who to play, Mordex or Fate, and the tournament is in, like, 5 days.
Yeah. If you lose this one, it might be worth bringing it up. Might, but we'll see. We're not there yet. We're close, though. No ground pound, surprising to me from Impala there, but Maid.
That was a risky move to burn the dodge for that one. That would have been left to right when Impala was still way above. Impala's going to take that game. Still has to, man, we're seeing high damage games from both of these players, even though we're on small Brawlhaven. That time it was 618 damage that Impala had to do. Still over 200 damage per stock.
Oh my gosh. Okay. This could potentially be the last match, last game of the tournament here. If Maid is unable to strike back, Impala will be the victor. We'll have that nice throne to go ahead and take home with them. And so far, something like that could potentially be the case. Maid is fighting back. We've played every single game on Brawlhaven. These guys want to scrap, and they've been scrapping. And Maid has had games where it felt like he should have won, honestly. It really felt like it, but Impala just has the clutch factor that's been keeping them alive.
So the last 2 games have been like really tough for Maid. One, because Maid got the lead in one of them and then ended up losing that game. The second one, Impala was looking so clean and so confident. Now I'm looking at the stats from last game, and we're seeing 50% SIG accuracy and 52% light attack accuracy from Impala. So playing out of his mind right now. That is going to be the KO. Maid is going to take a small lead here, have weapon advantage. Another one should be coming in shortly, able to grab it out from underneath Impala.
Okay. Now, how much is the lead going to be? And that's the thing. I feel like usually when you're in a scenario like this, you're trying to get a side light on Scythe and just go for the 50-50, because if you guess right, that's 70 damage. But it looks like here he's going to go for an offstage play instead. Throw it up, and just like that says what you're going to try to catch it, right? Boom, down air. Yeah, I've definitely read him on that one. Read that chapter quite a few times.
You almost got hit by that weapon toss, too. Impala definitely looking confident, very clean. A little bit of swag on it, too, like a tasteful amount of swag on the things that Impala is doing. Not too reckless, not too flashy, but enough.
Oh, man, and Maid just can't seem to find an answer. Impala back with the juggles again, dude.
2 weapon tosses, that's nothing compared to the damage that Impala's putting out right now.
Okay. Come on. Oh, Maid's looking for something. And, like, nothing feels worse than when you're playing Scythe in tournament, in potentially the last game of it, and you can't get an early KO with your Scythe playoff stage. Instead, you're losing to unarmed and light, and you can't make it back. What a beautiful edge guard from Impala. Impala is 1 stock away, Sparky.
And if you're not winning those edge guards, and you were previously. Like, it was something you could rely on before to take multiple stocks with a Scythe ground pound. Just no shotties hitting him now. Damage is starting to come out. Again, he goes for that option when Impala's, like, way above him. I don't even know if Impala could fast fall down into that in time. And that's a scary dodge to burn for Maid, just kind of grasping at straws.
Yeah, he's definitely thinking, well, all right, I can just, like, make sure I active input and send him off the top. And there we go, a ground pound. Maid is not out of this just yet. In the orange, potential last stock of the tournament. Impala has no weapon, and we have a chance for a starve here. Maid needs to get some damage, though. The starving doesn't mean anything if you're not getting hits in between. And there we go. Impala has a bow. You know that down sig's coming. It doesn't hit, though. Can Maid bring it back?
At an Impala victory here. Because coming from the winner's bracket, that would mean the tournament for Impala. Yo, possibility still certainly there. This game is not lost whatsoever.
Oh, Maid. Are you a legend? No, he just goes up and down 6, and it's enough. Impala is going to be your Mammoth Arcadian champion, taking out Maid in a pretty convincing 3-1 victory. I did not think the game was going to end there. That was the sneakiest way to get back onto the stage and down sig, because you have to imagine you have to, like, get the drift just perfect off the wall to get that down sig spacing. Otherwise, I don't know how else you can possibly stand in that lift. Yeah, give me a slow. Yeah, wow.
That's
that was
from
butter.
The left side of the stage, too. Impala, despite having low strength by playing Kaya, was still finding some really early signature kills sometimes. Great work for Impala coming out on top here. A lot of people that I was talking to didn't really put Impala in the top 3. I know Pingu actually told me to take Impala out of my top 3 and put Tiffany in. Of course, my brain is larger and smarter, so I did not do that whatsoever. Duke didn't put Impala in the top 3. Several of the other people I talked to didn't put Impala in the top 3. Good work from Impala today. Some really clean play. I was loving it every minute.
No, I'm thoroughly happy with how this bracket shaped up to be, right? There were some players that I wanted to make a deep run that didn't really get to do that. Like Zexora was someone I was looking at, a very amazing Orion player, didn't make it that far. Y'all saw my predictions on Twitter. I had Dark Ghoul getting 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place, and Dark Ghoul got none of that. So Dark Ghoul, you're done. You're washed, kid. I'm done with you. Never make me look so stupid ever again. Well, honestly, nah, it was an amazing tournament. And one thing I do want to say before we head out is that we did see both from Maid and Impala there. They were rocking the clan tag, Get Well Santi.
Yes.
And for the people who don't know, Santi wasn't able to play in this tournament because he got into a really bad car accident. He's okay, but he sustained quite a bit of injuries. So
Yes.
pray your hands for Santi, man. Our thoughts are with you. Wish you a speedy and happy recovery, and you'll be back before you know it. But Sparky, is there anything else you want to say before we say goodbye to the people?
That's pretty much all I got. You nailed it with the get well Santi. We all love Santi. Everybody out there in BH land watching at home all across the world, everybody loves Santi, wants to see him back as soon as possible, wants to see a great speedy recovery for him. This was a great tournament. I had a lot of fun this weekend, got to see some new faces that I hope I get to see in future tournaments, not necessarily next weekend for the next Invitational. That one will be seeds 1 through 32. So that will be all the faces you've come to know and love. That'll be a great tournament as well. That's kind of all I got. Flambo, take us home.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, and anyone who identifies in between, thank you. Well, not even necessarily in between, but anywhere on the spectrum. I had to fix that. But anyway, thank you for tuning in and watching the Mammoth Arcadian. We will catch you guys next weekend and, of course, throughout the week on the dev stream. Catch you later.
I'm gonna